Chapter 1794. Feng Huazi's tone was very sincere. What he said was the truth. Feng Luo sect owed Zhang Qian a great favor for what had happened today, and Feng Huazi hated owing favors the most. If Zhang Qian left just like that, Feng Huazi would always feel uncomfortable. If Feng Luo sect could do something for Zhang Qian, Feng Huazi would certainly be very happy. It just so happened that Zhang Zhenhai's body was in a terrible condition due to the pill trial. If he could bring some benefits to Zhang Qian and help him recuperate, it would be considered as doing something for Zhang Qian. When he recalled that his attitude towards Zhang Qian was very bad when he first arrived, Feng Huazi felt even more guilty. Furthermore, he had never seen a peerless genius like Zhang Qian, who was rare even in the Immortal Court. People like Zhang Qian had boundless prospects and achievements in the future. It wouldn't be bad if Feng Luo sect could befriend him. Zhang Qian halted his steps. Feng Huazi's words had tempted him. Zhang Zhenhai indeed needed a quiet place to recuperate. Initially, he planned to bring Zhang Zhenhai to Great Qian Empire in Ethereal Immortal Domain, but the current situation in Ethereal Immortal Domain was too chaotic. Putting aside the fact that he had offended all the major powers in Immortal Court, the conflict between Great Qian Empire, Great Cloud Empire, and Heavenly Jade Dynasty was getting bigger and bigger. A war between empires might break out at any time. Furthermore, once Zhang Qian returned to Ethereal Immortal Domain, he would immediately fall into endless battles and killings. Given his current cultivation base, he could only protect himself. In contrast, Feng Luo sect and Fengqi Immortal Domain were much more peaceful. Such an environment was undoubtedly the most suitable for Zhang Zhenhai's cultivation. In this immortal world where the strong preyed on the weak, strength was always the most important thing. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't replace Zhang Zhenhai. Only when Zhang Zhenhai grew stronger would Zhang Qian feel at ease. Otherwise, he would always be a worry wherever he went. All right, I'll be troubling you then. Zhang Qian nodded and decided to stay for the time being. On one hand, he could nurture Zhang Zhenhai's body, help him stabilize his foundation and improve his cultivation. On the other hand, he could also see the different styles and forces in different immortal domains. There were 9 immortal domains in the immortal world, and each of them was incomparably powerful. Since it was not suitable for him to go back to the ethereal immortal domain, he might as well stay in the Fengqi immortal domain for a while. Even if he did not establish his own big force, it would not be a bad idea to recruit some experts. Good. Brother Zhang Qian is straightforward. I will personally arrange a place for you and your son to cultivate. Feng Huazi was overjoyed. Seeing that Zhang Qian was going to stay, the elders behind him also walked up. They were all in high spirits and looked very happy. Didn't I say that Brother Zhang has helped our Feng Luo sect so much this time? If he doesn't stay for a few days and let our Feng Luo sect play the role of a host, wouldn't it seem like our Feng Luo sect doesn't have any friendship? That's right. From now on, Brother Zhang will treat this place as his home. There's no need to treat us as outsiders. Everyone in Feng Luo sect is very happy to be able to befriend a figure like Brother Zhang. I have to apologize for my bad attitude towards Brother Zhang. All of these elders were immortal venerables. The lowest among them was at least a half-step immortal venerable. They were usually high and mighty existences. They wouldn't even bat an eye at ordinary immortal emperors. Today their attitude towards Zhang Qian was very rare. Of course, apart from the fact that Zhang Qian had helped Feng Luo sect, it was also because of Zhang Qian's strength. In this world where only the strong were respected, strength would always be the only standard to measure a person's status. Putting aside the fact that Zhang Qian could kill Shen Yifei, just the fact that he could evade Shen Ao's attack with ease twice and escape safely with hundreds of people was enough to amaze them. Who would dare to look down on such a young genius? You're being too polite, elders. Zhang Qian smiled. He had a good impression of the people of Feng Luo sect. Feng Luo sect was indeed a reputable righteous sect in Middle Domain. Most of the people in Feng Luo sect looked noble and unquestionable. Alright, all of you go do your own things. There are still many things that you need to deal with after the incident. I will now arrange a place for Brother Zhang to stay and cultivate. Don't disturb him. Feng Huazi said to everyone. Yes, sect master. The elders responded in unison and went about their duties. With the presence of these elders, the impact caused by the chaos in Feng Luo sect would soon be eliminated and the entire sect would return to its normal state. Brother Zhang, please. Feng Huazi gestured to Zhang Qian. Sect master, please. Zhang Qian smiled. Fenghuazi and Old Ancestor took the lead and headed towards the central area of Fengluo sect. That was the place with the densest heaven and earth immortal qi and also the core area of the underground dragon vein. Seeing that Zhang Zhenhai was still a little nervous, Jiang Qin said, "Dad, don't be nervous. With me here, you will still be the retired emperor in Saint Origin world and the retired emperor in the immortal world." Jiang Zhenhai couldn't help but shake his head at Jiang Chen's words. It seemed that he was determined to be the retired emperor, but he still wasn't used to it in the immortal world. After all, the change from being a pill slave to now was too fast for him to accept. Despite that, Jiang Zhenhai still maintained his composure. No matter what, he couldn't bring shame to his son. There was a beautiful mountain peak in the central area of Fengluo sect. It was the cultivation place of great elder Xianxia. Now that Xianxia was dead, this place naturally became ownerless, but it was indeed the best environment for cultivation. Fenghuazi just so happened to give this place to Jiang Qin and his son. "Brother Jiang, this is Xianxia's cultivation place. Are you satisfied with it?" said Fenghuazi. There was a huge courtyard at the top of the mountain. There was an herb garden with all kinds of spiritual herbs growing in it. All of them were Xianxia's private collection. The heaven and earth immortal qi here was extremely dense. Although Jiang Qin might not care about such dense immortal qi, it was absolutely the best environment for Jiang Zhenhai. "Thank you, Sect Master Feng," Jiang Qin said with a smile. If Sect Master Feng wasn't satisfied with such an environment, it would be akin to bullying. "By the way, I still don't know where Brother Jiang came from. A peerless genius like you can't possibly be a rogue cultivator, right?" Chapter 1795. "Sect Master, you're being too serious. I'm not from the Fengqi immortal domain. The reason why I'm here is because I sensed my father's aura. My father and I were once ascenders, but my father suffered after ascending. If I didn't arrive in time, the consequences would be unimaginable," Jiang Qin said. He didn't conceal his identity as an ascender. There was nothing to conceal about it. Initially, he concealed it because he was afraid of the revenge of the northern and southern dynasties. But now he didn't care about the northern and southern dynasties, not to mention that he was in Fengqi immortal domain. Thinking of the northern and southern dynasties, Jiang Qin couldn't help but frown. This bastard was almost destroyed by his sun divine feather in Golden Horizon, but Jiang Qin knew that the northern and southern dynasties wouldn't die so easily. This bastard was the reincarnation of a great sovereign. If he found his previous body one day, he was afraid that it would be a great disaster. "I see." Fenghuazi was enlightened, but he wasn't too surprised. He had already guessed that Jiang Qin wasn't from Fengqi immortal domain. Otherwise, he would have known about such a genius. "Jiang Qin." Old Ancestor muttered Jiang Qin's name in a low voice. He seemed to be thinking about something and felt that the name sounded somewhat familiar. Suddenly, Old Ancestor's eyes lit up. "Jiang Qin. Are you the Jiang Qin of ethereal immortal domain? You became famous after the battle in Golden Horizon, offended 3 major powers of the immortal world, and even offended 3 immortal courts. You single-handedly annihilated the entire Corpsine sect. Later on, the half-step sovereigns of the 3 immortal courts were involved. Xiao Wangqing had to step in to calm things down." Old Ancestor's eyes were full of astonishment. His eyes kept sweeping across Jiang Qin. He was almost sure that this Jiang Qin was the Jiang Qin of ethereal immortal domain. Except for that Jiang Qin, who else could dodge Xianxia's attack so easily? This itself was a miracle. Although Old Ancestor usually stayed away from worldly affairs, he was incomparably clear about the major events in the immortal world, even more than Fenghuazi. Of course, Fenghuazi had also heard about the turmoil in ethereal immortal domain. He had always felt that the name Jiang Qin was familiar, but he had never thought that this Jiang Qin was the Jiang Qin. "That's right. It's me. I have enemies everywhere. I think it's better for me to leave this place. I won't feel at ease if I bring trouble to Fengluo sect." Jiang of the Jiang Qin's name. Jiang Qin. Jiang nodding. "Ancestor. Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin," said Ancest. The things that Jiang Qin had done were just too earth-shattering. Of course, Fengqi immortal domain was too far away from ethereal immortal domain, which was equivalent to 2 different immortal domains. Most people didn't know Jiang Qin's name, but high-ranking figures like Old Ancestor and Fenghuazi would definitely pay attention to the major events in the immortal world. Therefore, it wasn't strange for them to know about Jiang Qin. Young Master Jiang, please don't misunderstand. Both Old Ancestor and I have heard about your deeds. We admire you very much. We're very happy to be able to make friends with a young talent like you. Although you have a lot of enemies, they won't implicate our Fengluo sect. Feng Huazi spoke hastily. He wasn't afraid of implicating Fengluo sect. After all, the matters of ethereal immortal domain wouldn't implicate Fengluo sect. As for Jiang Qin himself, both Feng Huazi and Old Ancestor admired him very much. They were afraid that there wouldn't be a second person in the entire immortal world who could do such an earth-shattering thing. Especially the fact that Jiang Qin destroyed the entire corpse sect by himself. No matter what means he used, it was enough to shock them. A major power like Corpse Yin sect was on par with Fengluo sect. Even though they weren't in the same immortal domain, Feng Huazi knew that it was impossible for Fengluo sect to annihilate Corpse Yin sect even with the full force of Fengluo sect, but Jiang Qin had done it alone. Feng Huazi and Old Ancestor's attitude towards Jiang Qin had changed once again. If they were only grateful to Jiang Qin before, they still had some thoughts of being superior in terms of cultivation base. But now they had completely put their status on the same level as Jiang Qin. In a world where powerhouses were revered, powerhouses would always be respected no matter where they went. Jiang Qin was a powerhouse who could do things that no one else in the world could. The three of them chatted for a while more before Jiang Qin led Jiang Zhenhai into the courtyard. Feng Huazi and Old Ancestor didn't follow them in to disturb Jiang Qin's rest. This man is worth befriending. I can tell that he's by no means an ordinary person. His future achievements will certainly be limitless. Old Ancestor spoke. Old Ancestor is right. Since ancient times, which peerless monarch hasn't done earth-shattering things? This man has the bearing of a great sovereign. Plus, he helped our Fengluo sect to get rid of the traitor. Just based on this point alone, our Fengluo sect owes him a great favor. Feng Huazi said. Fengluo sect was a reputable righteous sect in the central domain. Both Old Ancestor and Feng Huazi were upright people. They would certainly repay the kindness. In the following time, Jiang Qin and Jiang Zhenhai stayed in Fengluo sect. Jiang Qin had concocted a lot of pills according to Jiang Zhenhai's condition. These pills were the most useful for Jiang Zhenhai. As for the herbs used for concocting the pills, there was no need for Fengluo sect to ask for more. The herbs in Shin Ao's herb garden were enough. The profound yang pill that was concocted from immortal herbs had been infused with the great earth immortal milk and with spiritual qi by Jiang Qin, achieving an unimaginable effect. A single pill had healed all the bruises in Jiang Zhenhai's body and removed all the negative effects caused by his forceful advancement to the heaven immortal realm. With the help of Jiang Qin, it only took Jiang Zhenhai half a month to completely stabilize his cultivation base at the half-step Immortal King realm. Of course, Jiang Zhenhai spent this half a month in the 33rd floor of the Zulong Tower. Due to the 30 times time difference, half a month was equivalent to 450 days. In such a long period of time, Jiang Zhenhai's cultivation base had reached the half-step Immortal King realm. Additionally, his foundation was very solid and his body had undergone a great transformation. The current Jiang Zhenhai had a greater aptitude than ordinary geniuses. Haha. Half-step Immortal King. Never thought that I could reach such a powerful level. Jiang Zhenhai laughed heartily. He couldn't believe the changes in his cultivation base at this moment. Dad, your foundation is very solid now. It won't take long for you to break through to the Immortal King realm, but there's still a long way to go before an Immortal King can establish a foothold in the immortal world. We'll just have to take it slowly in the future. Jiang Qin said with a smile. He was incomparably happy to see Jiang Zhenhai's continuous progress. The key was that the change in Jiang Zhenhai's aptitude would allow Jiang Zhenhai to continue advancing in the immortal world. He wouldn't fall behind. Chapter 1796. Jiang Zhenhai's qi fluctuated and he said proudly, Qin, I feel very gratified to see that you are still able to have such a foothold in the immortal world. Dad, the immortal world is actually the same as Saint Origin World, but the world is much faster. I have come all the way from Saint Origin World and I can do the same in the immortal world. One day I will establish Martial Saint Dynasty in the immortal world and make it the #1 dynasty in the immortal world, replacing the immortal court. Jiang Qin spoke with lofty sentiments. He was afraid that only he would dare to say such wild words in the entire immortal world. If it was someone else, Jiang Qin would definitely turn his nose up at it, but since it came from Jiang Qin's mouth, he had a great reason to believe it. How many miracles had his son created? There was nothing in this world that was impossible for him. Dad, your injuries have fully recovered and your cultivation base has improved tremendously. I don't think it's meaningful for us to stay in Feng Luo sect any longer. There are still a lot of things that need to be done in ethereal immortal domain. Let's go back now, said Zhou Xian. At first he wanted to use Feng Luo sect's power to develop in Fengqi immortal domain, but now he gave up on that idea. After all, his foundation was in ethereal immortal domain and there were many things that he couldn't rest assured about. When he left, Long Shisan was still fighting with the experts of Immortal Court. The situation was changing rapidly and Zhang Chen couldn't predict the current situation in ethereal immortal domain. Therefore Zhang Chen decided to go back. All right, I'll listen to you. Zhang Zhenhai nodded. His biggest purpose in coming to the immortal world was to reunite with his son. To him this was already a satisfactory result. He would go wherever Zhang Chen wanted him to go. Dad, wait for me here. I'm going to bid farewell to Sect Master Feng. Zhang Chen turned and left the courtyard. This was Shin Ao's cultivation place, the centermost zone of Feng Luo sect and very close to Feng Huazi's cultivation place. Zhang Chen could reach Feng Huazi in an instant. Given Zhang Chen's current status in Feng Luo sect, no one would stop him. Zhang Chen could have left quietly with Zhang Zhenhai, but Feng Huazi was so enthusiastic. If he just left like this, it would seem that he didn't know how to do things. It was necessary to say goodbye. Before Zhang Chen arrived at Feng Huazi's residence, he bumped into an early immortal venerable elder. Zhang Chen knew this elder as he had spoken to him during the chaos of Feng Luo sect half a month ago. Upon seeing Zhang Chen, the elder immediately walked towards him with a face full of smiles. Brother Zhang Chen, are you used to living in Feng Luo sect? The elder smiled. I'm on my way to see the sect master. Thank you for your hospitality. Zhang Chen clasped his fists. The sect master isn't in the sect right now. He just went out not long ago. The elder replied. Oh, where did he go? Zhang Chen was surprised. As the sect master, Feng Huazi wouldn't go out unless there was something important. It seems like Brother Zhang Chen still doesn't know that the central domain hasn't been peaceful these 2 days. The emergence of the immortal burying coffin has attracted countless experts, including experts from other major domains. The elder spoke excitedly when he mentioned the immortal burying coffin. What did you say? The immortal burying coffin has appeared? Zhang Chen's expression changed dramatically as he asked hastily. That's right. The immortal burying coffin is the treasure of great sovereign Zhou Xian. Its sudden appearance in the central domain of Fengqi immortal domain has attracted too many people. Seeing that Zhang Chen didn't know about it, the elder told Zhang Chen about the immortal burying coffin, but before he could finish his words he found that Zhang Chen had disappeared. Young man, you have no manners at all. You should at least let me finish my words. The elder shook his head helplessly. Zhang Chen didn't have the time to listen to the elder's nonsense. The emergence of the immortal burying coffin had completely affected Zhang Chen's heart. He had been helping Zhang Zhenhai to recover his body for the past half a month, so he had no time to care about the outside world. Moreover, he wasn't interested in the affairs of Fengqi immortal domain, so he didn't know about the appearance of the immortal burying coffin. Seems like I have to change my mind. Zhang Chen was incomparably excited. He moved at lightning speed and appeared outside Feng Luo sect in the blink of an eye. Initially he wanted to bring Zhang Zhenhai back to ethereal immortal domain, but now it seemed that they couldn't go back. Ever since he saw the immortal burying coffin in the ancient tomb, this coffin had always affected Zhang Chen's heart. The reason was that the person he loved the most was lying in the coffin. During this period of time, Zhang Chen had been diligently cultivating and improving his cultivation base in order to become stronger as soon as possible, so that he would be qualified to inquire about those secrets. Yan Qingyu was his biggest hope, but after the disappearance of the immortal burying coffin, she had never appeared again. Now that she had appeared again, Zhang Chen couldn't remain calm anymore. Brother Zhang, you look so excited. It seems like you're going to see the immortal burying coffin. 10,000 miles away from Feng Luo sect, an old man spotted Zhang Chen and greeted him. Zhang Chen glanced at him and recognized that he was an elder of Feng Luo sect. Elder, may I know where the immortal burying coffin is now? Asked Zhang Chen. The immortal burying coffin appeared 2 days ago and has been drifting back and forth in the sky of central domain. I heard that it disappeared near the Monarch Mountain not long ago. I don't know if it's true or not. I'm going there to have a look, hoping to see what the legendary immortal burying coffin looks like. The elder said. Monarch Mountain? Where is that? Zhang Qin knitted his brows. He was too unfamiliar with Fengqi immortal domain. Go. I'll bring you there. The elder was very enthusiastic towards Zhang Qin. The old man's cultivation base had already reached the early immortal venerable realm. Such an expert was very fast. Under his lead, Zhang Qin arrived at the Monarch Mountain in no time. The Monarch Mountain was a huge mountain range. At the center of the mountain range, there was a tall and straight peak that pierced through the clouds, giving off a majestic feeling. The peak itself also emitted a high and mighty aura, as if it was a deep mountain. Many people had always come to the Monarch Mountain to pay their respects and pray for the monarch's protection. At this moment, the surroundings of the Monarch Mountain were already crowded with countless experts. After all, the appearance of the immortal burying coffin had caused a great stir. Great sovereign Zhou Xian was a famous figure in ancient times. Naturally, the immortal burying coffin had shaken the world. None of them thought of taking the immortal burying coffin for themselves. After all, they knew their limits. Most of them just wanted to see the true appearance of the immortal burying coffin. The Monarch Mountain is a very famous place in Central Domain. Rumor has it that great sovereign Batian has fallen here. His sovereign qi has spread for thousands of miles and hasn't dissipated for a long time. That's how the Monarch Mountain came to be. Of course, this is just a rumor. No one knows if it's true. Chapter 1797. Zhang Qin looked up at the Monarch Mountain and ignored the old man's words. He was focused on finding the immortal burying coffin and didn't care about the background of the Monarch Mountain. Even if the Monarch Mountain was powerful, it had nothing to do with him. However, if Zhang Qin paid full attention to the elder's words, given his intelligence, he would surely be able to discern something and wouldn't be as calm as he was now. The combination of the Monarch Mountain and Great Sovereign Batian was too easy for Zhang Qin to think of something. As far as the eye could see, there were people everywhere talking about the immortal burying coffin. Very quickly, Zhang Qin found Feng Huazi and came to his side with a sway. Brother Zhang, you're here too. Feng Huazi smiled when he saw Zhang Qin. Sect Master, where's the immortal burying coffin? Asked Zhang Qin. His divine sense had covered the entire Monarch Mountain, but he didn't find the immortal burying coffin at all. He didn't even feel its aura. The immortal burying coffin has appeared in different places in the central region for the past 2 days and finally disappeared in the Monarch Mountain. It has been gone for a few hours. Feng Huazi said. It disappeared again? Zhang Qin frowned. He seemed to have missed something. He knew that it would be difficult for the immortal burying coffin to appear again once it disappeared. However, what puzzled Zhang Qin was that the immortal burying coffin had disappeared for a long time after the ancient tomb. Why did it suddenly appear in the central region of the Fengqi immortal domain and disappear in the Monarch Mountain after 2 days? Was the immortal burying coffin looking for something? What was the relationship between the immortal burying coffin and the Monarch Mountain? Zhang Qin knew that there must be a lot of secrets involved. It was a pity that De Huang wasn't here. Otherwise, Zhang Qin would force De Huang to tell him everything he knew. Great Emperor Zhou Xian is a very ancient figure. Back then, he and King Immortal Slayer were brothers. The two of them dominated the world and were invincible. Later on, they disappeared for some reason. Who would have thought that after so many years, the immortal burying coffin would appear again? I've seen the true appearance of the immortal burying coffin with my own eyes. It's truly shocking. The ancient qi emitted from the coffin made me feel dizzy. The weapon of an ancient great sovereign is too powerful. Rumor has it that great sovereign Zhou Xian used this coffin to bury countless experts. It can be said that the coffin was forged from the blood and flesh of countless experts. Unfortunately, I came too late and didn't get to witness the appearance of the immortal burying coffin. But why did the immortal burying coffin suddenly appear in the Central Territory, and why did it vanish in Monarch Mountain? Is there a close connection between the immortal burying coffin and the Monarch Mountain? Countless questions filled the air. The Central Territory had been peaceful for too long. The appearance of the immortal burying coffin had undoubtedly set off a storm in the Central Territory. The Monarch Mountain was a famous place in the Central Territory. It had existed for a very long time, but the immortal burying coffin had disappeared after its appearance. This made people link the two together. Although the immortal burying coffin had disappeared, more and more people came to the Monarch Mountain. Countless experts and immortal venerables were everywhere. The scene was getting bigger and bigger. Zhou Xian operated the heavenly secret art. He didn't divine anything related to the immortal burying coffin and the Monarch Mountain, but he did divine that something big would happen soon. It was an incomparably accurate divination. After Zhou Xian's great divination art advanced to the heavenly will realm, he wouldn't make any mistakes in his divination. Zhou Xian circled around the Monarch Mountain 3 times, but still found nothing. He could feel that the Monarch Mountain was extraordinary and had a kind of nobility that surpassed all other natural things, but he still couldn't see through it. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye, but the immortal burying coffin still didn't appear. Some people had already begun to leave, thinking that there wouldn't be any results even if they continued to wait here. To the people of the central region, the appearance of the immortal burying coffin was just a small interlude. Many of them were lucky enough to have a look at the immortal burying coffin, and they didn't have any other extravagant requests. Just as most of them were about to leave, the Monarch Mountain shook all of a sudden. Hong Long. All of a sudden, a ray of light shot out from the peak of the Monarch Mountain. It was like the most dazzling divine light in the heavens and earth. It pierced a huge hole in the sky. A powerful sovereign's aura filled the air. Countless people were frightened and their faces changed. The aura that rushed out from the Monarch Mountain had created a tremendous pressure in the depths of their souls. What a powerful sovereign's aura. The remains of a great sovereign are hidden under the Monarch Mountain. Damn it. This is too terrifying. My God. The remains of a great sovereign. I never thought that the rumor was true. It's highly possible that it was left behind by great sovereign Batian. After so many years, it has finally opened. It's really the remains of a great sovereign. If I can enter the remains of a great sovereign, I might be able to obtain a great fortune. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After a brief moment of shock, many of them became excited. The relic of a great sovereign only appeared once in 10,000 years. A great sovereign was a supreme existence. Normally, it was already very good to excavate a relic of an immortal venerable. The influence of a relic of a great sovereign was just too great, not to mention that it belonged to the famous great sovereign Batian. The entire Fengqi immortal domain would be attracted by it. The remains of a great sovereign? There's actually a great sovereign's remains here? Zhou Xian was also surprised. This was something he had never thought of. He had divined that something big was going to happen through the great divination art. Seemed like it was right. What could be more important than the opening of a great sovereign's remains? It's the remains of great sovereign Batian. The rumor is true. Now that the remains of a great sovereign are in turmoil, it's going to open soon. At that time all the major powers will be attracted here. Feng Huazi's expression was also incomparably excited. The remains of a great sovereign under the Monarch Mountain haven't opened for so many years. Why did it open after the appearance of the immortal burying coffin? Could it be that there's a secret connection between the immortal burying coffin and the remains? Zhou Xian knitted his brows. I've heard of a secret. Feng Huazi said. What secret? Asked Zhou Xian. I heard that there was a great war in the Monarch Mountain. Great sovereign Batian and Empress Nine fought fiercely here and both of them died. But I have no idea why the immortal burying coffin would appear here. Feng Huazi said. Empress Nine, Immortal Burying Coffin, Monarch Mountain and Great Sovereign Batian. Chapter 1798. Zhou Xian couldn't stay calm anymore. He once learned from De Huang Dog that the immortal Execution King had a daughter who was also born with an ice-cold physique. The immortal Execution King and Great Emperor Zhou Xian were sworn friends, so it was logical that the daughter of the immortal Execution King would appear in the immortal burying coffin. Zhou Xian once asked De Huang Dog if the daughter of the immortal Execution King looked exactly like Yan Qinyu, but De Huang Dog told him that the daughter of the immortal Execution King was just a baby when he saw her, so he didn't know what she looked like. The Monarch Mountain was formed during the fierce battle between Empress Nine and Great Emperor Batian. Yan Qinyu had the 9 meridians, so the daughter of the immortal Execution King might also have the 9 meridians. Zhou Xian boldly guessed that Empress Nine was the daughter of the immortal Execution King. More importantly, the remains of Great Emperor Batian had existed in the Monarch Mountain for a long time without any movement, but it was opened after the appearance of the immortal burying coffin. It was conceivable that the opening of the remains was related to the immortal burying coffin. As for why the coffin would appear in the Monarch Mountain, Zhang Chen speculated that Empress Nine might have left something here during the battle, so she came back to look for it. Little you, what's the relationship between you and Empress Nine? Could you be the reincarnation of Empress Nine? Zhang Chen made a bold guess, but it was just a guess. There were too many secrets, and the matters of the great emperor couldn't be determined by guessing. Zhang Chen made up his mind to get to the bottom of this matter. Yan Qinyu had disappeared ever since she came to the immortal world. Zhang Chen was almost certain that the female corpse in the immortal burying coffin was Yan Qinyu. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been the only one who could get close to the immortal burying coffin and obtain the immortal execution order and the main sword of the immortal execution sword. Sooner or later, Zhang Chen would investigate Yan Qinyu's matter. But now that Great Emperor Batian was involved, Zhang Chen's thoughts began to shift to Great Emperor Batian, Monarch Mountain and Great Sovereign Batian. It was hard for Zhang Chen not to associate them with one person. Northern and Southern dynasties. At present, it was certain that the Northern and Southern dynasties were the reincarnations of powerful great emperors. However, no one knew which great emperor he was, not even the people of Nanbei family. This was the secret of the Northern and Southern dynasties. Or perhaps, it was possible that the Northern and Southern dynasties hadn't fully recovered their memories of their past lives. However, the Emperor Heaven technique truly existed. Zhang Chen boldly guessed that the Northern and Southern dynasties were probably the reincarnations of Great Emperor Batian. It seems like coming to Fengqi Immortal Domain was the right choice. This time the remains of Great Sovereign Batian will be opened. I must go in and find out the truth. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up and his aura was unleashed. Apart from saving Jiang Zhenhai, he had also obtained an unexpected harvest in this trip to Fengqi Immortal Domain. The remains of a great sovereign in Monarch Mountain had involved Yan Qinyu and the Northern and Southern dynasties. Only by entering the remains of a great sovereign would he be able to verify whether his speculation was correct. This time, nothing could stop Zhang Chen from entering the remains. Now all he had to do was to wait for the remains to open. As a matter of fact, even without the involvement of Yan Qinyu and the secret of the Northern and Southern dynasties, Zhang Chen still wouldn't leave. The opening of the remains of a great sovereign only happened once every few years. Countless experts would flock to this place. The attraction of the remains of a great sovereign was just too great. Even if one could obtain a tiny bit of fortune from it, it would benefit him for the rest of his life. Currently, Zhang Chen had enemies all over the world and all of them were powerful experts and major powers. In order to fight against his enemies, the only way was to constantly improve his cultivation base. Currently, Zhang Chen's cultivation base was still at the peak of early Immortal Emperor realm. The Zulong Tower had already condensed to the 45th floor. Advancing his cultivation base was the most important thing for him. Another point was that if the previous incarnation of the Northern and Southern dynasties was Great Sovereign Batian, then the Northern and Southern dynasties would definitely appear when the remains of a great sovereign were opened. At the thought of this, Zhang Chen couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. If the Northern and Southern dynasties entered the remains of his previous incarnation, they would be like fish in water. A great amount of benefits would be obtained by the Northern and Southern dynasties. In that case, the Northern and Southern dynasties would grow to a terrifying extent. Northern and Southern dynasties, I, Zhang Chen, am destined to be your nemesis for life. Your remains are about to open and I'm here. I'd like to see how you are going to become a great sovereign. The corner of Zhang Chen's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. After the lingering fear, he began to rejoice that he had come to Fengqi Immortal Domain and the Monarch Mountain. Stopping the Northern and Southern dynasties would be the most important thing he had to do in the remains. No matter how great the price he had to pay, he couldn't let the Northern and Southern dynasties grow stronger. Otherwise, many people would face their doomsday and the entire East Xuanyu would fall into true turmoil. Moreover, the resources in the remains were all left behind by the Northern and Southern dynasties. Zhang Chen was most willing to seize the resources of the Northern and Southern dynasties. Zhang Chen shook his body. He was ready to go all out. At this moment, no one could stop him. As for what would happen in the remains of the great sovereign, he couldn't and wouldn't predict it. Just like the Golden Horizon, he didn't expect that such an earth-shattering event would happen when he entered it. That's right. This time it was the same in the inheritance of the great sovereign. Anyone who wanted to stop Jiangchen would only have one ending: death. Brother Jiang, you don't seem to be in a good mood. Are you alright? Feng Huazi spoke. As a peak intermediate immortal venerable expert, he could naturally sense the change in Jiangchen's mood. I'm fine. This is the first time I've seen the remains of a great sovereign being opened in my life. Plus, I'm lucky enough to encounter such an event. That's why I'm a little emotional. Jiangchen smiled. That's true. Let alone you, even I'm very excited. The opening of the remains of a great sovereign is a major event. Countless people will pour into it in search of opportunities. I also have the same thought. If I can obtain some benefits from the remains of great sovereign Badian, I'm afraid that it won't be a problem for me to advance to the late immortal venerable realm. Feng Huazi nodded, not feeling that there was anything unusual in what Jiangchen said. Just like what Jiangchen had said, it wasn't easy for them to encounter the opening of the remains of a great sovereign. It was normal for them to be excited. Chapter 1799. The beam of light above Monarch Mountain was still swaying. It contained the might of an ancient great emperor. Everyone's soul palpitated. Countless people found it difficult to breathe. Their eyes were blazing. The appearance of a great emperor's relic would definitely shake the heavens and earth. Everyone would gather here. This is too exciting. I have never thought that I would be able to witness the emergence of the remains of a great sovereign in my lifetime. This is simply a miracle. I wonder what kind of benefits great sovereign Badian has left behind. My wish isn't that great. I'll be satisfied as long as I can absorb some of the qi left behind by the great sovereign. But aren't you being too greedy? Great sovereign Badian has fallen for so many years. If the qi left behind can be preserved until now, it must be the origin essence of great sovereign Badian. How extravagant is that? What are you thinking about? Judging from the situation, there's at least one more day before the remains of the great sovereign opens. By then there will be more and more people and the competition will be incomparably intense. That's right. Even late immortal venerables will appear. Given our strength, it's best if we don't go in. It'll be best if we can get some benefits, but if we can't force it. The most important thing is to stay alive. That's right. Otherwise it's equivalent to courting death. The true treasures in the remains have nothing to do with us. We have to be clear about our own strength. Everyone sighed. The appearance of the great sovereign's remains had attracted everyone's attention. Countless people were excited, but many of them were still aware of their own limitations. They knew that the appearance of the great sovereign's remains would attract countless experts. Competing with these experts for treasures was no different than courting death. The commotion on the Monarch Mountain was too great. It was impossible for it not to attract people's attention. The powerful light beam kept swaying in the sky. More and more people were attracted to it. Many powerful figures appeared in different corners of the Monarch Mountain. No one wasn't startled. The attraction of the remains of a great sovereign wasn't something that ordinary experts could bear. Jiang Chen's eyes were like torches as he paid close attention to the movements around the Monarch Mountain. He was looking for someone. The Northern and Southern dynasties. Jiang Chen knew that his Sun Divine Feather wasn't able to kill the Northern and Southern dynasties last time. The Northern and Southern dynasties were still alive and well, but he didn't know where they were hiding. The ruin beneath the Monarch Mountain was the next target of the Northern and Southern dynasties. Once this target was accomplished, he would become incomparably terrifying. Even Jiang Chen wouldn't be a match for him. At that time, the entire East Xuanyu would fall into chaos. Nanbei family would rise completely and the doomsday of all the major powers would come. But no matter where the Northern and Southern dynasties were, Jiang Chen was sure that the Northern and Southern dynasties would definitely appear in the Monarch Mountain. He would never let go of the ruins left behind by his previous incarnation. What Jiang Chen needed to do now was to try his best to stop the Northern and Southern dynasties from entering the Monarch Mountain. It would be the best if he could stop the Northern and Southern dynasties from entering the Monarch Mountain. Once the Northern and Southern dynasties entered the ruins, they would be like fish in water. No one would be able to control them. As time passed, more and more experts appeared. Jiang Chen had stimulated his soul power, but he still couldn't find any trace of the Northern and Southern dynasties. With his current perception, he would be able to accurately sense the appearance of the Northern and Southern dynasties. A day passed very quickly. The light beam above the Monarch Mountain trembled more and more violently. Many of them became incomparably excited. Everyone knew that the opening of the ruins beneath the Monarch Mountain was about to begin. The atmosphere had become very tense. Very few people were talking. Their eyes were fixed on the light beam, waiting for the opening of the gate. Thousands of people appeared on the Monarch Mountain. The area within a few thousand miles was filled with people. This was a grand event in the Central Domain. Or perhaps it wasn't just the Central Domain because a lot of experts from the other major domains had also appeared. Mighty Immortal Venerables, Late Immortal Venerables and Peerless Venerables were everywhere. Such experts were almost on the same level as Li Wangye and Xiao Wangqing before he advanced to the half-step sovereign realm. After all, this was the remains of great sovereign Batian. It was normal for peerless venerables to appear. It wouldn't be surprising even if there were half-step sovereigns. Brother Jiang, it seems like the gate of the ruins is about to open. It's unfathomable. You have to be careful when you enter it. Experts from various major powers have appeared, including some peerless venerables. If you meet them inside, try to stay away from them. Treasures are secondary. Staying alive is the most important thing. Feng Huazi reminded Jiang Chen when he saw that the entrance was about to open. Thanks for the reminder, Sect Master. Jiang Chen smiled. There was no need for Feng Huazi to remind him about this. He would certainly pay attention to the people that he should pay attention to. Although he had the Great Void technique and had the ability to protect himself, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to escape from a peerless venerable. In short, the opening of the remains of Great Sovereign Batian was completely different from the last time in Golden Horizon. He had to be extra careful. Honglong. Just at this moment, a huge crack appeared in the sky and a black hole emerged. Everyone could see a huge ice coffin. As soon as the ancient ice coffin appeared, a powerful sovereign aura pervaded the air, causing everyone's soul to tremble violently. It's the Immortal Burying Coffin. The Immortal Burying Coffin has appeared again. Someone exclaimed. The Immortal Burying Coffin emitted an ancient chaotic light that concealed everything inside, making it impossible for anyone to see what was happening inside. Jiang Chen's emotions became incomparably excited in an instant. Only he knew that there was a corpse lying inside the coffin, an existence that looked exactly like Yan Chenyu. This was the second time Jiang Chen saw the Immortal Burying Coffin since the end of the ancient tomb. After the Immortal Burying Coffin appeared, it turned into an ancient ray of light and rushed towards the light pillar at the peak of the Monarch Mountain. Xiao Yu! Jiang Chen shouted. He cast the Great Void technique and chased after the Immortal Burying Coffin like a phantom. However, even though Jiang Chen's speed was very fast, he was still a little too slow. When he was about to touch the Immortal Burying Coffin, the coffin had already entered the light pillar and disappeared completely. Bang! As soon as Jiang Chen's palm touched the light pillar, a great repulsive force came out from the light pillar and sent Jiang Chen flying. Barf. Chapter 1800. Who's that man? He's too reckless. He's merely an immortal emperor. How dare he touch the Immortal Burying Coffin? Isn't he courting death? There must be something wrong with this man's brain, or he's been blinded by greed. That's the Immortal Burying Coffin. Even a mighty immortal venerable wouldn't dare to have the slightest thought of taking it for himself. It seems like this brat who came out of nowhere can't control the Immortal Burying Coffin. He's already very lucky that he's still alive. That's right. That light beam isn't something he can touch. That's something left behind by a great sovereign. He's just a puny immortal emperor. He's just an ant in front of a great sovereign. A wave of chi from a great sovereign is enough to kill him. Young people are still too impulsive. His temperament needs to be tempered. I hope he can be taught a lesson this time. Many of them began to shake their heads. Most of their faces revealed a look of ridicule. In their point of view, what Jiang Chen did was no different from courting death. Given how powerful the Immortal Burying Coffin was, no one would dare to touch it. Furthermore, the light beam on the Monarch Mountain represented the chi of great sovereign Batian. If an ordinary person touched it, they would be lucky if they didn't die. Jiang Chen spurted out another mouthful of blood. He completely ignored the mocking gazes around him. His eyes stared unblinkingly at the direction where the Immortal Burying Coffin disappeared. He could sense that Yan Chenyu was in the coffin just now. It was a pity that the Immortal Burying Coffin had disappeared, not giving Jiang Chen the slightest chance. However, Jiang Chen knew that the Immortal Burying Coffin had entered the remains of the Monarch Mountain in advance, but the remains hadn't opened yet. Because he was worried about Yan Qinyu, Jiang Chen had temporarily ignored the terrifying power of that light beam. Otherwise, with Jiang Chen's calm temperament, he wouldn't have acted rashly. Naturally, he could tell how powerful that light beam was. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had a strong physique, and the impact of the immortal burying coffin had weakened the recoil of the light beam. Therefore, his injuries weren't too serious. At least it was an incomparably easy thing for him to recover. With the wood's spiritual qi in his body, it was as easy as flipping his hand to heal such injuries. Sect Master Brother Jiang seems to be too impulsive. This is not in line with his character. An elder of Feng Luo sect standing beside Feng Huazi couldn't help but ask. That is indeed the case. I believe that Brother Jiang must have his reasons for doing this. Fortunately, his injuries are not very serious. This is already very fortunate. Feng Huazi sighed. He was the closest to Jiang Chen, so he could clearly sense the huge fluctuation in Jiang Chen's emotions the moment the immortal burying coffin appeared. The fluctuation was sudden and definitely not due to Jiang Chen's greed. Hong Long. All of a sudden, the light beam on the Monarch Mountain erupted with a violent rumble. The huge light beam swayed in the sky like a mad dragon, bursting out with unparalleled momentum. Everyone retreat quickly. The remains of the great sovereign are about to open. A peerless venerable shouted. No one dared to be negligent and hastily retreated 100 miles away. Jiang Chen was the closest to the light beam, so he ran the fastest. He had already recovered from his previous state. He knew that the eruption of energy would be more violent when the remains opened, so it was better for him to run to a safe distance. At this moment, Jiang Chen had already begun to use the wood's spiritual qi to recover his body. It had to be said that the recovery ability of the wood's spiritual qi was truly abnormal. Coupled with the recovery ability of the dragon transformation skill and the toughness of Jiang Chen's physique, it only took less than 2 minutes for Jiang Chen to recover more than half of the injuries he received from the light beam. Countless scorching gazes looked up into the sky. The Monarch Mountain, which spanned thousands of miles, began to shake. It was as if there was a huge earthquake under the Monarch Mountain, and the rumbling sound was endless. The mad dragon-like light beam danced in the sky, tearing the void into pieces. Such a scene made people's hearts palpitate as if it was the end of the world. People began to get excited. They all knew that such a huge change in the light beam meant that the real remains were about to open. This moment was really exciting. The remains of a great sovereign couldn't be compared to any treasures in the past. Who didn't desire to shake the world? Who didn't desire to be superior? Who didn't desire to bring glory to their ancestors? Who didn't desire to be famous? All of these required great strength. The opening of each remains was a huge opportunity. No one was willing to give up such an opportunity. Even if it was a mountain of daggers or a sea of flames, some people would still be willing to take the risk. Opportunities and dangers always coexisted. What if they obtained great benefits and became famous overnight? Just this what if was enough to make people crazy. The weak were prey to the strong, survival of the fittest. If you didn't work hard, you would be trampled by others. This was the cruel world. Airwaves rolled and the light beam in the sky suddenly shrank. Countless golden lights began to gather at the top of the highest peak of the Monarch Mountain. Soon, the countless golden lights converged into a huge golden portal. Variegated brilliance floated out of the portal, emitting a fascinating aura. The remains of a great sovereign are open. Our chance has come. It really opened. This is left by great sovereign Batian. There must be peerless treasures inside. It's said that the body of great sovereign Batian and the peerless emperor sword are inside. Damn, if we have the chance to get them, won't we go against the natural order? The crowd became excited. One by one they began to fly towards the huge portal. The portal was hundreds of meters in radius, like a big black hole. It was so big that it didn't feel crowded even when thousands of people rushed into it at once. Ever since the movement of the Monarch Mountain appeared, they had been waiting for this moment. Now that it had finally arrived, who could remain calm? They swarmed into the portal like a swarm of bees. Boosh, boosh, boosh. There were too many people. In just a blink of an eye, thousands of people had entered. The whole scene was like a surging tide. Many people were crazy. At this time, even if there was a powerful expert standing here, he wouldn't be able to stop people's footsteps. Under the huge attraction of the great sovereign's remains, all orders were useless. Feng Huazi came to Jiang Chen and said, Brother Jiang, are you all right? I'm fine. Jiang Chen shook his head. His injuries had completely recovered. Scope. The remains of a great sovereign are open. Let's go in too. Feng Huazi said. All right. Master, you go in first. I'll be right there. Chapter 1801. Previously, Jiang Chen was affected by the Immortal burying coffin, which was why he was so excited. But now he had completely calmed down. He knew that the main purpose of this expedition was the Immortal burying coffin. Even if he entered now, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to find its location. In that case, Jiang Chen's next target was the Northern and Southern dynasties. Anyone who entered the relic wouldn't be able to escape from Jiang Chen's senses. Once the traces of the Northern and Southern dynasties appeared, they wouldn't be able to escape Jiang Chen's senses. Furthermore, Jiang Chen was certain that the Northern and Southern dynasties would appear. Great Sovereign Batian was the predecessor of the Northern and Southern dynasties. This was the only chance for the Northern and Southern dynasties to rise. Given the arrogance of the Northern and Southern dynasties, they wouldn't deliberately conceal their auras. After all, the Northern and Southern dynasties wouldn't expect that Jiang Chen would appear here. As a matter of fact, even if the Northern and Southern dynasties concealed their auras, Jiang Chen would still be able to sense them. After all, the two of them were too familiar with each other. All right, then be careful. Feng Huazi nodded. Then he led the experts of Feng Luo sect into the huge void gate. Although Feng Huazi was the sect master, he wouldn't interfere with Jiang Chen's actions. After all, Jiang Chen wasn't a member of Feng Luo sect. In Feng Huazi's heart, Jiang Chen was in existence on equal footing with him. Countless people flocked to the void gate. The variegated colors seemed to lead to the ancient times, but everyone was incomparably excited. The remains of a great sovereign would only appear once in a long time. Even if they could obtain a tiny bit of benefit, it would be enough for an ordinary person to achieve meteoric success. Jiang Chen felt that the Monarch Mountain must have something to do with the emergence of the Immortal burying coffin. One should know that a figure like Great Sovereign Batian was a man of great foresight. He must have left behind the remains for his reincarnation. There was no way that he would make such a huge commotion to open it. It would be a loss if any of the treasures inside were to be obtained by outsiders. In other words, this huge relic was originally prepared for a person from the Northern and Southern dynasties. When the Northern and Southern dynasties recovered their memories, they would come looking for it. Apart from the Northern and Southern dynasties, no one else could open the gate of the relic. Unfortunately, due to the battle between Great Sovereign Batian and Empress Nine Yin, Empress Nine Yin's belongings were left here. Therefore, Empress Nine Yin was the first to find this place and trigger the opening of the relic. Soon, thousands of people entered the huge gate. Only Jiang Chen was left in the noisy Monarch Mountain. The huge gate began to fade. One should know that there was a time limit to the opening of the relic. Once the time limit was exceeded, the gate would automatically disappear. Jiang Chen knitted his brows. Everyone had entered, but he still couldn't sense the presence of the Northern and Southern dynasties. Impossible. There's no reason for the Northern and Southern dynasties not to appear. They won't miss this opportunity. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He would never believe that the Northern and Southern dynasties would miss this opportunity and let others take away their belongings. Unless he had already killed all of the Northern and Southern dynasties, but that was impossible. Looking at the gate that was about to disappear, Jiang Chen's eyes were still filled with determination. He still firmly believed that the Northern and Southern dynasties would appear. Just as the void gate was about to close, a figure appeared like a ghost. He appeared right next to the void gate. With a sway of his body, he completely disappeared and entered the void gate. Finally, Jiang Chen revealed a faint smile. He quickly performed the Great Soul Derivation skill to lock on the person's aura. Then he performed the Great Void skill and disappeared in the blink of an eye. He had entered the gate. Not long after Jiang Chen entered the spatial gate, the massive gate vanished as if it had never appeared. After experiencing a huge commotion, the Monarch Mountain returned to its tranquil state. That's right. The figure that appeared in the end was none other than the Northern and Southern dynasties. The fact proved that Jiang Chen's deduction was correct. At the same time, it also confirmed the fact that the Northern and Southern dynasties were once Great Emperor Batian. In a space turbulence, the Northern and Southern dynasties seemed to be familiar with this place. They didn't take the path that others took, but directly entered the space turbulence and headed for their target. It showed that the northern and southern dynasties had recovered their memories and knew how to find the most important treasure that belonged to them. The northern and southern dynasties weren't afraid of the space turbulence because they had once left this huge relic behind. Now that they had entered this place, they were naturally familiar with the path. Sensing that someone was chasing after them, the northern and southern dynasties stopped and turned around, only to see Zhou Xian chasing after them. At this moment, Zhou Xian had already transformed into his dragon form and was holding a terrifying dragon sword in his hand. "Zhou Xian, it's you again. Why are you in Fengqi Immortal domain?" At the sight of Zhou Xian, the northern and southern dynasties were infuriated. They would never forget the incident in Golden Horizon. That was the humiliation of their life, and it was all thanks to this bastard in front of them. What puzzled the northern and southern dynasties was that Zhou Xian was originally in ethereal immortal domain, but now he had appeared in this place. The northern and southern dynasties had the urge to cough up blood. This bastard was indeed their nemesis, their mortal enemy. Whenever they were at the most critical moment, he would always appear to stop them. This made the northern and southern dynasties gnash their teeth in hatred towards Zhou Xian, wishing that they could devour Zhou Xian. However, the thoughts of the northern and southern dynasties weren't on Zhou Xian. All their thoughts were on the remains of the great sovereign. As long as they could get the treasure that they deserved, they would undergo an earth-shattering transformation. At that time, killing Zhou Xian would be as easy as crushing an ant. Northern and southern dynasties, as long as I'm here, you won't be able to get the things of your previous life easily. That day in Golden Horizon you chased after me. Today it's my turn. Zhou Xian said with a smile. His soul power was firmly locked on the chi of the northern and southern dynasties, not giving the northern and southern dynasties the slightest chance to escape from his senses. Zhou Xian was very careful when dealing with the northern and southern dynasties. After all, this place was equivalent to the territory of the northern and southern dynasties. There were too many means to escape from his senses. What made Zhou Xian somewhat relieved was the current state of the northern and southern dynasties. The current northern and southern dynasties were still at the late Immortal Emperor realm. Compared to the time in Golden Horizon, there wasn't much progress. Additionally, their chi was in a mess, which showed that the injuries they received from the Sun Divine Feather hadn't fully recovered. Chapter 1802. Haha. Zhou Xian, do you think you can kill me with just this? Aren't you being too naive? If I were you, I would leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I won't have the chance to go out anymore. This is the territory of my northern and southern dynasties. I'm like a fish in water here. You are no match for me at all. The northern and southern dynasties burst into laughter. As arrogant as he was, he still didn't put Zhou Xian in his eyes. Given his late Immortal Emperor cultivation base, he was already strong enough to fight Zhou Xian. Even if he might not be able to defeat Zhou Xian, it was impossible for Zhou Xian to kill him in the remains. Is that so? We'll know after we try. Zhou Qian's murderous intent soared to the sky. The heavenly saint sword turned into a ray of bright light, slashing at the northern and southern dynasties. In the face of this mortal enemy, there was almost nothing that could be said. Fighting was the most practical thing. The two of them had gone through too many battles. Every time they met, it was a life-and-death battle. Naturally, this time wouldn't be an exception. Humph. Zhou Xian, don't go too far. It's still uncertain who will win if we really fight. Your Sun Divine Feather has already been taken away by Shao Wangqing. You have already lost your greatest reliance in front of me. The northern and southern dynasties harumphed coldly and launched a violent punch at Zhou Qian's sword. Although he had been recuperating from his injuries during this period of time, he still knew what was happening outside very well. He knew everything that had happened in ethereal immortal domain. Zhou Xian had already lost the Sun Divine Feather. Therefore, the northern and southern dynasties weren't afraid of Zhou Xian at all. Honglong. The violent combat force had almost overturned the entire spatial turbulence. Violent waves were everywhere. Even the deep layers of the void were broken. This was a spatial zone created by the great sovereigns. Otherwise, such a battle would have torn the entire spatial zone apart. Thud thud thud. The leader of the northern and southern dynasties took 3 large steps back, his face turning a little unsightly. After all, he hadn't fully recovered from his injuries. Plus, Zhou Qian's cultivation base had advanced to the peak of early Immortal Emperor realm and he had used his most powerful attack, It was only normal that the northern and southern dynasties weren't a match for him. Zhangchen, I won't bother with you now, but I can guarantee that you will definitely die in these ruins. This is not a place you should have come to. The tone of the leader of the northern and southern dynasties was still incomparably arrogant. His desire to kill Zhangchen had surpassed everything, but he didn't want to tangle with Zhangchen at all. First of all, even if he continued to tangle with Zhangchen in his current state, he was afraid that he would only suffer a loss. Plus, all his thoughts were focused on the benefits in the center of the remains. He himself had only come here because he had received the summon of the remains. After entering the spatial zone of the remains, the summon became even more obvious. To the northern and southern dynasties, as long as they found what belonged to them, all the obstacles that stood in their way would be eliminated. Zhangchen would be the first to die. As soon as he finished speaking, the figures of the northern and southern dynasties flashed into the depths of the spatial turbulence, determined not to tangle with Zhangchen for the time being. Humph. You want to leave? Zhangchen harumphed coldly. The heavenly saint sword that had been accumulating power slashed out once again. With the Great Soul Derivation Technique and Great Void Technique, it would be rather difficult for the leader of the northern and southern dynasties to escape from his pursuit. The terrifying sword chi interweaved into a large net, completely blocking the path of the northern and southern dynasties. In desperation, the northern and southern dynasties could only fight back with all their might. The spatial turbulence was beaten into a chaotic mess, but the space was still incomparably firm and showed no signs of being destroyed. Damn it! The leader of the northern and southern dynasties cursed and was furious, but he still chose not to tangle with Zhangchen and continued to escape. He was extremely sullen now. The person that he once regarded as an ant, a small figure that he didn't take seriously at all, had chased him twice in a row. Last time Zhangchen used the Sun Divine Feather to destroy his body. Now that the ruins of his previous life had appeared, he was actually chased by Zhangchen for the second time. In the eyes of the northern and southern dynasties, this was simply the greatest shame of his life. But now, other than constantly escaping, the northern and southern dynasties really had no other choice. If they stayed and fought with Zhangchen, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage and would also waste their time. But looking at the current situation, it seemed that it would not be easy to get rid of Zhangchen completely. Haha, northern and southern dynasties, today I will let you know what it feels like to be a stray dog. Zhangchen laughed loudly, and the sword in his hand constantly emitted terrifying sword light, killing the northern and southern dynasties and making them flee. Not to mention whether he could kill the northern and southern dynasties, this kind of pursuit made Zhangchen feel extremely satisfied. Frustrating the spirit of the northern and southern dynasties was what Zhangchen wanted to see the most. This arrogant guy must be trampled under his feet. Zhangchen, sooner or later the northern and southern dynasties will trample you under our feet and make you eat shit. The northern and southern dynasties were infuriated. While escaping, they roared loudly. The northern and southern dynasties had been wise all their lives, but now they were being chased like this. It was simply too shameful. The northern and southern dynasties couldn't help but hate Zhangchen. Putting aside the previous grudges, if it wasn't for Zhangchen, no one would be able to find him in the opening of the Monarch Mountain. Relying on their familiarity with the interior of the relic, the northern and southern dynasties could easily find what they needed. They were absolutely ahead of everyone else. Even those peerless venerables couldn't compare to 1% of the northern and southern dynasties' familiarity with the relic. Really? Let's see who eats shit. Zhangchen's combat strength was unparalleled. Once again he cast the Great Void Technique and his speed almost doubled. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with the fleeing northern and southern dynasties. His murderous intent surged. This time he directly put away the Heavenly Saint Sword. Brr. The battle dragon's wild roar reverberated outwards and endless waves of chi completely tore the spatial turbulence apart. The chaotic space was filled with ice-cold murderous intent. All the murderous intent seemed to have taken on a physical form, transforming into sharp swords that could destroy everything in their path. The Slaughter Dragon Seal was Zhangchen's most powerful move. It was also the move with the greatest lethality. It had integrated the heavenly might of the 9 tribulations of slaughter. The murderous intent that penetrated deep into the bones was enough to make people's souls tremble. Zhanlong's eyes were ruthless. He locked onto the northern and southern dynasties and madly rushed over. Bastard. Nanbei Chao's facial expression changed dramatically. He hadn't thought that Jiang Qin would grow to such an extent. Back when he first met Jiang Qin in Golden Horizon, Jiang Qin was still a vulnerable existence in front of him. He had chased after Jiang Qin until he had nowhere to go. It had only been a short period of time and Jiang Qin's combat strength had already surpassed him. Moreover, Jiang Qin wasn't using the Sun Divine Feather. To the proud Nanbei Chao, this was a huge blow to his heart, hurting his self-esteem. Chapter 1803. The Slaughter Dragon flew over and arrived above the northern and southern dynasties in the blink of an eye. The northern and southern dynasties were not to be outdone. His whole body was covered with the Emperor's qi. He suddenly struck out the hand of heaven and grabbed at Jiang Qin's battle dragon. Rumble. These were two terrifying and destructive attacks. Any one of them was enough to destroy everything. At this moment when they collided, the power caused by the collision was even more unimaginable. The battle in the spatial turbulence had spread to the outside. Perhaps ordinary people could not sense it, but those peerless venerables had begun to notice it. Someone seems to be fighting. Some people knitted their brows and their eyes were filled with surprise. It was normal for fierce battles to occur in the remains of the great emperor, but if someone were to fight in the depths of the spacetime turbulence, then the nature of the battle would be completely different. It should be known that this was a different space, and the spacetime turbulence in a different space was different from the spacetime turbulence in the Great Thousand World. Once one entered it, it was very likely that one would never be able to come out. There were no laws of the Great Thousand World here, so the laws here were left behind by Great Emperor Badian. In here, Great Emperor Badian was the absolute ruler. Even the most powerful peerless venerables wouldn't dare to enter the spacetime turbulence. In the worst-case scenario, if the remains of the Great Emperor were to explode, the people in the space might be able to accurately find the exit and escape, but those who entered the spacetime turbulence were doomed to a tragedy. Even a peerless venerable would die inside. It must be an unlucky guy who was sucked into the spatial turbulence. What a pity. A peerless venerable sneered. Entering the spatial turbulence could only be due to bad luck. Otherwise, as long as one was not sick in the head, he would never enter the spatial turbulence because it was no different from courting death. Wah. In the space turbulence, the northern and southern dynasties, who had collided with the Slaughter Dragon seal for the first time, could not resist it in the end. The hand of heaven was torn apart. Suffering from the powerful recoil of the Slaughter Dragon seal, the northern and southern dynasties spat out a mouthful of blood, and their faces became extremely pale. In fact, the northern and southern dynasties weren't that bad. After all, he was 2 levels higher than Jiang Qin. With his talent, it was normal for him to be on par with Jiang Qin at this level. However, the northern and southern dynasties hadn't fully recovered from the sun god's feather, and their minds were focused on the great emperor's ruins. They didn't have any fighting spirit, so they weren't a match for Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin, you have completely infuriated me. The northern and southern dynasties roared. His golden hair stood on end, and his body erupted with unprecedented anger. He, the unparalleled hero of the northern and southern dynasties, had never suffered such humiliation. So what if I have infuriated you? You are not a match for me in your current state. I will take advantage of your weakness to take your life. Jiang Qin showed a look of, I'm going to bully you. The Slaughter Dragon seal was condensed once more. The energy in his body was like a boundless ocean, endless and inexhaustible. Even a powerful combat skill like the Slaughter Dragon seal could be used without limit. Haha. Whoosh whoosh. The northern and southern dynasties displayed the eternal celestial wind, and the celestial armor that hadn't fully recovered appeared on the surface of their bodies. The Emperor technique was also displayed. Above his head, a powerful figure of the Emperor appeared, with an overwhelming power, and swept towards Jiang Qin's Slaughter Dragon seal. However, the eternal celestial wind of the northern and southern dynasties didn't use it to fight against Jiang Qin. Instead, it turned into a snake-like wind wave and went deep into the space. Rumble. The terrifying shockwaves of the battle spread out in all directions and the entire space was on the verge of exploding. The northern and southern dynasties were sent flying again. The celestial armor turned dim and they sprayed out arrows of blood from their mouths. Their condition grew worse and worse. However, there was no sign of frustration on their faces. Instead, there was a hint of excitement on their faces. Jiang Qin knitted his eyebrows. The situation of the northern and southern dynasties was not normal. Under normal circumstances, the northern and southern dynasties would have gone mad and run away again. Just as Zhou Xian was feeling puzzled, the eternal celestial wind that had gone deep into the space appeared again. It turned into snakes and returned to the bodies of the northern and southern dynasties. Zhou Qian's eyes were very sharp. Naturally, he could tell that the eternal celestial wind was very different from before. Above every eternal celestial wind, there was a trace of golden essence energy. The essence energy seemed to be the noblest existence in the world. It was so high up that one couldn't help but want to worship it. The essence energy of a great emperor. Zhou Xian almost cried out in surprise. He could tell that the essence energy that the northern and southern dynasties had absorbed was the essence energy of a great emperor. Back then, Great Emperor Batian had fallen here. Even after the death of a powerful great emperor, his essence energy would not disappear. A large amount of the essence energy of a great emperor would turn into an invisible existence and scatter in different places of the historical remains. However, the essence energy was too noble and it was hidden very well. Ordinary people couldn't find it at all. Only those who were lucky enough to obtain some of the essence energy of a great emperor. Even for Zhou Xian, it was extremely difficult for him to obtain some essence energy of a great emperor. If he didn't have enough luck, it would be almost impossible. The essence energy of a great emperor was the origin of a powerful great sovereign. It was a supreme treasure. To put it bluntly, the existence of the essence energy of a great sovereign was an important part of the treasure. If there were thousands of people who had entered this place this time, it would be considered as a stroke of luck if they could obtain some of the essence energy of a great sovereign. Obtaining the essence energy of a great sovereign didn't mean that one would be able to obtain the inheritance of a great sovereign. However, every trace of the essence energy of a great sovereign could be used to strengthen the foundation of a cultivator, causing a tremendous change in one's physique. If a powerful immortal venerable obtained the essence energy of a great sovereign, his cultivation base would advance by leaps and bounds. It wouldn't be a problem for him to advance to the next level. However, the scariest thing would be if the essence energy of a great sovereign fell into the hands of the northern and southern dynasties. It wouldn't be easy for an ordinary cultivator to refine the essence energy of a great sovereign, but it was different for the northern and southern dynasties. Zhou Xian was the reincarnation of great sovereign Batian. When he absorbed the essence energy of a great sovereign, it was as though he was absorbing something that originally belonged to him. There wouldn't be the slightest bit of backlash. All of a sudden, Zhou Qian's face turned grim. He finally understood that the eternal immortal wind was left behind by great sovereign Batian. That was why the northern and southern dynasties could rely on the eternal immortal wind to find the hidden essence energy of a great sovereign and absorb it into their bodies. This was just too terrifying. In other words, the northern and southern dynasties could obtain the essence of a great sovereign no matter where they were in this spatial zone. Given his familiarity with this spatial zone, it wouldn't be difficult for him to find the hidden things. Chapter 1804. Just like now, the northern and southern dynasties were able to use the eternal immortal wind to absorb the chi essence of the great sovereign while resisting the slaughter dragon seal. The instant the chi essence of the great sovereign entered the bodies of the northern and southern dynasties, it fused with the internal organs of the northern and southern dynasties and was completely absorbed by them. In just the blink of an eye, all the injuries suffered by the northern and southern dynasties were fully healed. The immortal armor on their bodies was intact. Their cultivation base had also reached the peak of late immortal emperor realm, only a step away from the half-step immortal venerable realm. Haha. Zhou Xian, what can you do to me? The northern and southern dynasties laughed wildly. The violent eternal immortal wind rushed out of them once more, turning into spiritual snakes that penetrated deep into the spatial zone. Damn it! Zhou Xian couldn't help but curse. He didn't expect this to happen, but Zhou Xian had already seen it clearly. As long as the northern and southern dynasties were in the depths of this relic, they would be invincible. He had countless means to improve his cultivation base and combat strength in a short period of time. If this continued, he was afraid that the northern and southern dynasties would soon advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm. At that time it wouldn't be him chasing after the northern and southern dynasties, but the northern and southern dynasties. Zhou Xian knew that he had lost the upper hand. It was no longer possible for him to kill the northern and southern dynasties. However, Zhou Xian would never give up so easily. The violent slaughter dragon seal was struck out by Jiang Chen once more. At the same time, Jiang Chen transformed into a true blood-red dragon, fusing with the slaughter dragon. At this moment Jiang Chen had become a mighty king of slaughter, capable of slaughtering all living beings in the heavens and earth. It's useless, Jiang Chen. You can't kill me now. I'm going to advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm very soon. When that time comes it will be your death. The golden hair of the northern and southern dynasties fluttered wildly in the wind, boundlessly arrogant, without the slightest hint of fear. The hand of heaven was executed once again, and its might was much stronger than before. Although it was still a little weaker than Jiang Chen's powerful killer move, the northern and southern dynasties didn't care at all. Even if they had to risk being injured by Jiang Chen again, they didn't care. This was because the new great sovereign Qi essence would appear soon, pushing his cultivation base to the half-step immortal venerable realm. At that time Jiang Chen would be killed like an ant in his hands. Rumble. The violent energy wreaked havoc once more. The outcome was just as the northern and southern dynasties had expected. The northern and southern dynasties were sent flying by Jiang Chen once more. Although they suffered some injuries, they were still far from death. As soon as Jiang Chen's attack ended, the eternal immortal wind brought out some great sovereign Qi essence and fused it into the bodies of the northern and southern dynasties. They were instantly absorbed by the northern and southern dynasties. There was no need to refine it because it originally belonged to the northern and southern dynasties. Pong. Violent waves of Qi rushed out from the bodies of the northern and southern dynasties, forming a golden storm. Currently, the northern and southern dynasties were the center of the storm. Their Qi continued to rise, advancing to the half-step immortal venerable realm. Jiang Chen, you asked for this. Wait until I advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm. I will kill you first. The northern and southern dynasties had turned into an emperor looking down at the world. This bastard is unstoppable. If I don't leave now, I will be killed by him. Jiang Chen frowned, feeling very unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. He had already lost the best opportunity to eliminate the northern and southern dynasties. It would have been better if he could stop the northern and southern dynasties from entering the remains, but it was a pity that the people of the northern and southern dynasties were too shrewd. They had waited until the last moment to rush in, not giving him any chance to stop them. Just as Jiang Chen was about to give up and leave, his eyes suddenly lit up. Eternal immortal wind. Jiang Chen's body quivered. Rays of divine light flickered in his eyes. This bastard is using the eternal immortal wind to find the hidden Qi essence of the great sovereign. I too know the eternal immortal wind. The essence of the eternal immortal wind is the same as that of the northern and southern dynasties. Although it won't be as easy as the northern and southern dynasties, I have the great divination art. I can use the eternal immortal wind to calculate the location of the Qi essence. My current cultivation base has already reached the peak of early immortal emperor realm, and I'm only a step away from advancing to the intermediate immortal emperor realm. If I can absorb some of the Qi essence, it will be a piece of cake for me to advance to the intermediate immortal emperor realm. Naturally, Jiang Chen wouldn't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It seemed like the battle with the northern and southern dynasties had brought him some benefits. At least, the northern and southern dynasties had taught him how to absorb the Qi essence of the great sovereigns. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately cast out the eternal immortal wind from his body. The violent wind waves imitated the style of the northern and southern dynasties, going deep into the spatial zone. Upon seeing this, the complacent faces of the northern and southern dynasties froze. Only now did they realize that Jiang Chen could also cast out the eternal immortal wind. Jiang Chen, you have stolen my eternal immortal wind. Do you think you can extract the hidden Qi essence of the great sovereign just like that? The northern and southern dynasties bellowed. Of course. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curved into a cold smile. With a jolt of his body, the eternal immortal wind that had gone deep into the spatial zone flew out again, bringing with it traces of golden great sovereign Qi essence, and rushed into Jiang Chen's body. The faces of the northern and southern dynasties changed once more. They had never thought that Jiang Chen would be able to find the location of the great sovereign Qi essence so easily and successfully extract it. This made them incomparably angry. In their point of view, the Qi essence belonged to them and was their personal treasure. Jiang Chen was robbing them of their Qi essence. Jiang Chen, so what if you have obtained the Qi essence of the great sovereign? Can you absorb it directly like I can? Humph. I'm the reincarnation of Great Sovereign Batian. The Qi essence is completely compatible with my body. If you want to refine and absorb it, you will need a lot of time. Do you think I will give you the time? I'm going to advance to the half-step Immortal Venerable realm soon. That will be the time for you to die. The northern and southern dynasties gritted their teeth and spoke. They had already made up their minds. The moment they advanced to the half-step Immortal Venerable realm would be the time to kill Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was their mortal enemy and a great trouble that must be eliminated as soon as possible. Today was a great opportunity for them to do so. That's not necessarily true. Jiang Chen's qi was like a rainbow. As soon as the great sovereign qi essence entered his body, it was immediately devoured by the dragon transformation skill. If it was someone else, it would naturally be the same as what the northern and southern dynasties said. It would be incomparably difficult to refine the qi essence completely. However, Jiang Chen was different. The dragon transformation skill could refine all kinds of energy in the heavens and earth, including the qi essence of the great sovereign. As soon as it entered his body, it would be completely refined by the dragon transformation skill. Wing. His qi instantly became agitated. New dragon marks were condensed one after another. Jiang Chen was exhilarated. The qi essence of the great sovereign was truly incredible. It was truly a peerless treasure. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The northern and southern dynasties was utterly shocked when they saw the state of Jiang Chen. Blood was about to seep out of their eyes. This was completely beyond their imagination. How could Jiang Chen refine and absorb the qi essence of the great sovereign that belonged to them? Chapter 1805. The northern and southern dynasties couldn't help but be shocked. No one would be able to remain calm in such a situation. Jiang Chen's actions had gone beyond common sense and the rules. What were the rules? What was in line with the boundless universe ethics was the rules. The great emperor's essence was naturally a good thing, but it had a master and had its own attribute. In the world, only the northern and southern dynasties had this attribute. Therefore, apart from the northern and southern dynasties, no one else could directly absorb the great emperor's essence. Ordinary people would definitely try their best to refine and absorb the great emperor's essence and fuse it into their own attribute. This was in line with the rules. Jiang Chen's performance had far exceeded the rules. However, the existence of the dragon transformation skill itself was a kind of heaven-defying rules, or it could be said that it had already exceeded the rules. It was something that was truly superior. Therefore, Jiang Chen's possession of the dragon transformation skill was equivalent to possessing a set of rules that belonged to him. An omnipotent rule. The dragon transformation skill could refine all the energy in the world, including the great emperor's essence in front of him. Therefore, in terms of absorbing the great emperor's essence, Jiang Chen was essentially no different from the northern and southern dynasties. He could directly absorb the great emperor's essence without any hindrance. In the northern and southern dynasties, there is nothing that is impossible in this world. It's just like how you think that you will always be superior and that you are the emperor standing at the top of the pyramid. But when you meet me, everything will be changed. Your nobility is worthless in front of me. Jiang Chen wouldn't let go of any opportunity to ridicule the northern and southern dynasties. This was a blow to the invincible faith of the northern and southern dynasties. As fated enemies, strong faith was the strength that supported each other to fight. Once the faith was defeated, the other party would also be weaker. However, the faith of the northern and southern dynasties wouldn't be defeated so easily. This was a powerful opponent. If they were defeated so easily, they wouldn't be qualified to be Jiang Chen's enemy. What a joke. Jiang Chen, I admit that you're a rare genius in the heavens and earth, but my strength isn't something that you can suppress. The advantages that I have in this ancient ruin are beyond your imagination. Jiang Chen said with a smile. After a short period of shock, the northern and southern dynasties completely recovered their momentum. Jiang Chen shook his head secretly. This was indeed an extremely difficult opponent to deal with. His mentality was almost comparable to Jiang Chen's. Nothing could shake the emperor's heart. Of course, Jiang Chen didn't plan to cause any damage to the northern and southern dynasties. Both of them chose to stop talking because they knew that it was useless to say anything. It wouldn't cause any harm to the other party. What they needed to do now was to race against time to improve their cultivation base before the other party. Their combat strength was on par with each other. If one of them advanced, it would be a huge blow to the other party. Wing. Violent waves of qi kept rushing out of their bodies like tidal waves. While the northern and southern dynasties were striving to break through to the half-step immortal venerable realm, Zhou Xian was also trying his best to advance to the intermediate immortal emperor realm. The number of dragon marks in Zhou Xian's body was still rising. Very quickly it reached 1.35 million, which was the number needed to advance to the intermediate immortal emperor realm. Honglong. Along with violent dragon roars and storm-like waves of qi, Zhou Xian was the first to advance to the intermediate immortal emperor realm. Just as Zhou Xian advanced to the intermediate immortal emperor realm, the northern and southern dynasties also successfully advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm. Zhou Xian, go to hell. Without saying a word, Nan Beiqiao unleashed the powerful hand of heaven. His eye of falsehood seemed to be able to see through Zhou Qian's essence. The terrifying hand of heaven seemed to be able to control everything. It was a huge palm that looked like a heavenly barrier. Any wave of qi it emitted was enough to destroy a huge mountain. In the face of the powerful attacks of the northern and southern dynasties, Zhou Xian wasn't willing to be outdone. He struck out the slaughter dragon seal. The battle dragon roared, its eyes glinted with merciless light, and collided with the hand of heaven once more. After all, both of them had advanced a level in their cultivation base. The spatial turbulence was completely destroyed. Cracks began to appear on the indestructible spatial barrier. Such a powerful movement had once again attracted the attention of those peerless venerables outside. Many experts had sensed the anomaly, but no one dared to enter the spatial turbulence to find out what was going on. After all, it was too risky to do so. In their minds, it was normal for any kind of incredible movement to happen in the remains of an ancient great sovereign. In the spatial battlefield, a strong collision had pushed the northern and southern dynasties and Zhou Xian hundreds of meters back, but judging from the momentum they were equally matched. Humph. Zhou Xian, I'll spare your life for now. Next time I promise you that you won't walk out of this place alive. The northern and southern dynasties left a threatening remark, then vanished with a sway. This time, Zhou Xian didn't choose to chase after them because he knew that it would be useless even if he did. Given his current strength, it was impossible for him to kill the northern and southern dynasties. He had to admit that the northern and southern dynasties were growing too fast in the remains, so fast that he was caught unprepared. Zhou Xian had to keep the threatening remark left by the northern and southern dynasties in mind. He knew that the northern and southern dynasties weren't boasting. No one knew where the northern and southern dynasties had gone. In this place, the northern and southern dynasties had an advantage over everyone else. They could find the most beneficial help for themselves. It seems like I have to find the central area of the remains as soon as possible to stop the northern and southern dynasties from obtaining the treasures. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I won't be able to stop the rise of the northern and southern dynasties. Zhou Qian's expression was grim, but he knew that it wouldn't be an easy task to find the central area of the remains. Apart from the difficulty, it would also be filled with danger. Normally, such a place would be set up with layers of restrictions by Great Sovereign Batian. Except for the northern and southern dynasties, it would be extremely difficult for outsiders to enter. What Zhou Xian needed to do now was to start with the essence of the Great Sovereign. The northern and southern dynasties would certainly plunder the essence of the Great Sovereign in this place. Even if the essence couldn't be used up, it could be stored and refined by the people around him in the future. Given Zhou Qian's current situation, just the essence of the Great Sovereign was enough to push his cultivation base to the peak of intermediate immortal emperor realm. At that time his combat strength would increase once again. Improving his combat strength and cultivation base was the most urgent thing that Zhou Xian had to do now. The northern and southern dynasties were constantly improving. He could only catch up with them to shorten the gap between them. Chapter 1806. Inside the spatial turbulence, Zhou Xian didn't come out. He was like a dragon, constantly appearing in different places. Every time he arrived, he would use the eternal immortal wind to absorb some of the Great Sovereign's essence. Zhou Xian was very clear that the northern and southern dynasties were also constantly plundering the Great Sovereign's essence. Given the speed of the northern and southern dynasties, it wouldn't take them more than half a day to collect all the remaining Great Sovereign's essence. Moreover, he had the strength to do so. Zhou Xian naturally wouldn't let the northern and southern dynasties have their way. He didn't care about what kind of treasures were hidden in this ruin. What he needed to do now was to stop the northern and southern dynasties and plunder the resources of the northern and southern dynasties. It had to be said that the space inside the great sovereign's remains was really big. There were many places where the great sovereign's essence didn't exist. The great sovereign's essence was very scattered. Moreover, the speed of the northern and southern dynasties was too fast. Moreover, the northern and southern dynasties were the reincarnations of great sovereign Batian. He knew better than anyone else where the rich great sovereign's essence would appear. Fortunately, Zhou Xian had the great divination art. He could calculate the location of the great sovereign's essence. Humph! This guy is really fast. The great sovereign's essence in this space has been completely absorbed by the northern and southern dynasties. It seems that I have to go in a different direction, otherwise I won't get anything. Zhou Xian was incomparably depressed. He had always been domineering and domineering. Only the northern and southern dynasties could make him suffer. Zhou Xian's body flickered and went in a different direction. The intention of the northern and southern dynasties was very clear. They wanted to absorb all the great sovereign's essence first. Zhou Xian must seize every second to plunder it. Under the guidance of the great divination art, Zhou Xian quickly found a spatial zone where the chi essence of a great sovereign was denser. The eternal immortal wind was unleashed like a tornado, sucking in all the chi essence of a great sovereign. Then he circulated the dragon transformation art and immediately absorbed all the chi essence. Zhou Xian was going to spare no effort to refine the chi essence of these great sovereigns to improve his cultivation base. Nothing was more important than improving his strength, especially when there was a great sovereign of the northern and southern dynasties in this spatial zone. According to Zhou Xian's estimation, he would be able to advance to the peak of intermediate immortal emperor realm by using the chi essence of the great sovereigns. As for the remaining chi essence of the great sovereigns, he would keep it for his friends after he got out of this spatial zone. Putting everything else aside, the overall strength of the Great Qian Empire would improve if they could bring these martial monarch chi back to the Great Qian Empire. Very quickly, the number of dragon marks in Zhou Xian's body increased by another 10,000. This kind of improvement couldn't be compared to absorbing other kinds of energy. The chi essence of the great sovereigns was too pure. Even Zhou Xian's foundation had been stabilized. It wouldn't affect his foundation at all. In other words, Zhou Xian could absorb the chi essence of the great sovereigns to his limit, but he was only an immortal emperor after all. How much could he absorb at once? As the chi essence of the great sovereigns continued to be collected, Zhou Xian began to rejoice that he had the great divination art. Without the great divination art, even if he had the eternal immortal wind, it would be almost impossible for him to obtain a large number of great sovereigns' remains. After all, the chi essence of the great sovereigns wasn't only scattered, it was also hidden very deeply. It was very difficult for ordinary people to discover it. Those who could discover it and obtain it would be considered a stroke of luck. Without the great divination art, even if Zhou Xian had other means, it would be useless, because he was destined to be half a beat slower than the northern and southern dynasties. This half a beat was enough for him to eat the farts of the northern and southern dynasties. On the other side, while the northern and southern dynasties were collecting the chi essence of the great sovereigns, they could sense that the chi essence of the great sovereigns was decreasing rapidly. They knew very well that Zhou Xian was competing with them for it. Damn it! These are all my things. How dare you eat them? I will make you spit them out sooner or later. The northern and southern dynasties were infuriated. Zhou Xian was the person they wanted to kill the most. As the number one genius of Nanbei family and the reincarnation of great sovereign Batian, they had always been successful in every endeavor. However, they had been constantly losing face in front of Zhou Xian, which had seriously hurt their lofty self-esteem. Eternal immortal wind. The northern and southern dynasties sped up their pace. They and Zhou Xian were almost engaged in a final match, neither of them giving way to the other. One was defending his treasures, while the other was forcefully plundering, not giving the other a chance to grow quickly. Among the thousands of people who had entered the spatial remains, many were still in a daze. They didn't know that two people had already begun to plunder the treasures. The spatial remains left behind by great sovereign Batian were too vast, spanning hundreds of thousands of miles. Furthermore, there were layers upon layers of space with void cracks and turbulence everywhere. No one knew where the ancient roads extended to. It was full of danger. Hurricanes and waves would often appear in the void. Many of these hurricanes contained powerful formations. Once an ordinary person fell into them, they would immediately lose their way and would eventually be torn apart by the hurricanes. However, this wasn't the most terrifying thing. It was said that Great Sovereign Batian had raised a large number of puppets, which were distributed in different places in this spatial remains. These puppets were full of evil and had incomparably powerful means. Coupled with the environment here, they could appear and disappear unpredictably. Not long after the relic opened, many people had already died in the hands of these puppets. Other than that, there were even more terrifying living beings. There were all kinds of strange gods that were bloodthirsty. This was something that almost every ancient ruin must have. After all, this was the ruin of a great sovereign. There was an abundance of spiritual qi, resentment from the roars of death, the essence of a great sovereign, and the qi of death left behind from battles. Under the influence of these airflows, many evil creatures were born. They relied on the superior environment here to survive and grow very fast. Some of them even lived in groups and couldn't be killed completely. If someone fell into the encirclement of these groups, the consequences could almost be imagined. In a small illusory space, the surroundings were rippling with variegated colors. 7 or 8 powerful cultivators were walking together. Their faces were full of excitement and they were walking very cautiously. Each of them spread out their divine sense like a tide, hoping to find some benefits. Suddenly, someone grabbed the void and caught a golden qi of Great Sovereign. When he sensed the qi of Great Sovereign exuding from the qi of Great Sovereign, he immediately went crazy with joy. Qi of Great Sovereign, it's the qi of Great Sovereign. This is the qi of Great Sovereign Batian. I'm really lucky to have obtained a trace of Great Sovereign qi. The cultivator burst into laughter, completely unable to conceal the excitement and joy in his heart. Chapter 1807. There was no reason for this cultivator to not be excited. The qi essence of a great sovereign was a supreme existence to them. Let alone obtaining it, they wouldn't even dare to dream about it. Now that he was holding the qi essence in his hand, his heart was filled with excitement. Although it was only a trace of qi essence, it wouldn't be a problem for him to advance to the late Immortal Emperor realm if he could refine it completely. Although it was only a trace of qi essence, it wouldn't be a problem for him to advance to the late Immortal Emperor realm. However, the real benefit wasn't just the advancement of his cultivation base, but the transformation of his physique. This was the scariest part. Given the talent of this cultivator, he wouldn't have the chance to reach the Immortal Venerable realm even if he cultivated for his entire life. But with the help of the qi essence, he would have the potential and opportunity to break through to the Immortal Venerable realm. To the countless cultivators who had entered this place, any trace of qi essence of a great sovereign was a supreme treasure. It was their fortune and great luck. Seeing the essence of the great sovereign, the others immediately felt envious. Some of them even felt greedy. However, this kind of greed only existed for a moment before disappearing. After all, before they came here, they had already made mental preparations. Survival was their top priority. That was why they joined forces. Before they joined forces, they made it very clear that the treasure belonged to whoever obtained it. They were not allowed to snatch it from each other. They could only join forces to snatch it from others. It's really the qi essence of a great sovereign. Damn it. Isn't this bastard's luck a little too good? He can even get a peerless treasure like the qi essence of a great sovereign. AI. Why don't I have such luck? Yeah, he's really lucky. If he refines the qi essence of a great sovereign, his cultivation base will immediately advance to the late Immortal Emperor realm. His physique will also undergo a tremendous change. How enviable. Let's not be envious. This place is left behind by Great Sovereign Batian. There might even be something left behind by Empress Ninine in it. The qi essence of a great sovereign will certainly be abundant. As long as we're lucky enough, we might be able to get it. They were envious, but the appearance of the qi essence of a great sovereign had aroused their excitement, making them feel that it was worthwhile to come here. Unfortunately, was their luck really that good? They were afraid that it wasn't the case. Hoo-hoo. Just as the cultivator was about to put away the great emperor's essence, an invisible wave of air suddenly rushed out of the void and swept away the great emperor's essence in the cultivator's hand. Who? The cultivator was instantly enraged. A battle sword appeared in his hand and he slashed at the void. This was too hateful. It wasn't easy for him to obtain this treasure. He didn't even have time to put it away before it was snatched away by someone else. This was something that the cultivator couldn't accept. From obtaining to losing, it was simply way too fast. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't be able to take it. Clang. A powerful hand reached out from the void and tossed the sword in the cultivator's hand to the side. Soon after, a man wearing a golden robe walked out. He was incomparably mighty and his eyes were as cold as a viper's. The 7 or 8 cultivators were immediately frightened out of their wits, knowing that they had offended someone tough. A bunch of trash like you dares to dream of obtaining this emperor's item? That's simply an insult to this emperor. You guys shouldn't have entered this ruin at all. Coming in here is an act of disrespect towards this emperor. Since you're here, all of you can go and die. After the man finished speaking, he waved his hand and sent out a wave of qi, which immediately engulfed 7 or 8 people. The wave of qi turned into a hurricane, which was like a cold blade that could tear everything apart. Blood-curdling screams filled the air and 7 or 8 people died tragically in an instant. They were originally very lucky and they originally had endless fantasies about these ruins, but in the next moment they lost their lives. It could be said to be incomparably tragic. None of them would have thought that they would suddenly meet such a tragic end. After all, they didn't offend anyone after coming in. They didn't even know how they died. If the other party wanted to snatch the great sovereign's qi, they didn't resist. If they wanted to take it, they could just take it. Why did they have to kill all of them? Unfortunately, they wouldn't be able to figure out the reason even if they reached the Yellow Springs. The ones who killed them were none other than the Northern and Southern dynasties. Therefore, not only were they unlucky, but they were also extremely unlucky. How arrogant were the Northern and Southern dynasties! In their hearts, there was only themselves. They were high and mighty, looking down on all living beings. Other than themselves, they wouldn't put anyone else in their eyes. In their point of view, these lowly trash who dared to touch the great sovereign's qi was an insult to themselves. They deserved to die. Apart from that, the Northern and Southern dynasties had accumulated boundless anger in their hearts because of Jiang Chen's matter. This anger had been accumulated since the incident in Golden Horizon. They needed to vent it out very badly. These pitiful people had become the target for the Northern and Southern dynasties to vent their anger because of a wisp of great sovereign's qi. It could be said that they were really unlucky. Humph. From now on, no one will be able to stop my rise. Those who stand in my way will die. The Northern and Southern dynasties harumphed coldly. With a sway, they vanished once more. This was a ruthless and peerless god of slaughter. Among the thousands of people who had entered this place, some of them were destined to be the unlucky ones. The Northern and Southern dynasties would regard everyone as disrespectful to their remains. Given their current situation, they were afraid that they would kill anyone they saw. The tragic death of these cultivators was just the beginning. On the other side, Jiang Chen was still absorbing the great sovereign's qi essence. The number of dragon marks in his body continued to rise. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 40,000. In just a few hours, Jiang Chen had condensed 40,000 new dragon marks. The number of dragon marks in his body had reached a terrifying 1,390,000. He was only a step away from the late Immortal Emperor realm. When the number of dragon marks in his body reached 1,400,000, Jiang Chen would advance to the late Immortal Emperor realm. Currently, Jiang Chen's cultivation base had reached the peak of intermediate Immortal Emperor realm. Jiang Chen's current combat strength was many times stronger than when he had just advanced to the intermediate Immortal Emperor realm. Given his current combat strength, he wouldn't be afraid even if he fought an ordinary intermediate Immortal Venerable expert. This was the terror of the dragon transformation skill. Under the dragon form, he was invincible. I've almost reached the limit. The great sovereign's qi essence in my body has reached a saturation level. I'll store the remaining great sovereign's qi essence and give it to the others later. There isn't much great sovereign's qi essence left in this place and it's too scattered. I'll collect some more before stopping and see if there are any other benefits. Chapter 1808. After another 2 hours, Jiang Chen decided to stop after collecting some great emperor's essence. At this point, it was no longer suitable for him to continue searching for the great emperor's essence because the remaining great emperor's essence had been divided by him and the Northern and Southern dynasties. The remaining insignificant great emperor's essence was no longer enough for Jiang Chen to spend a lot of effort to search for it. Now he had to do something else. I'm going to walk out of the spatial turbulence and enter the real ruins to have a look. Maybe I can find other treasures left by great Emperor Batian. Moreover, There must be countless evil creatures in the ruins of a great emperor like this. It just so happens that my Zulong Tower needs these creatures to upgrade. Jiang Qin immediately locked on to his next goal. This was something he had to do in any ruins in the past. In addition to improving his cultivation, the Zulong Tower was also the most important thing. At this moment, the Zulong Tower had only condensed 45 floors, which was still far from reaching the perfect 99 floors. Moreover, the further one went into the Zulong Tower, the more difficult it would be to condense it. It required a large amount of terrifying energy to support it. Usually, it was not easy to find a large number of evil creatures as nourishment for the Zulong Tower. Therefore, Jiang Qin would not miss such a great opportunity when he came to such ruins. He knew how important the Zulong Tower was to him. It was Jiang Qin's biggest secret and also his biggest reliance. Sooner or later, the Zulong Tower would bring him an unexpected surprise. The entire space within the ruins was like a world of its own. There were layers upon layers of space, and if one was not careful they would fall into it. Within the variegated small space, rumbling sounds could be heard. Storms rippled in the sky, and from time to time, the roars of evil spirits could be heard, causing one's hair to stand on end. At this moment, in the center of this space, a sky-high hurricane was wantonly wreaking havoc. It was like a violent gale, and a thunderous sound broke out. Rumble. The hurricane was too terrifying. It was simply the king of hurricanes. Even a tornado couldn't compare to 1/10 of it. The entire hurricane emitted a destructive aura of death. From the ground to the sky, it was like a dragon with no end in sight. It shook its head and wagged its tail, sending sand and stones flying. The hurricane rotated very quickly. Even a small gust of wind was like a sharp blade, cutting the void with a crackling sound. It was hard to imagine what kind of danger it would be to fall into the depths of this hurricane. Moreover, this hurricane seemed to have fused with the heaven and earth spirit formation. Even if a venerable one were to fall into it, it would be very difficult for him to get out. In other words, he would not be able to get out at all. At this moment there were 3 people standing outside the hurricane. 2 young men and 1 old man. The 3 of them were looking at the hurricane in panic, their faces filled with terror. "Elder, what should we do now? Sect Master has been in there for half an hour, and the hurricane is getting more and more terrifying." A young man asked. "That's right, Elder. Could it be that even the Sect Master is trapped inside?" Another young man said anxiously. "This hurricane is too terrifying. It has fused with the bewilderment grand formation that Great Sovereign Batian has deployed. It will be very difficult for anyone to get out of it. Although the Sect Master is an intermediate immortal venerable, I'm afraid that he won't be able to get out of it." The elder also frowned, his face filled with endless worry. Even though they weren't very clear about the true danger of the hurricane, they could tell from its momentum that it was like a powerful natural formation. Nothing good would come out of being trapped in it. This could be seen from the fact that even an intermediate immortal venerable sect master couldn't get out of it after falling into it. What should we do now? What should we do now? We don't even know where the old ancestor is. If anything happens to the sect master, our Fengluo sect will be in danger. The 2 young disciples were no longer able to maintain their composure. "Enough. Both of you shut up," the elder reprimanded loudly. He too was feeling vexed, but there was nothing he could do. His cultivation base was merely at the half-step immortal venerable realm. If he were to enter the hurricane, not only would he not be of any help, he would also bring unnecessary trouble to the sect master. At this moment, a spatial crack appeared not far away from them. A white-clothed figure walked out of it. The sudden appearance of this person naturally couldn't escape the senses of the 3 of them. They immediately looked over, and when they saw who the person was, their faces immediately revealed a look of ecstasy, because this white-clothed youth was none other than Jiang Qin. All of them were disciples of Fengluo sect. Due to the incident of Jiang Qin causing havoc in Fengluo sect half a month ago, everyone in Fengluo sect knew about Jiang Qin. At this moment, Jiang Qin had already recovered from his dragon form. The dragon form was, after all, a form that he would only use in battle. He wouldn't use it unless he was fighting an ultimate battle. "Brother Jiang Qin," the elder called out. Jiang Qin immediately came forward to greet them. He didn't know who they were, but he could recognize the uniform of Fengluo sect. "Why are you guys here?" asked Jiang Qin. "Brother Jiang Qin, Please think of a way to save our sect master and the elders and disciples of Fengluo sect. The elder's tone was so anxious that he almost burst into tears. He had been really bad for the past half an hour, but unfortunately he wasn't capable enough to do anything. He knew that although Jiang Qin didn't seem to have a very strong cultivation base, he was an extraordinary person who might have a solution. Of course, he was afraid that Jiang Qin wouldn't have any means to deal with the hurricane that even the sect master couldn't do, but they were in a desperate situation. Seeing an acquaintance was equivalent to seeing a ray of hope. "What's going on?" asked Jiang Qin. Brother Jiang Qin, a group of people from Fengluo sect entered this space by mistake. At least 7 to 8 elders and disciples were swept into the hurricane. The 3 of us were lucky enough to escape. We then sent a distress signal to the sect master, and he entered the hurricane to save them. However, there's still no movement after half an hour. The elder recounted everything that had happened, hoping that Jiang Qin could help them save the people of Fengluo sect. Especially since the sect master had fallen into the hurricane, it would be an unimaginably huge loss for Fengluo sect if anything happened to Feng Huazi. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin immediately looked at the hurricane and cast the Great Soul Derivation technique. An enormous amount of soul energy rushed out instantly. Even he couldn't help but frown at the sight of the powerful hurricane. This is an extremely destructive hurricane that contains the ingenious array of Great Sovereign Batian. Not to mention your sect master, even your old ancestor will be trapped to death if he is caught in it. Chapter 1809. Jiang Chen's words made the 3 of them feel despair. They could tell that Jiang Chen wasn't boasting. Besides, this hurricane formation might be even scarier than what he said. After all, it was left behind by Great Sovereign Batian. The existence of a great sovereign was supreme. No one could understand how powerful a great sovereign's true means could be. Moreover, the fact that Feng Huazi hadn't come out after such a long time had basically proved that Jiang Chen's words weren't baseless. If even an old ancestor was trapped to death, who else could come to save sect master and the others? If anything happened to them, the future of Fengluo sect would be unimaginable. By that time, the enemies would definitely attack Fengluo sect, plunging Fengluo sect into an irrecoverable situation. The more they thought about it, the more terrified they became. Their bodies began to tremble. What should we do? We're finished. Fengluo sect is going to be finished. Even old ancestor can't save them. Who else can? Our sect has just suffered the betrayal of Xianxia and his son, and now we're facing such a crisis. The 2 disciples' faces were filled with despair. "Shut up, both of you," the elder reprimanded once more. He was, after all, a half-step immortal venerable supreme elder. His temperament was much better than theirs, so he could still maintain his composure. After a brief moment of despair, the old man suddenly saw a calm expression on Jiang Chen's face. Jiang Chen was looking at the hurricane formation in front of him with a calm expression, and there wasn't a single ripple in his eyes. This made the old man's eyes light up and he hastily said, "Brother Jiang Chen, do you have an idea?" The old man asked with the attitude of giving it a try, but his tone was filled with expectation, because what he saw from Jiang Chen was confidence, and not the kind of nonchalant attitude of someone who didn't care about anything that was related to him. "Although this hurricane formation is terrifying, it can't stop me. No matter how powerful a hurricane or a terrifying formation is, there will always be a flaw. As long as I can find the flaw, I'll be able to break it and escape," Jiang Chen said plainly. "So, can Brother Jiang break this hurricane formation?" the elder asked in disbelief. "I'll give it a try." With a sway of his body, Jiang Chen flew towards the hurricane. As soon as he got close to the hurricane, he was sucked into the violent hurricane and vanished in the blink of an eye. "Brother Jiang," the elder called out. When he saw that Jiang Chen had already entered the hurricane, he couldn't help feeling touched. After all, this was a matter of life and death. Even he, a loyal elder of Fengluo sect, didn't dare to enter. Jiang Chen was considered as an outsider who could ignore it and continue to search for his treasures. However, he had disregarded his own safety and entered the hurricane formation to save the people of Fengluo sect. Such a heroic spirit wasn't something that an ordinary person could do. Apart from feeling grateful and touched, the elder also saw a glimmer of hope. In his opinion, Jiang Chen was absolutely not a reckless person. He had always been meticulous in his work. This could be seen from how Jiang Chen killed Xianxia and his son in Fengluo sect alone. Therefore, since Zhou Xian dared to enter the hurricane formation, the elder believed that Zhou Xian absolutely wasn't acting recklessly. He must have a certain degree of confidence in breaking the hurricane formation. Although he didn't know why Zhou Xian was so confident, he firmly believed that Zhou Xian was an extraordinary person. The confidence in his eyes had calmed the elder's heart for a short while. Elder, Zhou Xian is merely an immortal emperor. Isn't he courting death by entering the hurricane formation? A disciple spoke. What do you know? Brother Zhang is different from ordinary people. I believe that he must have some means to break the hurricane formation. Otherwise, only a fool would take the initiative to court death. Does he look like a fool to you? Do you think that a person who has the guts to break into Feng Luo sect alone and eliminate the great elder is a fool? The elder glared at the disciple as if he was looking at a fool. The disciple stopped talking because he suddenly felt like he was talking to an idiot. Although Zhou Xian was also a young man, he knew that he wasn't on the same level as Zhou Xian. Since Zhou Xian dared to attack, there must be a reason behind it, and the reason behind it was his formidable strength. That's right. For the trio of Feng Luo sect, all that was left was anticipation and waiting. Inside the hurricane formation, there were a total of 9 people, including Feng Huazi, surrounding each other in a circle. Each of their faces was incomparably grim. Many of them had suffered from either light or heavy injuries. The surrounding hurricane had formed an impenetrable wind wall, making it impossible for them to find an exit. It was undoubtedly very dangerous to enter this kind of large formation. The surrounding hurricanes were unpredictable. Even if you found a weak point by the time you attacked, it would have already disappeared. This was like a trap formation with great confusion. It would trap people inside until they died. Apart from the trapping formation, there would be powerful hurricane attacks from time to time. Each wave of attack was incomparably terrifying. Each wind blade was extremely sharp. Even a mighty venerable would be injured if they were careless. Their faces darkened to the extreme. Many of them had a look of despair on their faces. Now that even their sect master couldn't break the barrier of the hurricane, their last trace of hope was shattered. Brr. All of a sudden, a thunderous roar reverberated. A monster that was a dozen meters in size rushed out of the hurricane. It was incomparably ferocious. Its entire body was formed by the hurricane. It was the scariest thing in the hurricane formation. It didn't have a fixed killer move. It was completely hidden in the hurricane. No one would be able to tell when it would attack from which direction. The injuries of the experts of Feng Luo sect were caused by these monsters. Be careful, Feng Huazi yelled. The monster in front of them was enormous. With the enhancement of the hurricane and the formation, its combat strength had already reached the immortal venerable realm. In addition to the environment, its attack was swift and violent. Ordinary immortal venerables would find it hard to defend against it. Feng Huazi held a sword in his hand and accurately slashed at the monster's body, splitting it in half. However, the 2 halves of the monster turned into a hurricane and disappeared into the surrounding wind. Sect Master, these gale beasts are too terrifying. We can't kill them at all. An early immortal venerable elder spoke. This is the item left behind by Great Sovereign Badian. It's very terrifying. We have to be extra careful. As long as we persist, we will surely find a way out. Chapter 1810. Thunderous roars constantly erupted from the hurricanes. The surroundings were like an impenetrable fortress. The roars of the fierce wind beasts came from different directions. It was unknown how many fierce wind beasts there were, but they were all existences that couldn't be killed. They were born from the hurricanes and the Great Formation, so they couldn't be killed completely. It was enough to grind away people's minds. The people of Feng Luo sect were on the verge of despair, especially those who had suffered serious injuries. Looking at the surrounding hurricanes, they had lost all hope. Under the leadership of the sect master, they had tried all possible means, but in the end they couldn't find any chance of survival. Sect master, it's all because of us. If it weren't for us, you wouldn't have been dragged into this. That's right, sect master. Feng Luo sect can do without us, but it can't do without you. If anything happens to you, we will be the sinners of the entire sect. We won't be able to forgive ourselves even in death. At this moment, the people of Feng Luo sect weren't afraid. When a person was truly in despair, they wouldn't feel fear. They just felt sorry for Feng Huazi, but at the same time they felt very proud to have such a sect master. At the critical moment, it was the sect master who stepped forward bravely and barged in without fear of danger. They couldn't deny that if Feng Huazi hadn't rushed in at the critical moment, there wouldn't be more than 3 of them standing here. However, it was because of them that Feng Huazi had fallen into such a dangerous situation. How could they not blame themselves? They were well aware of Feng Huazi's importance to Feng Luo sect. Just like what they said, they wouldn't be able to rest in peace if something happened to Feng Huazi because of them. At most, we'll live and die together. Feng Huazi's qi fluctuated. As the sect master, he had to tie the safety of his subordinates and his own safety at all times. It wasn't easy for a high and mighty person to do what Feng Huazi did. Why are you so discouraged? Aren't we all living well? At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from within the hurricane. In the next moment, a white-robed Xianxia appeared before everyone's eyes. He walked through the hurricane with ease as if he was taking a stroll in a park. He completely ignored the sharp blades of wind around him. There was a smile on his face. Just this aura alone was enough to cause people to praise him in their hearts. Brother Xianxia. Seeing the arrival of Xianxia, everyone was directly dumbfounded. Even Feng Huazi did not expect that Xianxia would appear here at this time. Everyone knew that this was an extremely dangerous place. Coming here was equivalent to digging a grave for oneself. Since I've encountered you, Xianxia, naturally can't just sit back and watch. I can't just watch all of you die here. Xianxia said. He clearly heard the conversation between Feng Huazi and the others before. His good impression of Feng Huazi doubled again. A person who valued friendship and righteousness would never be hated by others. Brother Jiang, you really shouldn't have come here. This place is left by great Emperor Batian. The hurricane is indestructible. Even I can't do anything about it. Feng Huazi sighed and said with a slight reproach. In his opinion, it was a very unwise choice for Xianxia to come here to die. Sect Master, don't worry. Since I dare to come here, I have the means to deal with this hurricane. Xianxia said with incomparable confidence. A ferocious roar suddenly sounded out from behind Xianxia. A violent hurricane rose once again, and a gigantic gale beast dashed towards Xianxia with extreme speed. Brother, be careful. Feng Huazi's expression changed dramatically. It was Xianxia's first time coming here and he didn't know about the gale beast. If he was attacked, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, it turned out that Feng Huazi and the others' worries were completely unnecessary because Xianxia's speed was too fast. The gale beast merely tore apart an afterimage of Xianxia. Xianxia appeared beside Feng Huazi leisurely and turned to look at the gale beast that disappeared after its attack failed. What a terrifying speed. Everyone sighed with emotion and at the same time they were secretly sweating. If they were in Xianxia's shoes, they would have been severely injured even if they didn't die. Just this alone was enough for Xianxia to earn their respect. You're right. However, they also recalled the time when they were in Feng Luo sect. Shen Ao had repeatedly attacked Xianxia, but Xianxia always escaped easily. Xianxia's speed could be described as unparalleled. Brother, this is the gale beast. It lives on the hurricane and the array. It's the most terrifying thing here. It hides in the hurricane and we can't find any trace of it. Moreover, it's good at sneak attacks. It's extremely fast and lethal. What's more terrifying is that this gale beast can produce a crystal similar to demonic spirit. As long as the crystal isn't destroyed, even if the gale beast is killed, it can still be resurrected by the hurricane. Feng Huazi explained and introduced the situation of the gale beast to Xianxia. During this period of time, even he, the sect master, had suffered a lot in the hands of the gale beast. I see. Xianxia was enlightened, but he didn't pay too much attention to it, because he had seen creatures like the gale beast more than once. Back then, the Ice Demon King was also one of them. Due to the environment, such creatures were very hard to kill, but they weren't immortal. Brother Xianxia, do you have any good ideas? Feng Huazi looked over at Xianxia. He could sense that Xianxia's qi was much stronger than before. Although Xianxia was still only an immortal emperor, Feng Huazi didn't dare to look down on Xianxia. He had already regarded Xianxia as an existence on the same level as him. Furthermore, he was sure that Xianxia must have his own means since he had come in. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come in so rashly. Of course, Sect Master, just watch. These gale beasts are nothing. The corner of Xianxia's mouth revealed a smile. He was very happy now because he had a reason to be happy. From the moment the gale beast attacked him, Xianxia had already seen through the gale beast. This kind of gale beast was formed from the energy of wind. There were crystals in its body just like the demon soul of a demon beast. Naturally, Zhou Xian had his own means to deal with them. He didn't need to use fire or dragon transformation skill. He only needed the eternal immortal wind. The eternal immortal wind was a supreme existence created by great sovereign Batian. In terms of grade, these hurricanes were too low compared to the eternal immortal wind, including the gale beast. More importantly, the eternal immortal wind contained traces of great sovereign Batian. The origin chi it emitted could suppress any hurricanes in this spatial zone and even gain the approval of the formation. Chapter 1811. The eternal immortal wind might not be the most powerful wind in the immortal world, but it was absolutely the most supreme wind in this ruin, because it represented the existence of great sovereign Batian. Otherwise, Zhou Xian and the northern and southern dynasties wouldn't have been able to obtain the chi essence of the great sovereign so easily. Zhou Xian was standing not far away from the front. With the help of the great soul derivation technique and great divination art, he could easily find the gale beasts hidden in the hurricane formation. These gale beasts were condensed from pure wind energy. They were extremely powerful. If the ancestral dragon pagoda could absorb them, they would definitely be top-grade nourishment. There were opportunities everywhere in the ruins of a great sovereign. Zhou Xian had already obtained tremendous benefits not long after he entered. The chi essence of the great sovereign and the gale beasts were the second. Feng Huazi and the other experts of Feng Luo sect stared blankly at Zhou Xian. Their eyes were still filled with doubt and disbelief. After all, they had deeply experienced the terror of the gale beasts. They had almost lost all hope in this hurricane formation. However, Zhou Xian's confidence had given them some hope. After all, Zhou Xian's performance in Feng Luo sect was already very outstanding. A figure like him was bound to have some extraordinary abilities. Brr! Roars sounded from the hurricane once more. This time, 3 powerful gale beasts rushed out from different directions. Their target was clear: Zhou Xian. Be careful, brother Zhang. Seeing this, Feng Huazi hurriedly reminded them. Each of the 3 fierce wind beasts had the battle strength of an immortal venerable. When they joined forces, it was even more terrifying. Humph! Eternal immortal wind. Zhou Xian harumphed coldly. The violent eternal immortal wind rushed out in an instant. The wind waves formed by the eternal immortal wind were even more terrifying than the hurricane. The instant the eternal immortal wind appeared, the raging gale beast immediately retracted its tyrannical aura. It looked at the eternal immortal wind in fear and became docile. The people of Feng Luo sect were stunned. They had never seen such a situation before. After fighting the gale beast for half an hour, they deeply understood the terror and ferocity of the beasts. This was the first time they had ever seen such a situation, but they weren't fools. They instantly knew that it might be because of Zhou Xian's wind wave. They could feel that the immortal wind cast by Zhou Xian was obviously of a higher grade than the hurricane formation. It was an essential difference, a gap of a higher grade. Moreover, the gale beast was subconsciously afraid of the immortal wind and even revered it. Tila. Chila, the 3 gale beasts were torn into pieces by the eternal immortal wind. Even the crystals that were formed in their bodies couldn't escape. The torn gale beasts and the crystals were absorbed by Zhou Xian's ancestral dragon pagoda. The energy of the 3 gale beasts made the pagoda emit a strong buzzing sound. The 45th level was fully condensed in an instant, and the 46th level began to condense. What a pure wind energy! Let me see how many gale beasts there are. The more the better. Zhou Xian's eyes were sparkling. He couldn't hide his excitement. Among all the people in this spatial zone, Zhou Xian was probably the only one who wished for as many gale beasts as possible in the hurricane formation. Amazing! Those gale beasts have been killed by Brother Zhang. That's right. They're completely killed. They're completely different from the ones we killed before. What's truly terrifying is that after the gale beasts encountered Brother Zhang's attack, they didn't take the initiative to attack. That seems to be a form of suppression. That's incredible. The people of Feng Luo sect couldn't keep their composure anymore. This was unbelievable to them. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Of course, apart from astonishment, Zhou Xian's performance had brought them more excitement and hope, allowing them to see the hope of survival. The combination of the great soul derivation technique and the great divination art had exposed all the secrets of the hurricane formation to Zhou Xian. Each of the gale beasts in the hurricane formation was clearly visible to Zhou Xian. There were more than 30 gale beasts in the hurricane formation alone. Many of them had the combat strength of an immortal venerable. If all of them were absorbed, the 46th level of the Zulong Tower wouldn't be a problem at all. Come out now. Jiang Qin bellowed. The violent eternal immortal wind emerged once more. Each gust of immortal wind was like a sharp sword, piercing into the hurricane. Brr, brr. Endless roars were heard. One after another, powerful gale beasts rushed out along the immortal wind. Without exception, all the gale beasts were shredded into nothingness by Jiang Chen's immortal wind the instant they appeared. They didn't have the slightest strength to resist. Or perhaps, these gale beasts had completely given up resisting under the control of the immortal wind, allowing themselves to be slaughtered by Jiang Chen. My God! This is too incredible. Brother Zhang's methods are simply unimaginable. He can actually take the initiative to draw the gale beasts out. Did you see that? Those originally violent gale beasts don't even know how to resist under Brother Zhang's celestial demeanor. It's as if their subjects have encountered a respected past. Incredible. At this rate, it won't take long for all the gale beasts to be killed by Jiang brother. Then we'll have a chance to leave this place. The people of Fengluo sect had completely witnessed what a miracle was. Even Feng Huazi was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. Only after experiencing it personally did he know how terrifying the gale beasts were. And the more it was like this, the more impressive Jiang Chen's performance was. In just a few minutes, all the gale beasts in the hurricane had been completely refined and absorbed by Jiang Chen. The whole process was effortless. The 46th floor of the Zulong Tower had been fully condensed and a small part of the 47th floor had been condensed. Such benefits were simply unbelievable to Jiang Chen. Not only that, the condensation of the Zulong Tower had also brought great benefits to Jiang Chen, increasing the number of dragon marks in his body and pushing his cultivation base to the peak of intermediate immortal emperor realm, only a step away from the late immortal emperor realm. Sect Master, I have already eliminated all the gale beasts here. Now we only need to destroy the hurricane barrier and open an exit. Jiang Chen spoke. Good. Jiang brother is truly amazing. I admire you. But this hurricane barrier has been fused with the restriction left by Great Sovereign Batian. It won't be easy to break it. Feng Huazi's face was full of excitement, but he still felt somewhat helpless about opening the hurricane barrier. Chapter 1812. Huff. The surrounding hurricanes were still as violent as ever. The wind wall formed by the hurricanes still looked indestructible. Even though the gale beasts had been eliminated, this place was still a sealed formation that was integrated with the restriction of Great Emperor Batian. It wouldn't be easy to get out of this place. This was also the reason why Feng Huazi and the rest were still worried. Of course, they didn't know that with the eternal immortal wind, these powerful hurricanes were completely the same as the ferocious gale beasts. The eternal immortal wind could easily break through the hurricane barrier. With the combination of Jiang Chen's great soul derivation technique and great divination art, it was a piece of cake for him to find the flaw of Great Emperor Batian's restriction. Standing there, Jiang Chen operated the great soul derivation technique and great divination art to the extreme. Waves of wind gushed out from his body like sharp blades and finally formed into a dragon-shaped storm that charged towards a certain direction. Rumble. With a loud rumble, the originally indestructible hurricane wall was directly penetrated by Jiang Chen, creating a huge hole. Even the intricate restriction had collapsed. Jiang Chen wasn't blindly choosing the spot to attack. He had found the weak point of the restriction with the combination of the great soul derivation technique and great divination art, allowing him to break it in one strike. What are you waiting for? The hurricane and restriction can recover automatically. We won't be able to get out if we're late. Jiang Chen yelled at the shocked members of Fengluo sect before turning into a streak of light and walking out of the hurricane array. Only then did Feng Huazi and the rest react. They didn't have the time to be excited. They immediately increased their speed to the extreme and passed through the hurricane array. To them it was just like a dream. They had completely given up hope, but they didn't expect to be rescued at the last moment. That kind of feeling wasn't something that ordinary people could understand. Outside the hurricane formation, the three geniuses of Fengluo sect were pacing back and forth nervously. When they saw Jiang Chen and the geniuses of Fengluo sect walking out of the hurricane formation, their faces revealed a look of ecstasy and hastily went forward to welcome them. Sect Master, are you all right? The elder was on the verge of tears. His eyes were brimming with tears when he saw Feng Huazi in one piece. This showed that Feng Huazi's status and character in Feng Luo sect were very popular. It's fine. It's all thanks to Brother Jiang this time. Otherwise, all of us would have died inside. Feng Huazi couldn't conceal his excitement. He strode towards Jiang Qin with everyone from Feng Luo sect following behind him. Brother Jiang, Feng Luo sect will never be able to repay your kindness. Feng Huazi said and saluted Jiang Qin. The people behind him also saluted at the same time. In the entire world, perhaps only Jiang Qin could make the dignified Feng Luo sect master personally salute him. If it was during normal times, even if Feng Huazi was willing to salute someone, his subordinates wouldn't be willing to do so. After all, Feng Huazi represented the face and dignity of Feng Luo sect. But now everyone saluted him willingly. They would never forget what happened in the hurricane array for the rest of their lives. To them, apart from feeling grateful to Jiang Qin, they were more shocked. The hurricane array that so many of them couldn't break was actually broken by Jiang Qin so easily. How many people in the entire world could have such an ability? No one on the scene was a fool. Each of them had very sharp eyes. In their point of view, although Jiang Qin was merely an immortal emperor, his future achievement would be unimaginable and limitless. To put it bluntly, this white-robed youth was absolutely the most heaven-defying genius they had ever seen. No one in the entire younger generation of Feng Luo sect could match Jiang Qin. This had already become a fact because Xin Yifei, who had the support of the #1 genius of Feng Luo sect, had died tragically in the hands of Jiang Qin. The gap between the two of them had long been revealed. Sect Master, you don't have to be so polite. I have never treated you as an outsider. Jiang Qin hastily helped Feng Huazi up. By saying that he had never treated them as an outsider, he had straightaway pulled the relationship between him and Feng Luo sect closer. This made everyone in Feng Luo sect feel incomparably comfortable. Brother Jiang, if there's anything you need in the future, Feng Luo sect won't hesitate to go through water and tread on fire for you. Feng Huazi patted his chest and spoke. The others nodded in agreement. By this time they had already regarded Jiang Qin as one of their own. Apart from being one of their own, he was also their benefactor. There were many kinds of kindness in this world, but there was one kind that couldn't be repaid: the kindness of saving one's life. Everyone only had one life, live or die. To the experts of Feng Luo sect, Jiang Qin had given them a chance to live. How could they repay such a great kindness? Just like what Feng Huazi had said, they would go through water and tread on fire. Since everyone has gotten rid of the danger, I'll be taking my leave. The ruins of the great monarchs are filled with danger, so please be careful when you leave. Jiang Qin cupped his fists at Feng Huazi before vanishing like a specter. Time was of the essence. He had to find the center of this ruin as soon as possible to stop the northern and southern dynasties. He didn't have time to waste on the people of Feng Luo sect. In this ruin, the northern and southern dynasties were the most important and potentially the greatest danger. Sect leader, this time we owe Brother Jiang a big favor. Looking at the place where Brother Jiang disappeared, an elder could not help but ask. Okay, in the future if Jiang Qin needs our help, Feng Luo sect will definitely do our best. Alright, don't forget Brother Jiang's reminder. Be extra careful when you travel in this space. Feng Huazi said. Understood, sect master. Everyone answered in unison. After experiencing a life and death situation, they naturally cherished their lives even more. They would certainly be very cautious in their future journey. In the following period of time, Jiang Qin kept shuttling to different places in the ruins, killing plenty of evil spirits and puppets. The Zulong Tower had reached the 48th floor, but Jiang Qin's cultivation base was still at the peak of intermediate Immortal Emperor, showing no signs of breaking through to the late Immortal Emperor realm. Jiang Qin didn't insist on it. He knew that it wasn't the right time yet. When it was time to advance, he would naturally advance. Next, Jiang Qin prepared to use the great divination art to divine the location of the deepest part of the ruins. The secrets of Great Sovereign Batian Empress 9 and the immortal burying coffin had always been on Jiang Qin's mind. Chapter 1813. It had been a long time since the remains of the Great Sovereign had been opened. Countless experts had entered this place. At this time the place had become very lively. Powerful battle fluctuations could be heard at any time. Apart from the battles between humans, evil spirits and puppets, there were also many battles that broke out for treasures. One had to admit that there were indeed a lot of treasures in the remains of great sovereign Batian. There were powerful venerable-grade immortal weapons and even emperor-grade immortal metastones. Whether it was venerable-grade immortal weapons or emperor-grade immortal metastones, they were unimaginably attractive to the experts who had entered this place. An emperor-grade immortal metastone was a necessity for peerless venerables. Without the support of an emperor-grade immortal metastone, even if one had the strength to advance to the half-step sovereign realm, he wouldn't be able to do so. Therefore, a large part of the reason why many venerables came here was for the emperor-grade immortal metastone. Emperor-grade immortal metastones were too rare. Since the emperor-grade immortal metastone was the remains of great sovereign Batian, it was only natural that there would be a lot of emperor-grade immortal metastones scattered around. In addition to immortal weapons and emperor-grade immortal metastones, there were also many rare treasures, such as rare herbs, high-grade demon spirits and powerful secret manuals. How could the things left behind by great sovereign Batian be ordinary? The preciousness of these treasures directly led to the intensity of the competition. Many of the things here were very attractive to Zhou Xian, such as the emperor-grade immortal metastone. Zhou Xian didn't care about those immortal weapons and secret manuals, because he had the Zulong Tower and the Heavenly Saint Sword. Unless it was the natal sovereign weapon of great sovereign Batian, Zhou Xian wouldn't be tempted. However, how could the natal sovereign weapon of great sovereign Batian be found here? He must have kept it for the northern and southern dynasties. This was what Zhou Xian was most worried about. Zhou Xian similarly didn't care about the cultivation technique. No matter how powerful the cultivation technique was, it couldn't be compared to the dragon transformation skill. Besides, his true dragon combat technique was unparalleled. The only thing that could attract Zhou Xian was the sovereign-grade immortal metastone and those rare spiritual herbs, especially the sovereign-grade immortal metastone. Zhou Xian cultivated the dragon transformation skill. Every time he advanced, the amount of immortal metastone he needed would be incomparably terrifying. He was only an intermediate immortal emperor now. When he advanced to the immortal venerable realm or the higher sovereign realm, the amount of immortal metastone required would be incomparably terrifying. Unfortunately, no matter how great the attraction was, Zhou Xian couldn't put all his attention on it. If there was no northern and southern dynasties, Zhou Xian would certainly not hesitate to collect the treasures everywhere. However, it was different now. He didn't have time to waste on this. If he delayed, he would only create opportunities for the northern and southern dynasties, which would eventually lead him to an irrecoverable state. Zhou Xian had divined using the great divination art. The physical body and natal sovereign weapon of great sovereign Batian were still here. These two things were the most precious and treasures in the entire remains. The purpose of the northern and southern dynasties was very simple. These two things. Once they got their hands on them, even one of them would be a great disaster. It was hard to imagine how powerful Nan Beichao would become after he fused with the body of the great sovereign from his previous life and obtained his natal monarch weapon. At that time, no one would be able to control him. It would be the doomsday for everyone who had entered the ancient ruin. There was no doubt about this. According to the style of the northern and southern dynasties, once they gained power, they would never let anyone go. What Zhou Xian needed to do now was to try his best to stop the northern and southern dynasties. His current battle strength was almost equal to that of the northern and southern dynasties. If the northern and southern dynasties obtained the physical body and natal sovereign weapons of great sovereign, the situation would be changed in an instant. Zhou Xian operated the great divination art to the extreme and displayed the Tai Chi diagram. He found a coordinate in the space of the great sovereign and found a passage that connected to the depths of the space. Without hesitation, Zhou Xian walked into the passage. The moment Zhou Xian entered the passage, a summoning force immediately locked onto Zhou Xian, causing Zhou Xian to shiver. This summoning force wasn't unfamiliar to him. It came from the immortal burying coffin. When he saw the coffin for the first time in the ancient tomb, he had already sensed the chi of the coffin. Now this mysterious summoning force came from the coffin. Why is the immortal burying coffin summoning me? Could it be Xiao Yu? Zhou Qian's eyes lit up. The Empress Nine Yin in the immortal burying coffin was most likely Yan Qinyu's predecessor, the daughter of the immortal Slayer King. At this moment, Zhou Qian was almost certain of this. All along, Yan Qinyu's matter had affected Zhou Qian's heart, causing him to be unable to remain calm. Now that the immortal burying coffin was summoning him, it was very likely that Yan Qinyu was the one who was calling him. Xiao Yu needs me. I must go there immediately. Without thinking, Jiang Qin put away the Tai Chi diagram and flew in the direction of the immortal burying coffin's summoning. He was like a wandering dragon in the void, appearing and disappearing in a flash. At this moment, in the deepest part of the great sovereign space, there was an independent spatial zone. It was separated from the outside world by a spatial barrier. It was very secretive. No ordinary expert would be able to find this place. This spatial zone was filled with scorching heat. That was an unimaginable heat. Even a late immortal emperor wouldn't be able to withstand it. The void was filled with fiery red air currents. Those with low cultivation base would be vaporized immediately upon entering this place. It was just too terrifying. Hong long long. In front of them was a large sea of magma. The fiery red magma filled the sky, forming an ocean. It floated there like a magma mountain, giving off a very oppressive feeling. At this moment there were 8 people standing outside the magma mountain. Each of them had an extremely strong cultivation base. The lowest cultivation base among them was at the peak of intermediate immortal venerable realm. The rest were late immortal venerables and peerless venerables. The old man standing at the forefront had the most terrifying cultivation base. The aura of great sovereign radiating from his body was actually the same as Xiao Wangqing, a mighty half-step sovereign realm expert. Each of them had their eyes locked, staring unblinkingly at the magma ocean in front of them. In the magma ocean, a huge ancient coffin and a soaring sword were fighting fiercely. The chi waves produced by the collision of the 2 sovereign weapons caused the magma to churn violently. Chapter 1814. Hong long long. The magma became incomparably violent. Apart from the commotion caused by the collision between the immortal burying coffin and the peerless sword, the magma floating in the sky wasn't calm at all. It was a very ancient magma. The temperature of the magma wasn't that high, but because Great Sovereign Badian had refined it and used a great technique to control it in this space, the temperature of the magma was extraordinarily high. It was so high that even an immortal venerable wouldn't dare to stay here for a long period of time. Not even a mighty intermediate immortal venerable would dare to enter the magma recklessly. The ancient fiery red altar was engraved with complicated patterns. Those were the talismans of the great emperors. No one knew how long this altar had existed, but it was filled with the aura of vicissitudes. However, the greatest feeling that this altar gave people was definitely not vicissitudes, but nobility, a high and mighty nobility. If the altar was said to be high and mighty, then the throne placed on top of it was simply supreme. It was a throne made of pure gold. Both sides of the throne were carved with dragon heads. On the throne sat a majestic man wearing a golden robe with his eyes closed. His golden hair was messy. Even though his eyes were closed and he was sitting there motionlessly, his domineering chi couldn't be concealed. This was a dead person, or rather a corpse. This was the truly terrifying part. A mere corpse was able to emit an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. A corpse that sat upright in the terrifyingly hot magma sea for so many years without rotting. This was enough to show how powerful this person was when he was alive. That's right. This majestic golden-haired man was none other than Great Sovereign Badian, or rather the corpse of Great Sovereign Badian. Next to Great Sovereign Badian was another man who was wearing the same clothes as Great Sovereign Badian. Golden robe, golden hair, and even his face looked somewhat familiar. If Jiang Qin was here, he would definitely be able to tell that this man was none other than the northern and southern dynasties. Even though Jiang Qin had been trying his best to catch up, he was still one step too late. The northern and southern dynasties had already found this place and found the physical body that belonged to him in his previous life. Looking at him now, he was merging with his great emperor's body. The immortal burying coffin, the peerless sword, the throne, the body of a great sovereign, the northern and southern dynasties, the sea of magma, and the ancient altar, these were the central scenes of this space. But this wasn't the final scene, because there was another thing here. A fist-sized crystal hovered a few dozen meters above the altar. The crystal emitted a cold light and was surrounded by countless flames. The cold light emitted from the crystal collided with the flames constantly, producing sizzling sounds. The fact that it didn't melt in such a scorching and cruel environment was enough to show how extraordinary it was. Damn it. This is the real treasure in this space. The immortal burying coffin has also appeared here. The sword that is fighting with the coffin seems to be the natal sovereign weapon of Great Sovereign Badian, the monarch sword. That's right. That's the monarch sword, the legendary monarch sword. If I can get it. Forget it, I'd better not think about it because it's impossible. Great Sovereign Batian had planned everything in advance. Even his body is here. Look at that young man, he should be the reincarnation of Great Sovereign Batian. That's right. This kid has already found his previous Great Sovereign's body and is merging with it. Once he succeeds, the new Great Sovereign Batian will be resurrected. In the distance, the immortal venerables' faces were filled with astonishment. Their eyes were filled with blazing greed, but none of them dared to make a move. Bang! Just then, a dull sound rang out from the void in the distance. A young man dressed in white robes walked over. Everyone looked over. When they saw that the youth was only a peak intermediate immortal emperor, their eyes revealed a trace of disdain. A puny immortal emperor has found this place so quickly. It seems like he's lucky. Lucky? It should be said that he's unlucky. The environment here is just too cruel. An immortal emperor will definitely be turned into ashes in less than half an hour. Someone spoke. Then he no longer looked at the white-robed youth, but shifted his gaze back to the magma ocean. A puny immortal emperor wasn't enough to make them put him in their eyes. The incomer was none other than Zhou Xian. He was summoned by the immortal burying coffin and found this place very quickly. Presently he didn't have the mood to pay attention to those experts. His eyes were fixed on the magma ocean, but when he saw the northern and southern dynasties, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. I'm still a step too late. This bastard has already begun to merge with the great sovereign's body. I have to find a way to stop him. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. But first I want to know why the immortal burying coffin has summoned me. Zhou Xian felt very fortunate that the immortal burying coffin had summoned him. Otherwise, even if he had the great divination art, he was afraid that he would be delayed by the time he found this place. Although the environment here was cruel, the scorching magma didn't affect Zhou Xian in the slightest. With the fusion of 4 types of supreme flames in his body, no matter how heaven-defying the temperature was, it was like taking a bath to him. Zhou Xian didn't act recklessly. He wanted to figure out the current situation first, and then make the right response according to the situation. Look, what's that? Only then did someone notice the crystal floating above the altar and asked in surprise. What cold chi? Even the magma ocean can't block the cold chi of the crystal. It's the 9-yin profound heart. That's right. It must be the 9-yin profound heart. By God. It's the legendary 9-yin profound heart left behind by Empress 9-yin. Rumor has it that Empress 9-yin was born with 9-yin meridians. Later on she condensed the 9-yin profound heart. In the battle between Empress 9-yin and Great Sovereign Batian, both of them died. This must be the 9-yin profound heart. I finally understand why the immortal burying coffin came here. Seems like it came for the 9-yin profound heart, but it was stopped by the monarch sword. The legendary 9-yin profound heart, the heart of a great sovereign. It's floating here. If I can get it, my cultivation base will advance by leaps and bounds. Chapter 1815. Everyone was excited. Even the powerful half-martial monarchs were unable to keep calm in the face of such a scene. The 9-yin profound heart left behind by the famous Empress 9-yin was a supreme treasure of the world. Anyone who obtained it would become a supreme figure. However, no one chose to make a move. After all, they knew very well that the immortal burying coffin was here for the 9-yin profound heart. If it wasn't for the monarch sword, the coffin would have already left with the 9-yin profound heart. Currently, the northern and southern dynasties were in the process of fusing with the great sovereign's body. They basically wouldn't care about what was happening around them. The only thing that made them afraid of snatching the 9-yin profound heart was the immortal burying coffin. After all, the immortal burying coffin was famous. However, this didn't stop people from becoming greedy. Sometimes greed was the scariest thing in the world. When greed reached its peak, it would drown people's minds. Once people lost their minds, they would attack recklessly. Zhou Xian had encountered such a situation many times. Back when he was in Golden Horizon, he had encountered such a situation many times. From afar, Zhou Xian's eyes were fixed unblinkingly on the 9-yin profound heart. He had heard every word of their conversation. Given his eyesight, it was impossible for him to not know that the immortal burying coffin was here for the 9-yin profound heart, because Empress 9-yin was lying in the coffin. The 9-yin profound heart was left behind after the battle with Great Sovereign Batian. Therefore they were here to retrieve it. Empress 9 must be Xiao Yu's previous incarnation. The Empress 9 in the immortal burying coffin gave me a very familiar feeling. If I'm not mistaken, it must be Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu has already fused with the great sovereign's body in her previous incarnation. Now she only needs the 9 profound heart to wake up. Jiang Chen seemed to be very excited. There was no way he wouldn't be excited. The secret that had been bothering him for so long had finally been revealed. He also knew where Yan Qinyu was, and this was the most crucial moment. Jiang Chen understood that whether or not Yan Qinyu could wake up and return to the peak of her previous life depended on whether or not she could obtain the 9 profound heart. This is the magma ocean left behind by Great Sovereign Badian. Controls everything here, including the 9 profound heart. Great Sovereign Badian predicted that Empress 9 would return one day, so he set up an airtight defense here. Furthermore, with the monarch sword blocking the immortal burying coffin and Empress 9 unable to stand up from the coffin, it's almost impossible to get the 9 profound heart under such circumstances. The immortal burying coffin must have summoned me here to help Empress 9 snatch the 9 profound heart. Jiang Chen thought to himself. The current situation was very clear. The northern and southern dynasties were rapidly fusing with the great sovereign's body. Once the northern and southern dynasties successfully fused, everything would be over. At that time, before the 9 profound heart could be obtained, the entire great sovereign space would usher in doomsday. Yan Qinyu, who had lost the 9 profound heart, would never have the chance to wake up again. I must stop the northern and southern dynasties from snatching the 9 profound heart. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth. Even if there was a mountain of daggers and a sea of fire in front of him, he would still give it a try. There was no turning back now. Hong long long. Raging waves were rising in the sea of magma. Layers of fire waves almost incinerated the entire spatial zone. The immortal burying coffin and the monarch sword were engaged in an intense battle. The two peerless sovereign weapons seemed to be secretly controlled. The monarch sword is blocking the immortal burying coffin. Great Sovereign Badian is fusing with the 9 profound heart. This is the best opportunity. Damn it. I'll definitely risk my life. If I succeed in obtaining the 9 profound heart, I'll escape immediately. My name will surely shake the world in the future. A peak intermediate immortal venerable expert's chi fluctuated. He gritted his teeth and made a major decision. He was ready to strike. As the saying went, seeking wealth amidst danger. Sometimes one would have to struggle for one's destiny. If one didn't struggle, one would never know how strong one's luck was. Faced with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, no one wouldn't be moved. No one was willing to give up such a great opportunity for no reason. Even if this opportunity was filled with a slim chance of survival, some of them were willing to give it a try. What if they succeeded? Unfortunately, this what if was really too what if. In the end, the peak intermediate immortal venerable expert couldn't resist the temptation of the 9 profound heart. He turned into a ray of light and rushed into the magma ocean. His speed was extremely fast. In just a blink of an eye, he had already entered the magma ocean. The immortal venerable expert easily crossed the area where the immortal burying coffin and the monarch sword were fighting, and came close to the 9 profound heart. Someone had entered the magma ocean, causing the magma to churn even more violently. The expert of the northern and southern dynasties suddenly opened his eyes. When he saw someone flying up the altar and rushing towards the 9 profound heart, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a disdainful sneer. Then he closed his eyes again. The immortal venerable was less than 3 meters away from the 9 profound heart. He only needed to take a step forward and he would be able to grab the 9 profound heart. At this moment, his forehead was already covered with sweat. He was using all the strength in his body to resist the powerful impact of the terrifying heat wave around him. Before entering the magma ocean, he had never thought that the temperature here would be so terrifying. Even a peak intermediate immortal venerable expert like him was on the verge of collapsing. Let's give it our all. The expert wasn't willing to give up. Since he had already come this far, there was naturally no reason for him to retreat. He had to give it his all regardless of whether he would succeed or not. Without the slightest hesitation, the immortal venerable suddenly reached out his hand and grabbed at the 9 profound heart. Unfortunately, he had neglected the flickering flames around the 9 profound heart. These flames were the real terrifying existence. When the expert's palm touched the flames, they immediately turned into a terrifying fire dragon. The surrounding magma began to churn. The hidden seals were also triggered. A whirlpool was formed in the middle of the fire dragon. The immortal venerable expert didn't even have the chance to react before he was sucked into the whirlpool. Arg! By the time the immortal venerable realized that something was wrong, he let out a blood-curdling scream. In an instant he was devoured by the fire dragon and burned to ashes. This step made those experts who were watching from the outside couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Among them, 2 immortal venerables who were preparing to seize the heart were so scared that their souls almost left their bodies. They hastily retracted their legs and stared at the whirlpool that had already calmed down. It was as though nothing had happened, but a living immortal venerable had vanished just like that. He had vanished completely. Chapter 1816. The tragic death of an immortal venerable was like a basin of cold water that was poured on everyone's head, waking them up instantly, especially the other 2 peak intermediate immortal venerables. Their cultivation base was the same as the dead immortal venerable. At this moment they no longer had the slightest thought of snatching the 9 profound heart, because it was equivalent to courting death. Although the treasure was good, one needed to be alive to get it. As the saying went, 9 out of 10 chances of survival was enough to give it a try. But when 9 chances of survival became 10 chances of survival, struggling would become meaningless. Humph! A bunch of overconfident fools. How can anyone touch the 9 profound heart? It's a powerful killer move left behind by great sovereign Batian to prevent Empress 9 from getting it. Let alone you all, even I wouldn't dare to snatch the 9 profound heart. The grey-robed elder who stood at the forefront harumphed coldly. Despite his cultivation base being at the half-step sovereign realm, he still had to say such words. Otherwise he wouldn't dare to snatch the 9 profound heart. None of the surrounding immortal venerables spoke a word. Who would dare to contradict a half-step sovereign? Moreover, this half-step sovereign was from the immortal court. If they offended him, he could kill them with a single slap. Moreover, what the grey-robed elder said made sense. If it was really that easy to obtain the 9 profound heart, there wouldn't be a need for others to snatch it. Ai. This lord is right. We have been too presumptuous. This place is, after all, left behind by great sovereign Batian. How could it be that simple? A peerless supreme expert sighed. Originally he was also tempted to make a move, but now he restrained himself. It was impossible for him not to see that if it was him he would have died without a doubt from the explosion of the seal just now. From afar, Xianxia could clearly see what was happening on the magma altar, but his eyes didn't show any emotion. This situation was within his expectations. Others might not have noticed the look in Nan Beichao's eyes, but Xianxia did. That look had already explained everything. Nan Beichao looked at Xianxia. Buzz buzz. Just at this moment a buzzing sound rang in Xianxia's ears. An invisible will was transmitted into his ears. Xianxia's body trembled. He could sense that the will came from the immortal burying coffin. It was the will of Empress 9. In other words, it was the will of Yanqinyu. What's more, it's the will of Yanqinyu. The message was clear. It wanted Xianxia to help Empress 9 snatch the enigmatic heart of 9. Moreover, the northern and southern dynasties were probably about to complete the fusion with the main body. Once the northern and southern dynasties succeeded, they would immediately gain control of the Emperor Sword. When that happened, it would be the end of the world for everyone. Even the immortal burying coffin would be powerless. Given the hatred between great sovereign Batian and Empress 9, as well as the personalities of the northern and southern dynasties, once the northern and southern dynasties succeeded, the enigmatic heart of 9 would be the first thing they would do. At that time, Yanqinyu would lose the enigmatic heart of 9 completely, and she would fall into a deep slumber in the immortal burying coffin, unable to wake up for 10,000 years. Xianxia didn't want to see that happen, and he would never allow it to happen. Even if the immortal burying coffin didn't transmit its will to him, Xianxia was still prepared to take action. However, now that the immortal burying coffin had transmitted its will to him, it meant that the enigmatic heart of 9 could be seized without any delay. Xianxia still had some confidence in seizing the 9 profound heart. He had 4 types of supreme flames with him, so he wasn't afraid of the temperature of the magma at all. As for the restriction that was deployed around the 9 profound heart, it was unleashed by the attack of super strong flames. The flames didn't pose any threat to Xianxia. As for the remaining power of the restriction, Jiang Chen didn't dare to use his body to resist it. After all, it was something left behind by Great Sovereign Badian. Even if it was just the power of the restriction, he couldn't afford to underestimate it. Moreover, it was a restriction left behind by a great sovereign. Even if Jiang Chen had the great divination art and great soul derivation art, it wasn't realistic for him to break it in a short period of time. Therefore, if Jiang Chen wanted to seize the enigmatic heart of Nine Yin, the Zulong Tower would be his biggest trump card. The Zulong Tower with 47 floors was no longer the same as it was at the beginning. The current Zulong Tower was extraordinarily sturdy. What was most important was not the sturdiness of the Zulong Tower itself, but the divine qi carried by the Zulong Tower itself. It was a supreme divine weapon, a true dragon's supreme treasure. Even if it wasn't a true dragon's supreme treasure now, it still contained the origin of deities. Deities were supreme existences that were superior to immortals. They were truly aloof and inviolable. Great sovereigns were naturally the strongest in the immortal world, but they were still immortals. They didn't exceed the scope of immortals. In front of deities they were always inferior. The restraint of the origin was enough to resist the great sovereign's coercion left by Great Sovereign Badian. Once the coercion of the great sovereign had no effect on Jiang Chen, it could guarantee Jiang Chen's basic freedom of movement inside. This was very important. Therefore, the great soul derivation technique, the great divination art, the great void technique, and the protection of the Zulong Tower were integrated into Jiang Chen's body. When Jiang Chen perfectly executed these heaven-defying techniques, they gave Jiang Chen infinite possibilities, allowing him to do things that ordinary people couldn't and wouldn't even dare to think about. This was also the reason why the immortal burying coffin would summon Jiang Chen and ask for Jiang Chen's help. It was impossible for Empress Nine Yin to not know the means of Great Sovereign Badian and how difficult it was to obtain the Nine Yin profound heart. It was even more impossible for her to send Jiang Chen to his death for no reason. Apart from having no other choice, it was also a form of trust towards Jiang Chen. In Yan Qinyu's subconscious mind, her big brother Qinyu was an omnipotent existence who had created countless miracles. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen strode towards the magma ocean. There wasn't much time left. He had to obtain the Nine Yin profound heart before the northern and southern dynasties awakened. Jiang Chen knew that the rise of the northern and southern dynasties was unstoppable. Only by obtaining the Nine Yin profound heart and awakening Yan Qinyu would they be able to fight against the northern and southern dynasties. Jiang Chen's pace was fast and heavy. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the edge of the magma ocean. Seeing the white-clothed youth walking towards the magma ocean, the expert's facial expression changed instantly. Brat, don't court death. Is this brat an idiot? Or is he brainless? Even an immortal venerable has died. How can an immortal emperor like him want to obtain the Nine Yin profound heart? He's overestimating himself. Young man, don't be blinded by greed. Treasures aren't as important as your life. Someone tried to dissuade Jiang Chen. In their point of view, Jiang Chen was simply overestimating his own capabilities. What he was trying to do was impossible. He was courting death for nothing. Chapter 1817. Naturally, Jiang Chen was indifferent to their persuasion. He had no other way out now. He had to snatch the Nine Yin profound heart back before the northern and southern dynasties awakened. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't have any reaction, the few experts couldn't help but shake their heads. Their eyes were filled with contempt and disdain. In their point of view, a young man was still a young man after all. His temperament was too unstable. He had clearly learned from the mistakes of others, but he still continued to risk his life. He was no different from a fool. There's no need to pay attention to such a person. There are too many reckless people in this world. The half-step sovereign elder spoke, his eyes full of contempt. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to pay attention to what was happening in the magma ocean, he was afraid that he wouldn't even spare a glance at Jiang Chen. A young man like Jiang Chen wasn't worthy of his attention. As a member of the Immortal Court, he had seen too many monstrous geniuses. An intermediate immortal emperor youth was nothing in the Immortal Court. Jiang Chen glanced at the immortal burying coffin that was still fighting with the monarch sword. With a sway of his body, he transformed into his dragon form. This time he had to go all out. What? The half-step sovereign elder who was indifferent to Jiang Chen exclaimed when he saw Jiang Chen's transformation. His facial expression changed. His eyes widened, staring unblinkingly at the half-human half-dragon figure in front of him. His emotions became incomparably agitated. It's him. It's him. The half-human half-dragon form. He's the one that Heaven Sovereign mentioned. The elder muttered to himself. No one knew what he was talking about, but his emotions were fluctuating rapidly. It was very rare for a mighty half-step sovereign to have such a huge fluctuation in his emotions, unless he encountered something that he was particularly concerned about. You can't go in. With a sway, the elder came to the edge of the magma ocean, trying to stop Zhou Xian, but it was already too late. Zhou Xian had already transformed into a dragon, flying towards the nine profound heart and went deep into the magma ocean. Damn it, this guy is too reckless. Why did the Sky Emperor give him such a high evaluation? The old man was flustered and exasperated. He had been looking everywhere for a young man who could transform into a dragon. This was also the reason why he appeared in the ruins of Great Sovereign Batian. He didn't expect to meet such a young man, but the result was disappointing. He had long wanted to meet a peerless monstrous genius who was praised by Heaven Emperor, but today he felt extremely disappointed. He was too impulsive and didn't use his brain at all before acting. But no matter what, now that such a person had appeared, the old man had to pay attention. Someone that the Sky Emperor has taken a liking to shouldn't be bad. I'll see if he can walk out alive. If he can't, then the Sky Emperor has made a mistake. The old man turned and returned to his original spot, watching every move of Zhou Xian without blinking. He didn't know why Zhou Xian would do this, but he felt that Zhou Xian must have his own reasons. For the time being he chose to believe in Zhou Xian, or rather the judgment of Heaven Emperor. This kid has really gone in. I dare say that he won't last a minute in there. 1 minute left. It'll be fine if he doesn't go near the nine profound heart, but if he does he will be burned to death immediately. That's right. I really have no idea where this kid got his courage from. Even a peak intermediate immortal venerable was burned to death, but he still wants to go and die. Everyone sighed. They felt that Zhou Qian's decision couldn't be any more stupid. If he didn't learn from the mistakes of others, it would still be understandable if he wanted to be the first one to eat the crab. But now, a great warrior had just died and he was going to die right after that? Swoosh. Sensing that someone had entered the magma region again, the eyes of the northern and southern dynasties opened in a flash. When they saw Zhou Xian in the magma region, flames shot out of their eyes. Zhou Xian, how did you find this place so quickly? The northern and southern dynasties spoke loudly. Humph. Northern and southern dynasties, you are starting to feel afraid after seeing me, aren't you? Zhou Xian harumphed coldly. Haha, afraid? Are you kidding me? Why don't you take a look at where this place is? Everything is under my control. Once I fuse with the body of my previous life, I will be able to dominate everything. Who do you think you are to threaten me? Zhou Xian, you really don't know what's good for you. How dare you break into my territory? The northern and southern dynasties burst into laughter. He was still as arrogant as ever, but the moment he saw Zhou Xian, a trace of uneasiness arose from the bottom of his heart. This feeling of uneasiness had already become a habit of his. Even though he knew that this place was under his complete control and that Zhou Xian could no longer affect him, the feeling of uneasiness would still appear, because every time Zhou Xian appeared, it would bring him a bad ending without exception. This was the source of his uneasiness. Who is this man? How can he know the reincarnation of Great Sovereign Batian? And it seems like they are enemies. It seems that things aren't as simple as we thought. There must be a lot of grudges involved. However, this brat is a little reckless for breaking into the magma area. Let's see. Someone who is qualified to be enemies with the reincarnation of Great Sovereign Batian and is valued by the Great Sovereign Batian must not be an ordinary person. The conversation between Zhou Xian and the northern and southern dynasties had changed everyone's view of him. Sometimes one could judge a person's character by looking at his enemies. An enemy that was valued by an expert must not be too weak. Northern and southern dynasties, you should know that this magma area has no effect on me at all. Zhou Xian said faintly. With a sway of his body, he directly went up to the altar. A layer of flame spread out from his body. When the surrounding magma came into contact with the flame, it automatically drifted away. The violent aura also became gentle, as if it had seen the King of Flames. Zhou Xian, you really shouldn't have come in. This place isn't as simple as you think. I can easily control the seals and kill you. The northern and southern dynasties said. Then try it. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you now. Wait till I get the 9 profound heart. Jiang Qin did not attack the northern and southern dynasties because he was very clear that it would be useless to attack the northern and southern dynasties here. Just like what the northern and southern dynasties said, he dared to merge with the body of the great sovereign here because he wasn't afraid of being disturbed. Everything here was arranged by great sovereign Batian in advance. No one would be able to cause trouble. Chapter 1818. Therefore Jiang Qin didn't want to waste any effort. Moreover, his current target was the Nineteen Profound Heart. He didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble by dealing with the northern and southern dynasties. Compared to Yan Qinyu, the northern and southern dynasties weren't that important. Jiang Qin, this is between me and Empress Nineteen. What does it have to do with you? Do you really have to stick your nose into everything? The northern and southern dynasties gnashed their teeth in anger. Judging from their expressions, if it weren't for the fact that they were in the middle of fusing with their real bodies, they would have immediately attacked Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin didn't care about the northern and southern dynasties anymore. With a sway of his body, he had already arrived in front of the Nineteen Profound Heart. Ah, Jiang Qin, you're too arrogant. So what if you have the flame protecting your body? Do you really think that you can get the Nineteen Profound Heart just like that? Retard. Look at how that old man died just now. The defense mechanism outside the Nineteen Profound Heart is not something you can handle. Since you're courting death, then go ahead and try. What a pity I couldn't kill you with my own hands. Of course, there's no difference between dying under the defense mechanism and dying in my hands. The northern and southern dynasties laughed out loud once again. They were very confident in the defense mechanism outside the Nineteen Profound Heart. Even if Jiang Qin had the powerful flame protecting his body, he still wouldn't be able to withstand the attack of the defense mechanism. Once he was attacked, Jiang Qin would definitely die. This was almost certain. The northern and southern dynasties felt that it was a pity that Jiang Qin was going to die under the defense mechanism. According to their plan, after they had fused with their real bodies, they would capture Jiang Qin and let him suffer all kinds of torture in the human world before he died. They would never let Jiang Qin die so easily. Dying under the attack of the defense mechanism would be too easy for Jiang Qin. Ignoring the words of the northern and southern dynasties, if Jiang Qin dared to make a move, it meant that he had a certain level of confidence. The Immortal Burying Coffin and the Emperor Sword were locked in a stalemate. The Emperor Sword could not spare itself to deal with Jiang Qin. The northern and southern dynasties also had no time to spare. Hence, Jiang Qin could focus on snatching the Nineteen Profound Heart. Jiang Qin stood outside the Nineteen Profound Heart. He could clearly sense the terrifying restrictions surrounding the Nineteen Profound Heart, so he wasn't in a hurry to make a move. His nerves were tense as he circulated the Great Soul Derivation Technique and Great Divination Art to the extreme. He had to understand the characteristics of this restriction before he made a move. The restriction set up by a great sovereign was almost flawless. Even if Jiang Qin used the Great Soul Derivation Technique and Great Divination Art, he wouldn't be able to find a single flaw in the restriction. This was an omnidirectional attack restriction. As long as someone touched the restriction, it would immediately explode, engulfing the person and killing him. That immortal venerable died because he touched the restriction. It seems like I have to rely on the Zulong Tower. Jiang Qin took a deep breath. The Zulong Tower let out a rumbling sound. The invisible Zulong Tower firmly protected Jiang Qin, forming an impregnable wall. The restriction was set up by Great Sovereign Batian. Once it was touched, a powerful Great Sovereign's aura would erupt. With the defense of the Zulong Tower, no matter how powerful the Great Sovereign's aura was, it wouldn't affect Jiang Qin anymore. No matter how powerful the Great Sovereign's aura was, it was nothing in front of a deity's aura. Look, that kid is going to make a move. He's really bold. But he seems to be able to walk freely in the magma region as though he isn't affected at all. I never thought that he would be such a miraculous youth. Look, the critical moment is coming. As long as he dares to make a move, the restriction will be triggered. I'm afraid the consequences will be unpredictable. The emotions of those immortal venerables were tense. All of them were eager to know the outcome of the battle. Naturally, the most nervous one was the half-step sovereign elder. Ever since he saw Jiang Qin in his dragon form, he couldn't help but pay close attention to this monstrous genius. Above the altar, the flames on the surface of Jiang Qin's body were making crackling sounds. The flames flickered like agile snakes. No one could see the invisible Zulong Tower except for Jiang Qin. The northern and southern dynasties were staring at Jiang Qin unblinkingly. They had to witness the death of Zhou Xian and the process of Zhou Qian's death with their own eyes. Zhou Xian, you are overestimating yourself. The northern and southern dynasties sneered. Zhou Xian ignored them. Presently he didn't have the mood to care about the northern and southern dynasties. He had already decided to make a move. Now, Zhou Qian's eyes sparkled. With lightning speed he struck out with his dragon claw, aiming for the 9 profound heart. The timing he chose was the best. Although the restriction left behind by Great Sovereign Batian was terrifying, it had a very short moment of weakness. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to sense it. Even if they sensed it, they wouldn't be able to grasp it accurately. However, Zhou Xian was able to do it. Chi-Chi, however, despite Zhou Qian's speed, the restriction was still triggered. Rumbling sounds reverberated unceasingly. A huge fire dragon appeared in an instant along with a fiery red vortex, drawing Zhou Xian into it. Due to Zhou Qian's precise timing and his incredible speed, he had already grabbed the 9 profound heart when he was drawn into the vortex. An incomparably cold feeling spread all over his body. Zhou Qian grabbed it tightly. This was Yan Qinyu's possession. It was the chance for her to wake up. He would never let it go. Not good. Outside, seeing Zhou Qian being drawn into the vortex, the half-step sovereign elder slapped his thigh in anger. The ending that he feared the most had happened. No matter how confident he was in Heaven's Sovereign's judgment, the tragedy had still happened. It's over. This kid is going to die. AI. This young man is too impulsive and self-righteous. Now he has lost his life. Like I said, it's impossible for a miracle to happen. The restriction left behind by Great Sovereign Batian could even kill an immortal venerable, let alone a puny immortal emperor. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. In their point of view, it was impossible for Zhou Qian to stay alive after being drawn into the vortex. However, would Zhou Qian die so easily? In the vortex, Zhou Qian indeed felt the threat of death. The powerful restriction had almost torn the surrounding void apart, turning this place into a land of death. No living being could survive in this place. Unfortunately, the restriction couldn't destroy the Zulong Tower. Not only that, when the powerful force of the restriction was attacking the ancestral dragon pagoda, the pressure of the great emperor that was carried by the restriction actually stimulated the divinity of the ancestral dragon pagoda, causing the ancestral dragon pagoda to operate automatically. The huge door of the ancestral dragon pagoda opened with a rumbling sound. The huge door was like a black hole, crazily absorbing the magma outside. Haha. Chapter 18-19. This was completely out of Zhou Qian's expectation. Although the Zulong Tower could devour a lot of energy, Zhou Qian had never thought of absorbing the magma left behind by a great sovereign. After all, despite his confidence, he still had some self-awareness. Now, the Zulong Tower opened its mouth like a black hole and began to absorb the magma like a whale sucking in water. Honglong. The 47th floor of the Zulong Tower erupted with a rumbling sound. The energy contained in this area was just too massive. In just the blink of an eye, the 47th floor was completely condensed and began to rush towards the 48th floor. After being impacted by the Zulong Tower, the powerful whirlpool shattered with a ka-cha sound. The restriction laid out by Great Sovereign Batian began to crumble after losing the support of the magma. What's that? Zhou Qian, what have you done? Northern and southern dynasties saw everything that happened. Their eyes turned red as they sensed the magma that was constantly flowing out of this area. Although they couldn't see Zhou Qian's figure, they were sure that this change must have something to do with Zhou Qian. Haha. Northern and southern dynasties, this magma restriction of yours is just SOSO. Not only can it do nothing to me, but it has also helped me. Zhou Qian's laughter came from the depths of the whirlpool. He didn't look injured at all, as though the destructive force of the whirlpool didn't affect Zhou Qian at all. What? That brat isn't dead? How is this possible? Impossible. He has clearly been devoured by the whirlpool. How could he still be alive? This doesn't make sense. Even a peak intermediate immortal venerable has died tragically in it. How could a puny immortal emperor like him survive? It seems like we have underestimated this man. An enemy that can catch the attention of the reincarnation of Great Sovereign Batian must not be an ordinary one. This man must have the means to restrain the Great Sovereign's restriction. When did such a heaven-defying genius appear in Fengqi immortal domain? None of us old ancestors knew about it. No one wasn't surprised. Although they still couldn't see Jiang Chen's figure, the sonorous voice of Jiang Chen was enough to prove that he was still alive and well. There was no way they wouldn't be surprised. That place was a killer move left behind by a great sovereign. Not long ago, an intermediate immortal venerable had died tragically in it, but now an immortal emperor had survived. This was simply a miracle, an unacceptable miracle. Good, the Sky Sovereign's eyes are still as sharp as ever. I didn't expect this kid to be so miraculous. He actually didn't die after entering it. The old half-martial emperor's face was filled with excitement. To him this was also a miracle. Everyone was shocked, but that was just the beginning. They only knew that there was a huge commotion inside, but they didn't know why. Only the northern and southern dynasties could accurately sense that the magma was rapidly losing its energy. According to the habit of the Zulong Tower, once it absorbed the magma, it would never stop. It wouldn't take long for all the magma to be absorbed by the Zulong Tower. At that time, no one knew how shocked the people outside would be. Inside the whirlpool, the Zulong Tower had reached its peak. Countless magma began to be absorbed by the Zulong Tower, turning into the purest energy. The 48th level was condensing rapidly. According to Jiang Chen's estimation, if all the magma was absorbed, the Zulong Tower would be condensed to the 50th level, and Jiang Chen himself would also benefit tremendously. It wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the late Immortal Emperor realm. Rumbling sounds lingered. The speed at which the Zulong Tower was devouring the magma was just too fast. The energy of the magma was disappearing rapidly. Jiang Chen's wild laughter resounded from the center of the whirlpool. Now he had no reason to be unhappy. Not only had he successfully obtained the 9 Profound Heart, but he had also destroyed the ancient domain of Great Sovereign Badian. Could be said that he had killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Jiang Chen, I advise you to stop what you're doing at once. Otherwise, I will make you suffer so much that you'll wish you were dead. The northern and southern dynasties roared at Jiang Chen with bloodshot eyes, but all he could do now was roar. At this moment, the northern and southern dynasties had reached the most critical moment of fusing with the great sovereign's body on the throne. There must be no mistake. Jiang Chen's action had seriously affected his mind, which was very disadvantageous to the fusion process. Suffer so much that you'll wish you were dead? I wonder who is the one suffering so much. Northern and southern dynasties, you will never be able to stop me from doing what I want to do. You are destined to be unlucky the moment you meet me. Unlucky, unlucky, unlucky. Jiang Chen's voice turned into layers of sound waves, drifting across the entire region, especially the last 2 words. The echo lingered for a long time. Jiang Chen. The northern and southern dynasties were so angry that they almost spurted out blood. They finally knew why they felt so uneasy when they saw Jiang Chen. This damned bastard was simply their natural nemesis. Every time they encountered him, they would be unlucky. Even though they had already dominated everything, their plans were still ruined by Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen hadn't appeared, everything would have been under their control. Once they completed the fusion process, they would be able to put away the 9 Profound Heart. At that time they would kill Empress 9 and seize the immortal burying coffin. Then they would destroy all the living beings in this space. They would be the only supreme existence under the heavens. However, all of this was disrupted by the sudden arrival of Jiang Chen. Not only was the 9 Profound Heart taken away by Jiang Chen, but the entire region was also facing destruction. It's useless even if you roar. The northern and southern dynasties, everything is out of your control. Jiang Chen continued to provoke the northern and southern dynasties. This incident was completely caused by the Zulong Tower. The supreme divine artifact Zulong Tower had exceeded the expectations of the northern and southern dynasties. It was an existence that they couldn't even imagine. Damn it. I have to calm my mind and hurry up to complete the fusion process. As long as I succeed, Jiang Chen will still die. The northern and southern dynasties gritted their teeth. They didn't know what method Jiang Chen used to absorb the energy of the magma, but they knew that it was too late to stop it. Therefore, what they needed to do now was to hurry up and complete the fusion process. As long as they succeeded, they would be able to kill Jiang Chen. In any case, this region was already gone. Rumble. Chapter 1820. The huge magma area was decreasing rapidly. The people outside had also noticed the anomaly. It was impossible for them not to notice such a huge movement. What's going on? The magma seems to be decreasing rapidly. The energy inside is getting lesser and lesser. How is this possible? That's an area set up by Great Sovereign Batian. There are terrifying seals everywhere. What kind of existence can ignore the seals and absorb the energy in the magma? It's that kid. It must have something to do with that kid just now. That kid is just too miraculous. Seems like the reason why he dared to enter alone is because he has a trump card. Now not only can he survive, he can also absorb the energy of the magma here. This is too terrifying. Where did this monstrous genius come from? Even the Immortal Court doesn't have such a young man. None of them could remain calm anymore. Compared to the fact that Xianxia didn't die on the altar, the current scene was the most horrifying one. It was what truly shocked them, an indescribable shock. Good. What a heaven-defying existence. No wonder Heaven Sovereign said that only this person can help him. When he comes out of the altar, I will reveal my identity and invite him to the Immortal Court. The half-step Sovereign Elder was incomparably excited. It seemed like he hadn't been this excited for a long time. His eyes were sparkling as if he had seen infinite hope. On the altar, the northern and southern dynasties were sitting on the thrones, trying their best to carry out the final fusion with their bodies. Xianxia was still madly absorbing the energy of the magma. It wasn't easy for him to encounter such a great opportunity. Xianxia would never miss it. Moreover, now that the Zulong Tower had taken the initiative, it was impossible for Xianxia to stop even if he wanted to. Of course, Xianxia didn't have any intention of stopping. His qi was surging as he advanced to the late Immortal Emperor realm. A large number of immortal metastones were refined and absorbed by Xianxia. He felt fortunate that he had asked for a large number of immortal metastones from Yu family back in Fengli City. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome for him to advance to the late Immortal Emperor realm. The amount of immortal metastones I have consumed to advance to the late Immortal Emperor realm is just too enormous. The remaining immortal metastones aren't enough for me to advance to the half-step Immortal Venerable realm. I must find a way to get more immortal metastones after I get out of here. Xianxia thought. The cultivation of the dragon transformation skill was a bottomless pit and a tremendous consumption process. Fortunately, Xianxia was already mentally prepared. Plus, it wasn't difficult for him to collect a large number of immortal metastones. After advancing to the late Immortal Emperor realm, Xianxia would collect a large number of venerable grade immortal metastones. The higher his cultivation base was, the more immortal metastones he needed. As a large number of immortal metastones continued to be refined and absorbed, the barrier of the late Immortal Emperor realm finally loosened, producing a cracking sound. The number of dragon marks in Xianxia's body had reached 1.4 million. The space of his qi had become extremely vast. It was like a boundless ocean, densely packed with the silhouettes of dragons. The roars of dragons rose and fell one after another. Each of the dragon marks was like a true dragon dancing in the air. The whole scene was magnificent to the extreme. 1.4 million was the sign of advancing to the late Immortal Emperor realm. At this moment, Xianxia's cultivation base had successfully advanced to the late Immortal Emperor realm, and the 49th floor of the Zulong Tower was about to be condensed. 1.4 million dragon marks definitely wasn't the limit of Xianxia. The energy absorbed through the Zulong Tower was the purest energy. It wouldn't be a problem for him to absorb it unlimitedly. At this rate, when all the magma was absorbed by the Zulong Tower, the number of dragon marks in Xianxia's body would reach at least 1.42 million, and the 50th floor of the Zulong Tower would be completely condensed. Very quickly, more than half of the magma in the area had been reduced. Many of the seals set up by Great Sovereign Batian had collapsed due to the lack of magma. One should know that these seals were made from the magma. Without the magma, the seals would naturally cease to exist. There was no need for powerful attacks. Half of the magma has disappeared. Such a scene is too shocking. I wouldn't believe it if I didn't see it with my own eyes. I wonder what kind of heaven-defying method this kid has used to devour the things left behind by the Great Sovereign. It seems like all the energy in this area is about to be absorbed. The reincarnation of Great Sovereign Batian is in the process of fusing with his physical body. He won't have the time to make a move now. The crowd was getting more and more shocked. They didn't even dare to imagine such a scene. Each of them found it hard to breathe. Their eyes widened in shock. The immortal burying coffin and the monarch sword were still entangled, but it wasn't the monarch sword that was blocking the monarch sword. The monarch's sword had been summoned by the northern and southern dynasties to kill Zhou Xian. Naturally, the immortal burying coffin couldn't just stand by and watch. It blocked the monarch's sword, not giving the monarch's sword any chance to get close to Zhou Xian. Zhou Qian's actions had always been earth-shattering. The portal of the Zulong Tower was getting bigger and bigger. The speed at which it absorbed the magma was also getting faster. Judging from the situation, the final outcome would be that the northern and southern dynasties wouldn't leave a single scrap of the Zulong Tower. The number of dragon marks in Zhou Qian's qi continued to rise. The 49th floor of the Zulong Tower was completely condensed. The portal of the 50th floor opened immediately. Zhou Qian knew that the secret of the Zulong Tower was divided into 3 stages. The first was the 33rd floor, the second was the 66th floor, and the last was the 99th floor. When the 33rd floor was completely condensed, it gave Zhou Qian a huge surprise. The change of the time law had given Zhou Qian an excellent place for cultivation. Now that the 50th floor of the Zulong Tower had been condensed, Zhou Qian was looking forward to the secret of the 66th floor. Zhou Qian estimated that the benefits of the second stage would be better than the first. Very quickly, all the energy of the magma was absorbed by the ancestral dragon pagoda. At this time, just as Zhou Qian had expected, the condensing of the 50th level of the pagoda had just been completed. The number of dragon marks in his body had reached a terrifying 1.42 million, stabilizing his cultivation base at the late Immortal Emperor realm. Chapter 1821. Zhou Qian had seen the performance of the northern and southern dynasties. Zhou Qian couldn't help but praise them. The northern and southern dynasties were indeed outstanding figures. Under such circumstances, they were still able to concentrate on fusing with the body of a great sovereign. As a matter of fact, this was the best choice for the northern and southern dynasties, because they could clearly see the development of the situation. They knew that the magma region was definitely going to be destroyed, so they might as well give up on it. The most important thing was to fuse with the body of a great sovereign. Once the fusion was successful, the physical body alone would be extremely terrifying. At that time, a huge mountain would be turned into ashes with a flick of a finger. After all the magma had vanished, Zhou Qian's silhouette reappeared. The portal of the Zulong Tower had already closed. After devouring so much energy, the Zulong Tower seemed very satisfied. It had also become incomparably quiet and obedient in Zhou Qian's body. The people outside couldn't help but sigh when they saw all of this. What a heaven-defying kid. His cultivation base seems to have improved a lot from the intermediate Immortal Emperor realm to the late Immortal Emperor realm. Advancing by 1 level isn't a big deal. The key is that he has even destroyed the restriction of a great sovereign. This is something to be proud of. If it was us, not even the half-step sovereign sir could do it. That's right. One will never know how terrifying a sovereign realm is without touching the sovereign realm. This kid has broken the restriction of a peerless great sovereign with just an immortal emperor cultivation base. This alone is enough for him to be proud of. Everyone was full of praises for Zhou Qian. They were all old ancestor-level figures. Some of them came from super large sects, some came from ancient aristocratic families, and some came from the immortal court. Given their identity, they had seen too many geniuses in their lives, but this was their first time seeing a young man like this. The one who was the most excited was still the half-step sovereign old man. He came here with a certain goal in mind, and that was to help the Heaven Sovereign find a genius who could change the Heaven Sovereign's fate. Now, not only did he find the genius, his performance was incomparably miraculous, and it had exceeded his expectations. On the other side, the Emperor's sword was still engaged in a fierce battle with the immortal burying coffin. The immortal burying coffin emitted an excited aura. A beam of light rushed out of the immortal burying coffin and landed in front of Zhou Qian. The immortal burying coffin had torn an opening. Zhou Qian knew that this was the best opportunity. Without any hesitation, Zhou Qian took out the 9 profound heart and placed it on the ray of light. In the blink of an eye, the light disappeared and the 9 profound heart entered the immortal burying coffin. What is he doing? Why did you throw away the treasure that you already have? Why did you give it to the immortal burying coffin? That's right. Is this kid stupid? He should know the value of the 9 profound heart. He spent so much effort and took such a great risk to obtain it, and now he just gave it to the immortal burying coffin. Why? The crowd couldn't understand. The 9 profound heart was equivalent to a treasure. Some people even wanted to snatch it from Zhou Xian, but they didn't expect that Zhou Xian would give it to the Immortal burying coffin. If they were in Zhou Xian's shoes, they would immediately run away after obtaining the 9 profound heart. They wouldn't stay here for even a second, and it was impossible for them to give the treasure to someone else. But immediately they saw something strange. Because the Immortal burying coffin was covered by a layer of frost, they couldn't see the situation inside. Now that the 9 profound heart had entered the Immortal burying coffin, the layer of frost had disappeared, and the situation inside could be seen clearly. A beautiful woman was lying quietly in the Immortal burying coffin. After the 9 profound heart entered the Immortal burying coffin, it automatically entered the body of the Empress, where her heart was located. Look, there's a woman lying in the Immortal burying coffin. The 9 profound heart has been absorbed by her. It's the Empress, Empress 9. That's right, it must be her. I finally understand why the Immortal burying coffin suddenly came to the Monarch Mountain. It turns out that Empress 9 is lying in the Immortal burying coffin. He came here for the 9 profound heart. The Immortal burying coffin is the natal monarch weapon of great sovereign Zhou Xian. Why is Empress 9 lying in it? It's said that Empress 9 is the daughter of the Immortal Execution King, and the Immortal Execution King and great sovereign Zhou Xian are sworn brothers. It's said that he's Empress 9's godfather. So it's not strange that Empress 9 is lying in the Immortal burying coffin. What I'm curious about is why this young man helped Empress 9. What's his relationship with her? Chaos, it's too chaotic. The battle between the great sovereigns in the past has continued to this day. Now, the reincarnation of great sovereign Batian has found this place, and Empress 9 has appeared again. Seems like these two peerless figures will be resurrected in different ways. Shocking, too shocking. It was as if the greatest secret had been revealed. To the people present, great sovereign Batian and Empress 9 were ancient figures, not to mention the Immortal Execution King and great sovereign Zhou Xian. They were peerless figures from ancient times, figures that only existed in legends, the pinnacle of the immortal world. After the 9 profound heart entered Yan Qinyu's body, Zhang Qin heaved a sigh of relief. The Immortal burying coffin and the monarch sword were still fighting, firmly protecting Yan Qinyu from harm. Therefore, Zhang Qin didn't need to worry about Yan Qinyu's safety at all. If the Immortal burying coffin couldn't protect Yan Qinyu, then no one in this world could. Swish. Zhang Qin suddenly turned around, his sharp eyes looking at the northern and southern dynasties. He wouldn't stand by and watch the northern and southern dynasties merge their bodies. He had to take some measures. Plang. The Heavenly Saint sword appeared in Zhang Qin's hand. Without saying a word, the Heavenly Saint sword in his hand turned into a 300 meters long peerless sword and fiercely slashed at the northern and southern dynasties. Even if this strike couldn't kill the northern and southern dynasties, it would affect their minds, making them unable to concentrate on merging with the bodies of the northern and southern dynasties. Honglong. Unfortunately, just as Zhang Qin's sword touched the heads of the northern and southern dynasties, a layer of golden light suddenly rushed out from the thrones under the northern and southern dynasties, firmly encircling the northern and southern dynasties. When Zhang Qin's sword slashed at the layer of golden light, an earth-shattering roar erupted. Deng deng deng. Chapter 1822. The northern and southern dynasties slowly opened their eyes and looked at Zhang Qin with ridicule. Zhang Qin, your action is ridiculous. If you can break this layer of defense of mine, wouldn't the illustrious reputation of great sovereign Batian be in vain? After that, the northern and southern dynasties closed their eyes again and fell into a state of cultivation. Zhang Qin gently wiped off the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth, then kept the Heavenly Saint sword and his dragon form. Although he wanted to cause damage to the northern and southern dynasties, even if he could only affect their minds, Zhang Qin knew that he wouldn't be able to cause any damage to the northern and southern dynasties even if he exerted all his strength. Just like what the northern and southern dynasties had said, that layer of defense was just too terrifying. If he could break it so easily, he wouldn't be great sovereign Batian. At the same time, Zhang Qin was shocked by the strength of a great sovereign. Given his late immortal emperor cultivation base, he could even kill an intermediate immortal venerable if he transformed into his dragon form. He could even put up a fight against an ordinary late immortal venerable. Zhang Qin didn't hesitate to attack. However, such a powerful force couldn't even break the layer of defense laid out by the great sovereign. This showed how terrifying the great sovereign was. No wonder he was an existence that stood at the pinnacle of the heavens and earth. If one didn't touch that realm, one would never understand how terrifying it was. Once the northern and southern dynasties merge successfully, the consequences will be unimaginable. It will be the end of the world for everyone in this spatial zone. Now, I can only pray that Xiao Yu can wake up with the help of the 9 profound heart as soon as possible. Currently, only Xiao Yu can fight against the northern and southern dynasties. Jiang Chen muttered to himself. He was afraid that no one was a match for the northern and southern dynasties except for Yan Qinyu, not even the half-step sovereign outside. The cultivation base of the northern and southern dynasties had already reached the immortal venerable realm. If they merged with the body of a great sovereign, Jiang Chen estimated that the cultivation base of the northern and southern dynasties would at least reach the peerless venerable realm, which was infinitely close to the half-step sovereign realm. Additionally, the reincarnation of the great sovereign of the northern and southern dynasties had comprehended the great sovereign law. Even if they weren't a half-step sovereign, they could still kill a half-step sovereign. Apart from that, the northern and southern dynasties would be in possession of the most terrifying monarch sword, a peerless sovereign weapon. Who could resist it? Even Xiao Wangqing would only face death? Jiang Chen left the area. What he could do now was to wait, hoping that Yan Qinyu would wake up before Nan Beichao. At least she couldn't wake up before Nan Beichao. If not, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhoush. Just then, a late immortal venerable elder came to Jiang Chen's side with a ferocious smile and said to Jiang Chen, "Kid, hand over the treasure that you used to absorb the magma and I can spare your life." Jiang Chen darted a cold glance at the elder. There was no lack of people like this who would take advantage of the situation. Jiang Chen knew that the performance of the Zulong Tower had already attracted the attention of these experts. So it was normal for them to be greedy. In the immortal world, the weak were prey to the strong. "Old man, you'd better think about what you're doing." Jiang Chen spoke lung. He was in a very bad mood. If it was in the past, Jiang Chen would have to run away if he encountered a late immortal venerable, but now he didn't put the opponent in his eyes at all. Moreover, this elder had just advanced to the late immortal venerable realm. His cultivation base wasn't stable yet. Jiang Chen could fight him with all his strength. He didn't even need to use the Great Void technique to escape. Humph! What an arrogant kid. You're able to enter the Great Sovereign's area without dying and absorb the energy of the magma inside. It must be because of the rare treasure in your hand. As the saying goes, a man's wealth is his own ruin. As long as you hand it over, I'll spare you. The elder harumphed coldly. With his powerful cultivation base, he was confident that he could defeat Jiang Chen. Furthermore, he was planning to snatch the 9 profound heart from Jiang Chen when he came out. But he didn't expect that Jiang Chen would give the 9 profound heart to the immortal burying coffin, causing his plan to fail. However, he was very tempted by the treasure in Jiang Chen's hand that could absorb the energy of the magma. He hadn't found any decent treasure in the remains of a great sovereign. Now that he had finally found one, he naturally wouldn't let it go. But all of a sudden, a loud slap landed on the elder's face. The slap sent the late immortal venerable elder flying dozens of meters away. His teeth and blood spurted out from his mouth. Bastard! The old man was flustered and exasperated. Unfortunately, before he could finish cursing, he had already seen the person who had attacked. He was so frightened that he didn't dare to speak. A gray-robed elder appeared in front of Jiang Chen. It was this gray-robed elder who slapped Jiang Chen. He was the only half-step sovereign on the scene. "How dare you snatch my treasure in front of me?" The elder Lung spoke, unleashing the chi of a half-step sovereign. The terrifying pressure made the elder kneel on the ground with a puff. "Please spare my life, my lord. Please spare my life." The elder was terrified. No matter how greedy he was still afraid of death. Offending a half-step sovereign was no different from courting death. "Frem!" the gray-robed elder bellowed. The terrifying sound wave sent the immortal venerable flying hundreds of meters away, causing him to spurt out blood. "Thank you for sparing my life, my lord. Thank you for sparing my life." The immortal venerable elder scrambled to his feet and flew away. He finally understood a fact. In front of a half-step sovereign, he wouldn't even get a chance to rob. Who wouldn't covet the treasures in Jiang Chen's hands? In his point of view, the reason why the half-step sovereign attacked him was to rob the treasures in Jiang Chen's hands. That was equivalent to him fighting a half-step sovereign for the treasures in Jiang Chen's hands. Humph. Still want to leave? Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. He would never give his enemies any chance. This immortal venerable intended to rob him and even wanted his life. Jiang Chen would never be polite to such an enemy. Swoosh. Jiang Chen's speed was extremely fast. In an instant he transformed into his dragon form and used the Great Void technique to catch up with the fleeing elder. Then he thrust out the Heavenly Saint's sword and pierced through the elder's head. You. The immortal venerable stared at Jiang Chen with widened eyes, feeling the life force in his body fading away. Even in his dreams he wouldn't have thought that he would die in the hands of an immortal emperor in the remains of a great sovereign. Puchi. Chapter 1823. However, such a scene set off another wave of shock. Everyone gaped at the scene, including the half-step sovereign elder. His eyes were full of disbelief as he looked at the indifferent face of Jiang Chen. By God! This young man is too terrifying. How is it possible for a late immortal emperor to kill a late immortal venerable with a single strike? What a terrifying bastard. Even though that expert was severely injured by the half-step sovereign, he was still a late immortal venerable expert. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. It's impossible for him to be killed by an immortal emperor. Also, did you all see that? That expert didn't even have the chance to resist when he died. That Jiang Chen's speed is just too fast. Incredible. I can see the murderous energy that he unleashed instantly. Even a peak intermediate immortal venerable expert isn't a match for him. That bastard was severely injured by the half-step sovereign, which is why he died tragically in Jiang Chen's hands. He's indeed a monstrous genius who could destroy a great sovereign's restriction. His strength can't be measured by common sense. Heaven Sovereign's eyesight sure is sharp. Even the peerless geniuses of the immortal court can't be compared to him. Plus, this man is decisive and merciless. I have already spared that immortal venerable's life, but he still killed him. In the immortal world, only such a ferocious man can truly rise. No one could keep their calm anymore. The half-step sovereign elder's eyes were filled with surprise when he looked at Jiang Chen. If his attitude towards Jiang Chen wasn't very good in the beginning, everything had changed now. He even began to believe what Heaven Sovereign had told him. Given the current situation that Heaven Sovereign was facing, he was afraid that only a man like Jiang Chen could truly help Heaven Sovereign. After killing the elder, Jiang Chen returned to his original spot, clasped his fists at the half-step sovereign and said, "Thank you for your help." Jiang Chen had always been a person who understood right from wrong. Since this person had taken the initiative to help him, it was only right for him to express his gratitude. More importantly, Jiang Chen didn't sense any malice from this quasi-emperor, and there wasn't any greed in his eyes. Jiang Chen's perception was very sharp. If this half-emperor was helping him out of other intentions, Jiang Chen would definitely be able to sense it. Jiang Chen could also sense that this half-emperor had no ill intentions towards him. "Your name is Jiang Chen, right?" the gray-robed elder asked with a smile. "Exactly." Jiang Chen nodded. Jiang Chen was not surprised that the elder knew his name. Previously, when he spoke to the northern and southern dynasties, the elder had called out his name more than once, so it was normal for others to know his name. "I'm Han Feng from the immortal court of the Fengqi immortal domain. May I have a word with you, little brother?" Han Feng's expression suddenly turned solemn and he became extremely cautious. Jiang Chen was stunned and couldn't help but frown. He carefully observed this elder and was sure that this was his first time seeing Han Feng. He only knew one half-step sovereign in the immortal world, and that was Jiang Chen. Not to mention that Han Feng was from the immortal court of Fengqi immortal domain. Jiang Chen didn't think that he had any connection with the immortal court of Fengqi immortal domain. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't object to it, Han Feng waved his hand and struck out a ray of light, forming a layer of protective barrier that surrounded him and Jiang Chen. This barrier was equivalent to a small-scale restriction set up by a half-step sovereign expert, completely isolating them from the outside world. It was impossible for outsiders to see what was happening inside. "Elder Han, I don't think we know each other, right?" asked Jiang Chen. He still couldn't sense the slightest malice from the other party. This was the reason why Jiang Chen was still willing to stand here. Besides, Jiang Chen also wanted to see what the other party was going to do. He could tell that the other party was looking for him for some secret. "Little brother, I won't hide it from you. I was entrusted by Heaven Sovereign to look for a person who can transform into a dragon. I didn't expect to meet one here today. Furthermore, I'm amazed by your performance. Heaven Sovereign's eyesight is indeed very sharp, said Han Feng. He had to get straight to the point with Jiang Chen. He could see that Jiang Chen was a very astute figure. It was best to get straight to the point in front of such a person. First of all, he had to make the other party remove his vigilance against him. Who's Heaven Sovereign? I don't think I know him, asked Jiang Chen. He was very puzzled. Since the other party addressed him as Heaven Sovereign, it was enough to show how terrifying this Heaven Sovereign was. At the very least, he must be a true great sovereign. Otherwise, how could he command a half-step sovereign expert? Heaven Sovereign is the sovereign lord of our immortal court. He has just returned to the immortal court not long ago. By the way, Heaven Sovereign said that you will understand when you see this thing, said Han Feng, taking out an item from his hand. A huge ruler glittering with radiance appeared in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's facial expression changed dramatically the moment he saw the ruler. Myriad Stars ruler. Jiang Chen almost exclaimed. He couldn't be more familiar with this ruler. It was Nangong Wentian's combat weapon, the Myriad Stars ruler. Previously, when he returned to Saint Origin World to kill Jun Tianchou, he learned that his father and Nangong Wentian had ascended to the immortal world. Nangong Wentian had ascended even earlier than him. Jiang Chen had found his father Jiang Zhenhai, and planned to inquire about Nangong Wentian's whereabouts. He didn't expect to see the Myriad Stars ruler here. Han Feng heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Jiang Chen really knew about the Myriad Stars ruler. Why is the Myriad Stars ruler in your hands? What's the relationship between Anan and Heaven Sovereign? Asked Jiang Chen hastily. He was very excited. Nangong Wentian was the only one he didn't know of among his life and death brothers. Now that he had news of Nangong Wentian, he couldn't help but feel excited. Brother Jiang, Nangong Wentian is our Heaven Sovereign, said Han Feng. What? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. He staggered and almost fainted. Nangong Wentian is Heaven Sovereign? Isn't this too fucking ridiculous? However, Jiang Chen nodded silently. Back when Nangong Wentian cultivated the 10,000 everlasting elephants, Jiang Chen had already sensed the extraordinariness of this cultivation technique. It allowed Nangong Wentian to cultivate the power of the desolate ancient elephant, but he didn't expect Nangong Wentian to have such an extraordinary origin. He was actually the reincarnation of Heaven Sovereign. Chapter 1824. That's right. In the past, Heaven Sovereign had fused with the divine spirit of the desolate ancient elephant in order to break through to a higher realm, but he failed in the end and had no choice but to reincarnate. Although he has returned, the immortal court is no longer the same as before. Although Heaven Sovereign is still the sovereign lord on the surface, he is actually in a very dangerous situation. There are some things that I believe you should understand. There are naturally people in the immortal court who don't want Heaven Sovereign to return. Heaven Sovereign said that in this world only you can help him. Heaven Sovereign can't leave the immortal court now. Once he leaves the immortal court, I'm afraid that his life will be in danger. Han Feng said. Although there were many things that he didn't say clearly, Jiang Chen wasn't a fool. Given his intelligence, he had already understood everything. As the saying goes, when people leave, the tea cools down. Things remain the same, but people have changed. The former Heaven Sovereign was no longer the famous Sovereign Lord. As the supreme ruler of an immortal domain, the Sovereign Lord had supreme authority. Who wouldn't want such authority? Now that Heaven Sovereign had suddenly returned after such a long time, there would naturally be people who weren't happy about it. Jiang Chen knew that Nangong Wentian must have fallen into a very difficult and dangerous situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent people to look for Jiang Chen. The fact that Nangong Wentian specifically looked for Jiang Chen showed his trust in Jiang Chen. Similarly to Nangong Wentian, the only person he could trust in the immortal world and had the ability to help him was Jiang Chen. Anan and I are life and death brothers. It doesn't matter if he is Nangong Wentian or the current Heaven Sovereign. This is something that can't be changed. When my brother is in trouble, I, Jiang Chen, naturally can't just stand by and watch. However, given my current strength, I don't think I can be of much help. May I know what Elder Han wants me to do? Jiang Chen asked. After seeing the Myriad Star ruler, his grudge against Han Feng was completely gone. Now that Nangong Wentian needed him, he naturally wouldn't refuse. In this world, there was nothing that could scare Jiang Chen, Not even the high and mighty Immortal Court. If I take you to the Immortal Court directly, it will definitely attract the attention of others. The current Immortal Court is different from the past. Almost all the major powers are under the control of Star Sovereign, but Heaven Sovereign still has a say in the matter. After I return, I will ask Heaven Sovereign to issue an order. A month later, the Immortal Court will hold a selection competition for the young generation of Fengqi Immortal Domain. Given your strength, it won't be a problem for you to enter the Immortal Court through the competition. When you become a disciple of the Immortal Court, you won't arouse Brother Xing's suspicion. When you arrive at the Immortal Court, you can meet Heaven Sovereign. Han Feng said. It seemed that he and the Sky Emperor had already thought of everything. 1 month. Alright, I will definitely go to the competition on time. Jiang Qin nodded. If it wasn't for Nangong Wentian, he wouldn't even bother to participate in the selection competition, but the situation was different now. He had to go to the Immortal Court to help Nangong Wentian. 1 month was just the right time for him to visit Fengqi Immortal Domain. Then it's a deal. Heaven Sovereign and I will be waiting for you in the Immortal Court. Han Feng kept the myriad star ruler and patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. He heaved a sigh of relief as he had finally completed the task given to him by Heaven Sovereign. Hong Long. At this moment, a loud rumbling sound was heard from the outside. Han Feng hastily removed the protective barrier. Jiang Chen saw an extremely strong wave of qi rushing out from Nan Beichao's body. His body was glowing with boundless light. That was the light of an emperor high and mighty. No one dared to offend him or blaspheme him. Not good. The northern and southern dynasties have completed the integration of the bodies of the great sovereigns. Jiang Chen had a bad feeling. He didn't expect that the northern and southern dynasties would integrate so quickly. At this moment, the throne that Nan Beichao was sitting on had vanished. His golden hair was fluttering in the wind. His qi kept rising. Just as Jiang Chen had expected, his cultivation base had already reached the peak of late immortal venerable realm. He was only a step away from the half-step sovereign realm, and it seemed like he could step into that realm at any time. More importantly, the northern and southern dynasties had completed the initial integration with the bodies of the great sovereigns. Their progress in the future would be very fast. There wouldn't be any bottleneck in their cultivation. Today they were at the peak of immortal venerable realm. Tomorrow they would advance to the half-step sovereign realm. The rise of the northern and southern dynasties was unstoppable. Haha. Monarch sword. The northern and southern dynasties laughed wildly. With a stretch of his hand, the monarch sword that was fighting with the immortal burying coffin flew into the hands of the northern and southern dynasties as though it was being summoned. The monarch sword danced in the hands of the northern and southern dynasties joyfully. In this world, only the northern and southern dynasties had the ability to control the monarch sword. What a powerful wave of qi. Great Sovereign Batian has come back to life. This is too terrifying. Will he kill us? With the monarch sword in hand, we can annihilate everything. Who can stop us? Everyone's face darkened. The northern and southern dynasties were just too powerful. Although they were only at the peak of immortal venerable realm, even Han Feng couldn't resist the powerful qi that they exuded. Ah, under the heavens, who can stop me, Nan Beichao? Jiang Chen, today is the day you die. And you lowly ants, how dare you step into my forbidden area? That's a humiliation to me. All of you will die today, none of you will be able to live. The northern and southern dynasties had gone berserk. They had been waiting for this day for too long. Now that their wish had finally been fulfilled, they were determined to start a massacre to establish their prestige as the monarch emperor. Not good. This bastard is a killing maniac. He's going to kill all of us. The return of great Sovereign Batian is unstoppable. Let's go now or we'll all die here. Everyone began to panic. How would they dare to stay any longer? Each and every one of them pushed their speed to the limit, fearing that they would slow down. Han Feng wanted to leave too, but was stopped by Jiang Chen. He knew the northern and southern dynasties too well. Now that the northern and southern dynasties had gained the upper hand, they would certainly turn into killing maniacs. Anyone who tried to leave first would die first. Although Han Feng was a half-step sovereign, he would still be killed by the monarch sword. Haha, you have profaned my prestige. Do you still want to leave? Sure enough, Nan Beichao made his move when he saw those people trying to escape. The monarch sword in his hand turned into the noblest sword in the heaven and earth. Nanbei Chao casually slashed out cold and sharp sword light. Each of the sword light was a deadly weapon. Its speed was extremely fast, catching up to everyone in a flash. Arg. Chapter 1825. Han Feng's face turned somewhat unsightly. The reincarnation of Great Sovereign Batian was just too terrifying. He could kill so many immortal venerables with a wave of his hand. He could see that given the strength of the northern and southern dynasties, even if he attacked them personally, he would be killed instantly by them. Even if he didn't use the monarch sword, he would still die tragically in the hands of the northern and southern dynasties. However, when Han Feng saw the calm face of Jiang Qin beside him, he couldn't help but raise his thumb to Jiang Qin inwardly. He was a dignified half-step sovereign, but his temperament wasn't even comparable to that of a young immortal emperor. The fact that Jiang Qin could still maintain his composure under such a situation showed that Jiang Qin was destined to be a powerful figure. After killing those immortal venerables, the northern and southern dynasties shifted their gaze to Jiang Qin once more. The corner of his mouth was wearing a grim smile. His killing intent soared to the sky. His powerful aura locked onto Jiang Qin and Han Feng. Jiang Qin, I've said it before. You're no match for me. You'll die in my hands sooner or later. Now that I've gained enough power, you're just an ant in front of me. I can crush you to death with just a finger. What else do you have to say? Jiang Qin said coldly. The arrogance of the northern and southern dynasties was boundless. At this moment he truly didn't put Jiang Qin in his eyes. In his point of view, Jiang Qin had already become a turtle in a jar. There was no way that Jiang Qin could escape from his hands unless there was a miracle. Is that so? You should have thought that there would be an accident every time. Jiang Qin's face was still as indifferent as ever. Hearing this, the faces of the northern and southern dynasties that were laughing wildly suddenly became ferocious. Jiang Qin's words were like a knife stabbing into his heart, because Jiang Qin's words were not wrong. Whether it was in the mortal world or the immortal world, every time he was certain to defeat Jiang Qin, a miracle would happen in the end and change the outcome. Originally he had the upper hand, but in the end he became the unlucky one. Therefore, even though the northern and southern dynasties were certain that they had Jiang Qin in their grasp, the uneasiness in their hearts still surfaced. Jiang Qin, I want to see what kind of miracle will happen today. The northern and southern dynasties clenched their teeth. Their killing intent grew thicker and thicker. They had never wanted to kill someone so badly before. Brother Jiang, I'll hold him off first. You should leave quickly. The celestial sovereign still needs your help. Even if I have to risk this old life of mine today, I'll ensure your safety. With a sway of his body, Han Feng appeared in front of Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin nodded to himself. He had a good impression of Han Feng. No matter what, Han Feng was very loyal to Nangong Wentian. In order to help Nangong Wentian, Han Feng was willing to sacrifice his life. Old man, since you're courting death, I'll kill you first. The northern and southern dynasties said and slashed at Han Feng with the monarch sword. Rumble. At this moment the immortal burying coffin moved. The huge ancient coffin blocked in front of Han Feng. When the indestructible monarch sword slashed at the immortal burying coffin, it produced a clanging sound and a lot of sparks. However, no matter how powerful the monarch sword was, it could not leave any mark on the immortal burying coffin. Great Sovereign Batian was powerful, but he was still inferior to the ancient Great Sovereign Zhou Xian. In a sense, the reputation of the monarch sword was a level lower than that of the immortal burying coffin. Damn the immortal burying coffin and Empress Nainin. I'll kill Jiang Qin and that old man first, then I'll deal with you. The northern and southern dynasties said angrily. He used his will to block the immortal burying coffin with the monarch sword, then attacked with his own body. The terrifying hand of heaven shrouded Han Feng and Jiang Qin in an instant. He wanted to kill them with a single strike. So powerful. Han Feng's countenance was incomparably unsightly. He could sense how terrifying the hand of the heavens was. Right now, all his aura had been locked onto by the hand of the heavens. This was a power akin to a towering mountain. With Han Feng's character, even if he unleashed his full strength, the only path left for him was death. Bang! At the most critical moment, the immortal burying coffin stirred again. The heavy coffin lid was lifted and a beautiful woman in snow-white clothes walked out. After she came out, she waved her hand and struck out. The palm was as huge as the hand of heaven. It was as translucent as jade and looked like an ice sculpture. The entire void was about to be frozen by the icy qi emitted from the huge palm. Honglong. The hand of heaven and the hand of ice collided fiercely, tearing the entire internal space apart. Terrifying airwaves spread out as if the end of the world had arrived. Xiaoyu. Jiang Chen cried out in surprise when he saw Yanqingyu again. He couldn't conceal the excitement in his heart. It was the first time they met each other since they parted ways in Saint Origin World. Yanqingyu turned to look at Jiang Chen. Her cold face revealed a trace of a smile when she saw Jiang Chen. She stuck her tongue out at Jiang Chen and said, "Brother Chen." Jiang Chen almost burst into tears when he heard the word, "Brother Chen." To be honest, he had been worrying whether it would be Yanqingyu or Empress Nine who would wake up. But now it seemed that all his worries were unnecessary. Empress Nine was dead after all, and Yanqingyu was just a reincarnated body. Just like the Northern and Southern dynasties, after he merged with the body of Great Sovereign Batian, the essence of his body was still that of the Northern and Southern dynasties. It was just that he had some memories of his past life. The ones who were truly in control were the Northern and Southern dynasties. It was the same for Yanqingyu and Empress Nine. Yanqingyu was the new empress while Empress Nine had become the past. In other words, Yanqingyu was the new Empress Nine. She had the cold personality of Empress Nine, but her deep affection for Jiang Chen would never change. It was this affection that made Yanqingyu the master of the body. Han Feng was dumbfounded. The awakened Empress Nine was actually Jiang Chen's lover. At this moment he finally understood why Jiang Chen would risk his life to enter the altar to help Empress Nine snatch the Nine profound heart. The woman in snow-white clothes in front of him was too beautiful. Her beauty was somewhat dazzling. Even with Han Feng's composure, he didn't dare to look straight at her peerless face. Even Jiang Chen had to admit that Yanqingyu was truly beautiful, especially now that she had merged with the body of her past life. Her body carried the majesty of a supreme great sovereign. Every move she made was like an empress. No one would dare to have the slightest blasphemous thought towards her. The current Yanqingyu's cultivation base was equivalent to the Northern and Southern dynasties' peak immortal venerable realm. Judging from the qi radiating from her body, she wasn't any weaker than the Northern and Southern dynasties. The Northern and Southern dynasties had the monarch sword in hand, and Yanqingyu had the immortal burying coffin. Chapter 1826. Sometimes everything was arranged by fate. Empress Nine and Great Sovereign Batian were enemies in their previous life. In the end, both sides perished together. In this life, Yanqingyu and the Northern and Southern dynasties were the same. Since the beginning of Saint Origin World, the Northern and Southern dynasties were the enemies of Jiang Chen. Yanqingyu wasn't surprised at all. Right now, Nan Beichao and Yanqingyu were staring at each other. Both of them believed that this was the arrangement of fate. The grudges and enmity between the past and the present life were destined to have a battle of life and death. It seemed like the Battle of the Monarch Mountain was about to happen again. Everything had its own destiny. This was the destiny of Empress Nine and Great Sovereign Batian. However, there were certain variables in all destinies. To these two great sovereigns, Jiang Chen was the biggest variable. Perhaps in the hearts of the Northern and Southern dynasties, killing Jiang Chen was more important than killing Empress Nine. He wasn't afraid of the newly awakened empress, but he was afraid of the continuously growing Jiang Chen. The two old enemies of the previous life and this life were now standing here, making it impossible for the Northern and Southern dynasties to take a step back. If he didn't kill Jiang Chen, his heart would never be at ease. Empress Nine will settle the score between us later. Step aside now. I'll kill Jiang Chen first, then I'll settle the score with you. The Northern and Southern dynasties said to Yanqingyu. Yanqingyu's face was cold. She didn't care about the Northern and Southern dynasties at all. Instead, she turned to Jiang Chen and said with a smile, "Big brother Chen, you guys step back first." To Yanqingyu, this was a moment of happiness. All along, she was most afraid of becoming Jiang Chen's burden. All along, it was Jiang Chen who stood up for her. All along, she could only live a happy life in Jiang Chen's arms. However, that kind of happiness couldn't be compared to the happiness she was feeling now. Finally, Yanqingyu was able to do something for Jiang Chen. Today it was her turn to protect her big brother Chen Chen. This day she had been dreaming about it even in her dreams. Okay, be careful. Jiang Chen nodded his head and retreated with Han Feng. How could he not understand Yanqingyu's feelings? He also understood her happiness. Moreover, being able to personally witness Yanqingyu's rise, Jiang Chen's heart was indescribably happy. That kind of feeling was something that others could not understand. Along the way he and Yanqinyu had gone through many trials and tribulations. That kind of emotional foundation was not something that others could imagine. Brother Jiang, I admire you. Han Feng wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead and gave a thumbs up to Jiang Chen. The fact that Empress Nine Yin was so infatuated with him was enough for any man in the heavens and earth to prostrate themselves before him. Of course, a man who could make Empress Nine Yin fall in love with him must have his own charisma. Han Feng now admired and felt grateful towards Jiang Chen. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, he was afraid that he would have already died under the swords of the northern and southern dynasties. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen who stopped him, he would have fled for his life like those immortal venerables. The consequences were imaginable. Empress Nine Yin, since you are meddling in other people's business, let's have a great battle. I wasn't able to kill you in the past. Today let's settle our old grudge. The northern and southern dynasties sheathed their monarch swords. Their bodies emitted the supreme monarch qi. He and Yanqinyu were enemies in both their previous and current lives. Now that they had awakened at the same time, it could be considered as the arrangement of fate. Therefore a battle was inevitable. Yanqinyu also sheathed the immortal burying coffin. She and the northern and southern dynasties knew very well that even if both sides used their monarch weapons, they wouldn't be able to win. Therefore they might as well sheath their monarch weapons and have a real battle. Honglong. The northern and southern dynasties took the initiative to attack. They stretched out their huge palms, unleashing a terrifying hand of heaven that seemed to tear the sky apart. Carrying boundless power and lethality, they grabbed at Yanqinyu. Ice seal. Yanqinyu snorted lightly. She raised her jade-like hand and shot out an icy light. As soon as the icy light appeared, it turned into a world of ice and collided with Nan Beichao's hand of heaven. Along with a cracking sound, the seemingly invincible palm was frozen and stopped in mid-air. Even the destructive energy was frozen along with it. A powerful Nine Yin body was no joke. Moreover, after Yanqinyu obtained the heart of Nine Yin, she had also cultivated the heart of Ice God. With the fusion of the two bodies, Yanqinyu had more potential than the previous Empress Nine Yin. Apart from being the reincarnation of Empress Nine Yin, she was also the inheritor of the Ice God. In other words, the reborn Yanqinyu was destined to surpass the previous Empress Nine Yin in the future. So powerful. Han Feng sighed. Although he was a half-step sovereign, he understood that he wasn't on the same level as the two in front of him. Both of them had powerful foundations and had fused with the bodies of great sovereigns. They weren't people that a second-rate half-step sovereign like him could compare to. I am the emperor. The northern and southern dynasties moved again. Yang Yu's body began to transform. He unleashed the emperor heaven art to the extreme. At this moment his body grew 10 zhang tall, making him look like a god of war. His golden robe was fluttering, and his body was covered in a dazzling golden light. He had turned into a true emperor. This kind of emperor was truly high and mighty. He was the emperor of the heavens and earth. An ordinary emperor couldn't be compared to him. Compared to the current northern and southern dynasties, Yang Yu's emperor's qi was like that of a beggar's. Wisdom King's fist. A loud bang was heard. After Nan Beichao transformed into his monarch body, he struck out a powerful Wisdom King fist. The huge fist seemed to be able to pierce through the entire world, almost breaking the entire space. That golden fist was like a huge mountain. It had locked all of Yanqinyu's qi activity and arrived in front of her in a blink of an eye. Rome wasn't built in a day. Profoundine palm. Facing the powerful Wisdom King's fist, Yanqinyu showed no signs of fear. She turned into the ice goddess. The cold qi emitted from her body almost froze the entire space. Suddenly she struck out with her palm. An ice-cold palm blotted out the sky and covered the earth. A cold vortex could be seen in the center of her palm. It was even bigger than the Wisdom King's fist. Rumble. The Wisdom King fist and the Dark Yin palm collided with each other. This time the heaven and earth shook. Fortunately, this deep layer of space was created by Great Emperor Batian. Otherwise, this strike would have smashed the space into pieces. It wouldn't have been a problem. Even so, the space trembled violently. Cracking sounds could be heard in the surroundings. Cracks appeared on the spatial barrier. If this continued, the entire space would be destroyed sooner or later. Chapter 1827. The space was completely agitated. There was a feeling that the sky was collapsing and the earth was sinking. The void was torn into pieces. The might of the collision between the Wisdom King fist and the Darkeen palm was not something an ordinary person could imagine. Han Feng's face turned extremely unsightly. Looking at the visual impact of the collapse of the sky and the collapse of the earth for the first time, he felt that a half-step emperor was nothing. As a matter of fact, a half-step sovereign living in the Immortal Court wouldn't have a high status. What's going on? Why do I feel that the entire spatial zone is shaking? It's like a powerful impact has happened in the deep layer of the spatial zone. That's right. Seems like there are supreme experts fighting. Should we go and have a look? It's better not to. Such a commotion isn't something we can imagine. We'd better continue to search for treasures. What if we get caught in the crossfire? Who can we blame? The collision in the deep layer of the spatial zone had attracted the attention of those outside. Countless people's facial expression changed, trying to guess what was happening inside. Many experts began to fly towards the deep layer of the spatial zone, but most of them didn't act rashly. In the remains of a great sovereign, staying alive was always the most important thing. It would be best if they could get some treasures. Even if they couldn't afford to lose their lives here. The battle between supreme experts couldn't be too close to each other. A slight carelessness would cause one to be caught in the crossfire. If one's strength was slightly weaker, the chi waves emitted by the opponent might take one's life. Wouldn't that be a great loss? In the deep layer of the spatial zone, the northern and southern dynasties were still fighting fiercely with Xianxia. One had the innate nine-yin physique supported by the Heart of Ice God, and the other had the Monarch Heaven art to the extreme. The power of the Monarch Heaven art was unimaginable. Even Zhou Xian couldn't help but sigh. The current northern and southern dynasties were really powerful. Even though he had advanced to the late Immortal Emperor realm, he would still die if he fought the northern and southern dynasties. He was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to make a single move. Even if he used the Great Void technique, he still wouldn't be able to escape. The only thing he could rely on was the Zulong Tower. Moreover, the northern and southern dynasties had the Eye of Illusion, which could see through everything. Just like when he was in Golden Horizon, even if he hid in the Zulong Tower, he still wouldn't be able to escape from the senses of the northern and southern dynasties. The final outcome would only be a tragedy. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The growing strength of the northern and southern dynasties had made him somewhat worried and pressured. He was almost sure that it was impossible for Xianxia to eliminate the northern and southern dynasties. Jiang Chen must improve his strength as soon as possible to shorten the gap between him and the northern dynasty. The divine body of a great emperor can crush everything. The northern and southern dynasties seemed to be enraged. Their bodies grew taller once again, as if they had turned into an ancient giant. This was their most powerful killer move. The Eye of Illusion flickered constantly. This time they didn't use any powerful moves. Instead, they directly charged towards Xianxia with their huge bodies. They were like a huge golden mountain rampaging forward. The power of this collision was unimaginable to ordinary people. Wherever the bodies of the northern and southern dynasties passed, the void would instantly explode. That was the impact of the powerful energy. Ice God's body Nine River. Xianxia no longer held back. She displayed her most powerful killer move. Her body began to transform, turning into a huge ice sculpture, the ice sculpture of a fairy. The fairy moved. 9 ice rivers rushed out from her body, carrying an endless cold aura. That was the powerful Nine River, which was stimulated by the Nine profound heart. It was incomparably terrifying. The body of a great emperor and the body of a Nine collided fiercely. This was the most powerful killer move, the most powerful attack of both of them. After this one attack, the winner would definitely be decided. The result of this battle would also be revealed in this collision. Rumble. The collision of the bodies of the great emperors was like the collision of two planets. Ice fragments flew everywhere, golden light filled the air, and destructive aura filled the air. The void began to collapse and the space began to crack. Go! Jiang Chen and Han Feng's facial expression changed dramatically. However, both of them reacted very quickly. They immediately turned into two phantoms and disappeared. After they left, the place where they were previously at immediately collapsed, turning into a world of chaos. Rumble. The sound of the explosion continued. The space had completely collapsed. With the northern and southern dynasties and Xianxia as the center, The destructive energy spread out, hitting the entire space at an unimaginable speed. Arg. Just as a few immortal venerables touched the deep layer of the space collapsed all of a sudden. Powerful energy rushed towards them. Despite their fast reaction speed, they were still hit by the energy. Each of them let out a blood-curdling scream. Some of them had weak cultivation base and died on the spot. Even the late immortal venerable old ancestor was severely injured. Blood kept spurting out of his mouth, which was mixed with pieces of his internal organs. Run! Someone yelled. They had no idea what was happening in front of them, but the dangerous chi was very clear to them. Without the slightest hesitation, they began to run for their lives. Sometimes there was a price to pay for watching a show. Many of them were attracted by the tremors just now, but they didn't expect that doomsday would come. Wah! Not just them, everyone in the remains was shaken. Even those with weaker strength who were far away from the remains were affected by the tremors, causing them to spurt out blood. It was an injury that came from the depth of their soul. There was no way to avoid it. What happened? Could there be a battle between great sovereigns? The impact was too powerful. The destructive power was too great. What exactly happened inside? Not good. The spatial zone is collapsing. This remains is going to be destroyed soon. We have to leave now. Go. 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 It's too late. For a moment, everyone was panicking and the entire space was in chaos. Countless people were panicking because the final collision between Yan Qinyu and Nan Beichao had shattered the deep layer of space that supported the entire inheritance, causing it to collapse bit by bit. This was extremely dangerous. The collapse of the great sovereign's spatial zone would bring about a destructive doomsday. At this time, no one had the mood to search for treasures or study what was happening inside. Even the immortal venerables who were too close to the deep layer of the spatial zone had died, let alone them. Countless silhouettes began to flee through the spatial passageways, fearing that they would be a step slower. At this moment, nothing was more important than staying alive. Chapter 1828. Countless figures fled in all directions. Yan Qinyu and the northern and southern dynasties were completely immersed in the chaotic battlefield. No one could see what was happening inside. Jiang Qin and Han Feng kept flashing through the cracks of the space, looking towards the center of the battlefield. For them, the collapse of the space didn't affect them too much. Han Feng was a half-step emperor expert who had almost comprehended the supreme great emperor's law. His control of the power of space was extremely exquisite. It was normal for him to walk through the cracks of the space. Even if the space collapsed, he could still get out. As for Jiang Qin, it was even more different. The Great Void technique had given him the ability to walk through the turbulent space. Brother Jiang Qin, who do you think will win? Han Feng asked with a worried look on his face. He naturally hoped that Yan Qinyu would win. After all, he and Yan Qinyu were now on the same side. With their strength, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to determine who will win. Jiang Qin shook his head. Great Emperor Batian and Empress Nine were equally powerful. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ended up in mutual destruction. Now, the northern and southern dynasties had awakened at almost the same time as Yan Qinyu. Their cultivation was also equal and their means were extremely terrifying. Therefore, according to Jiang Chen's estimation, it would be extremely difficult for the two of them to determine a winner under such circumstances. In the center of the battlefield, the violent aura was still raging. Yan Qinyu and Nan Beichao had already returned to their original appearances. However, their conditions weren't very good. Their aura was chaotic and there were some cracks on their bodies. Both of them were coughing out blood from their mouths. It was easy to tell that this collision didn't determine the winner or loser. Instead, both of them were injured. Empress Nine, I'll remember what happened today. The next time we meet, I'll definitely kill you. Jiang Qin, consider yourself lucky today. The northern and southern dynasties left these words and disappeared in a flash. Yan Qinyu did not chase after the northern and southern dynasties. She knew that it would be useless even if she caught up to them. With her current strength, it was almost impossible for her to kill the northern and southern dynasties. Moreover, she was severely injured just like the northern and southern dynasties. She needed some time to recover. Xiaoyu, are you all right? Jiang Qin flew over and asked with great concern. Seeing that Yan Qinyu was injured, Jiang Chen's heart ached. It's not a big deal, but my physical body is seriously injured. I've only fused with the body of a great sovereign, but I need some time to recover, said Yan Qinyu. This kind of injury was not small, but it was not enough to cause any serious damage to Yan Qinyu. The northern and southern dynasties are now in a stalemate. For eastern Xuanyu it might be a disaster. Jiang Qin looked at the direction where the northern and southern dynasties disappeared. The ones who benefited the most from this trip to the Monarch Mountain were undoubtedly the northern and southern dynasties. Of course, Yan Qinyu was also one of them. The northern and southern dynasties suffered the same injuries as me. He won't come out now. He'll definitely find a secret place to recover his body. He won't come out anytime soon. So we don't have to worry about him for now," said Yan Qinyu. No one knew the situation of the northern and southern dynasties better than her. "Empress, the space here is about to collapse. Let's leave as soon as possible," said Han Feng. The three of them left the great sovereign's space in a flash. The famous Monarch Mountain in the central region had completely collapsed on this day. The mountain range within a radius of 10,000 miles was completely destroyed and turned into ruins. The towering mountain peak was about to collapse. The Monarch Mountain was destined to become a part of history. It would cease to exist from now on. Jiang Qin, Yan Qinyu and Yan Qinyu came to a place where no one was around. Yan Qinyu and Jiang Qin looked into each other's eyes, their gazes filled with love. Han Feng took the initiative and walked to the side, giving this young couple who hadn't seen each other for a long time some privacy. "Big brother Qin, we can finally be together." Yan Qinyu laid on Jiang Qin's chest. Being able to lean on this man's chest was the happiest thing that had happened in her life. "That's right. When the matters in the immortal world are settled, we'll get married," Jiang Qin said with a smile. These days Jiang Qin had been inquiring about Yan Qinyu's whereabouts. Ever since they parted ways with the immortal burying coffin in the ancient tomb, Jiang Qin had a knot in his heart. Now that the dark clouds had been dispelled, the stone in his heart was finally lifted. Without a doubt, Yan Qinyu was one of the most important people in his life. Back when they were in Red City, they had already established their feelings for each other. Now that they had come this far, he couldn't help but sigh at the ups and downs they had gone through. However, the road ahead wasn't over yet. The road ahead was still full of obstacles. Jiang Qin told Yan Qinyu everything that had happened in the immortal world. Most of it was about his group of people, including Wu Ningzhu, Han Yan, Tyrant, Long Shisan, Jiang Zhenhai and Nangong Wentian. Yan Qinyu was shocked to hear that Nangong Wentian was actually the reincarnation of a sovereign lord. "Brother Jiang Qin, the matters here have come to an end. I'll be returning to the immortal court to report to Heaven's sovereign. Don't forget our agreement. You must come to the immortal court's selection competition in a month's time," Han Feng said to Jiang Qin. "Don't worry, old Han. I'll definitely help on An. I'll be returning to ethereal immortal domain in a month's time," Jiang Qin said. Even if Han Feng didn't mention Nangong Wentian's matter, Jiang Qin wouldn't stay out of it. This matter was related to his life and death brother. Jiang Qin would never shirk his duty. "All right, I'll be waiting for you in the immortal court." After saying that, Han Feng left in a flash. He believed that given Jiang Qin's strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to stand out in the selection competition. He had witnessed Jiang Qin's strength and miraculousness. Not to mention the major powers of Fengqi immortal domain, even among the geniuses of the immortal court, only a few of them could be a match for him. After Han Feng left, Jiang Qin flew towards Fengluo sect with Yan Qinyu. Jiang Zhenhai was still in Fengluo sect. Now that Yan Qinyu had been found, he had to go and see his father first. "Brother Qin, what's your plan after meeting Dad?" asked Yan Qinyu. "I'm going back. I've been out for quite a long time. Before I left the mess in ethereal immortal domain to Monkey. I don't know what's going on now. I have to go back and have a look." Chapter 1829. Jiang Qin had come to Fengqi immortal domain in search of Jiang Zhenhai, but he didn't expect that he would be delayed for such a long time. He also didn't expect that so many things had happened. Currently, Jiang Qin was most worried about the situation in ethereal immortal domain. However, this trip to Fengqi immortal domain could be said to be fruitful. Not only did he rescue Jiang Zhenhai, he had also reunited with Yan Qinyu and obtained the news of Nangong Wentian. Most importantly, his cultivation base had advanced by 2 levels and the condensing of the 50th floor of the Zulong Tower. All these benefits and luck were beyond Jiang Qin's imagination. Jiang Qin and Yan Qinyu flew all the way towards the direction of Fengluo sect. Jiang Qin had already told Yan Qinyu about the relationship between him and Fengluo sect. To him, Fengluo sect was like Great Qian Empire in ethereal immortal domain. Everyone in Fengluo sect was on his side. He had done a great favor for Fengluo sect and saved Fenghuazi's life in the Monarch Mountain. To put it bluntly, the door of Fengluo sect would always be open for him. After the collapse of the Monarch Mountain, Fenghuazi and the people of Fengluo sect had already returned to Fengqi immortal domain. Everything that happened in the Monarch Mountain had stirred up the entire Fengqi immortal domain. Many people were talking about it, but no one knew why the spatial zone collapsed at the last moment, what caused the collapse of the Monarch Mountain, and where the terrifying destructive energy came from. Seeing Jiang Chen's return, Fenghuazi immediately came forward to greet him. He knew that Jiang Chen's father was here and that Jiang Chen would certainly come back. In order to thank Jiang Chen for saving their lives, Fenghuazi and the higher-ups didn't rest at all and came out to greet Jiang Chen personally. "Brother Jiang Chen, are you all right?" Fenghuazi asked with concern. Immediately he sensed the powerful qi radiating from Jiang Chen's body and found that Jiang Chen's cultivation base had advanced from early immortal emperor to late immortal emperor. Such a terrifying speed of advancement was truly astonishing, but it also showed that Jiang Chen had obtained tremendous benefits in the Monarch Mountain. "I'm fine." Jiang Chen smiled. "Brother Jiang, this is?" Fenghuazi looked at Yan Qingyu and felt that this girl was extremely beautiful. However, she was emitting a cold and inviolable qi, like a lotus in the snow. Even though he was the patriarch, he couldn't help but feel a trace of reverence in his heart. Fenghuazi couldn't help but be shocked. At his level, his senses were very sharp. His instinct told him that this girl wasn't simple. Moreover, her cultivation seemed to be higher than his. "This is my wife, Yan Qingyu." Jiang Chen chuckled. He liked to introduce his woman like this. "Ha, nice to meet you, Miss Yan." Fenghuazi laughed and secretly gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up. A man's life would not be in vain if he could have such a woman as his companion. Yan Qingyu nodded in response. She didn't say anything else. "Sect Master, I'm going to see my father now. After that I'll leave, but my father will stay here for the time being. I hope Sect Master can take good care of him." Jiang Chen spoke. He had decided to let his father stay in Fengluo sect. Ethereal immortal domain was too chaotic now. He would be surrounded by enemies on all sides if he returned. Comparatively, the tranquil Fengluo sect was the safest place. No matter how chaotic ethereal immortal domain was, they wouldn't be able to invade Fengluo sect. Moreover, Jiang Chen had an appointment with Han Feng in a month. He would have to return sooner or later. At that time, he might have to use the identity of a disciple of Fengluo sect to participate in the selection of the Immortal Court. "Don't worry, Brother Jiang. Just do what you need to do. Your father will definitely be a distinguished guest if he stays here," Fenghuazi assured. Fenghuazi promised. He couldn't wait for Jiang Zhenhai to stay here. Even a fool could see how great Jiang Chen's potential was. It would be a great thing for the entire Fengluo sect if he could befriend Jiang Chen. He had been looking for an excuse to befriend Jiang Chen. If he could serve Jiang Chen's father well, they would be on the same side in the future. Moreover, the fact that Jiang Chen was willing to let his father stay here indicated that Jiang Chen didn't treat him as an outsider. In that case, Fenghuazi naturally couldn't let Jiang Chen down. "In that case, many thanks." Jiang Chen clasped his fists at Fenghuazi and flew towards Jiang Zhenhai with Yan Qingyu. The place where Jiang Zhenhai was staying was the cultivation place of the great elder Xianxia, which was absolutely the most superior place in the entire Fengluo sect. Jiang Zhenhai didn't stay idle. He had been in seclusion during the time when Jiang Chen was away. Through the events that had happened these days, Jiang Zhenhai had seen the immensity of the immortal world. He knew that strength was the most important thing here. He didn't want to be a burden to his son, so he focused all his attention on cultivation and strived for continuous progress. Jiang Zhenhai was sitting cross-legged on a boulder in the courtyard. Dense immortal qi was constantly pouring into his body. Upon sensing someone approaching, Jiang Zhenhai immediately stopped his cultivation and opened his eyes. Although his cultivation base wasn't high, his senses weren't weak. At least he could sense someone approaching him. When he opened his eyes, Jiang Zhenhai immediately saw Jiang Chen and Yan Qingyu. He was so surprised that he immediately stood up from his seat. Jiang Zhenhai almost burst into tears when he saw Yan Qingyu. They were family. They had always been worried about each other. Now that they could reunite here and see his son and daughter-in-law at the same time, Jiang Zhenhai had no reason to be unhappy. Greetings, father. Yan Qinyu bowed deeply to Zhang Zhenhai. As the reincarnation of the Empress, there weren't many people in this world who could receive such a bow from her, and Zhang Zhenhai was one of them. Good. That's great. Zhang Zhenhai didn't know what to say, so he just kept saying yes. Father, Xiao Yu and I are going back to ethereal immortal domain for a while. Stay here and cultivate. I'll be back in a month. It's safe for you to stay here. Jiang Chen said. He didn't want to waste a month's time. Moreover, the distance between Fengqi immortal domain and ethereal immortal domain was incomparably far. It would take some time for him to return. Hearing that Jiang Chen was going to leave, Zhang Zhenhai's eyes flashed with a trace of gloom, but he still nodded and agreed. Chen, you guys go ahead. I'll be fine here. Chapter 1830. Jiang Chen was well aware of the reason why Jiang Chen asked him to stay. He knew that it was for his own safety. Moreover, even if he followed Jiang Chen, he would only be a burden given his current strength. Jiang Chen would also have to take care of him, which was not what Jiang Chen wanted. After bidding farewell to Zhang Zhenhai, Jiang Chen and Yan Qinyu embarked on their journey to the ethereal immortal domain. Their speed was extremely fast, at least much faster than when Jiang Chen arrived. Very quickly they flew out of the boundary of the Fengqi immortal domain. The law of space flowed ceaselessly in the void, but it didn't hinder them in the slightest. Rumble. All of a sudden the void in front of Jiang Chen exploded. A towering giant hand emerged. It was extremely terrifying. As soon as it appeared, it locked the surrounding void of 1,000 miles. The giant hand locked onto Jiang Chen's chi and lunged at him. Boom, 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 boom. It was a simple strike, but it carried unparalleled murderous intent. It wasn't hard to imagine that the attacker wanted to kill Jiang Chen with a single strike. Jiang Chen's expression remained unchanged. As for who wanted to kill him, he didn't even bother to guess because there were too many people in the immortal world who wanted to kill him. Humph. Yan Qinyu harumphed coldly. With a wave of her hand, an icy ray shot out, shattering the gigantic hand. Although Yan Qinyu had suffered serious injuries, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Even in her current state, she could still fight against an ordinary half-step sovereign. If she used the immortal burying coffin, she could easily kill a half-step sovereign. Not to mention that the person who attacked her in the dark had a cultivation base below a half-step sovereign, even though his killing intent soared to the sky. Moreover, Yan Qinyu's injuries were constantly recovering. With the fusion of the 9 profound heart and the heart of the ice god, her recovery speed was much faster than that of the northern and southern dynasties. Who is it? Come out. Jiang Chen shouted at the void. Jiang Chen, I finally found you. Let's see where you can run this time. An incomparably deep voice rang out. Then a middle-aged man with a majestic figure walked out. Waves of air rolled around the surface of his body, and the aura that he casually exuded showed his strength. When Jiang Chen saw this middle-aged man, his face immediately turned cold. This man wasn't unfamiliar to him at all. Venerable Xianfeng Wang Xianfeng, a powerful peerless venerable who had half a foot into the half-step sovereign realm. Previously he was on the same level as Xiao Wangqing. Of course that was in the past. The current Xiao Wangqing had already left Wang Xianfeng in the dust. Wang Xianfeng. Jiang Chen called out the other party's name calmly. That's right, it's me, Jiang Chen. You've really made it hard for me to find you. Wang Xianfeng said Leng Leng. He didn't hide his killing intent towards Jiang Chen at all. He had always regretted that he couldn't kill Jiang Chen because of Xiao Wangqing. Your immortal court is really shameless. Aren't you afraid of Senior Zhao's revenge? Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. Revenge? If I kill you here today, who knows how you died? Who knows who killed you? Besides, don't you think you have taken Xiao Wangqing too seriously? In front of the immortal court, Xiao Wangqing is just an ant. Jiang Chen has offended the immortal court and desecrated the dignity of the immortal court. That's why he has to die. It's your fortune to die in my hands. Wang Xianfeng spoke aloud. Back then, Li Wangye and Xiao Wangqing had reached an agreement that the experts of the older generation couldn't deal with Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen was still alive and growing stronger while the geniuses of the immortal court had been killed. In order to prevent Jiang Chen from growing any further, Li Wangye had decided to kill Jiang Chen secretly. That was why he had sent Wang Xianfeng to eliminate Jiang Chen as soon as he found Jiang Chen's trace. Unfortunately, it was too late for Li Wangye to find Jiang Chen. Moreover, the timing wasn't good. Coming out to kill Xianxia now was no different than courting death. If Li Wangye knew that the person standing beside Xianxia was Empress Nine Yin, he was afraid that he wouldn't even dare to let out a fart. Wang Xianfeng, ignorance is very scary. It's a pity that you didn't bring your brain with you. Jiangchen shook his head. Since Wang Xianfeng was here, Jiangchen would not show any mercy. He would never give his enemies any chance, especially those who wanted to kill him. Jiangchen looked at Wang Xianfeng. It's not good for a young man to be too arrogant. Although you have improved a lot during this period of time, you are still just an ant in front of me. Wang Xianfeng spoke in a condescending tone. What he said wasn't wrong. Although Jiangchen had advanced to the late immortal emperor realm and had the strength to fight an ordinary late immortal venerable, there was still a huge gap between him and a peerless venerable like Wang Xianfeng. If they really fought, Jiangchen would certainly not be a match for Wang Xianfeng. He could only run for his life, but it was different now. He didn't need to run or attack at all. Is that so? In my opinion, you are the ant, Yan Chenyu spoke. Yan Chenyu said. She wouldn't allow anyone to insult Jiangchen. With just a few words, Yan Chenyu had sentenced Wang Xianfeng to death. Who are you? Only now did Wang Xianfeng notice the girl next to Jiangchen. This was because Yan Chenyu had unleashed her aura. That aura made Wang Xuanfeng's soul tremble. This caused his expression to become serious. He recalled the icy beam that destroyed his giant palm just now. That icy beam seemed to have been unleashed by this girl. I'm someone you can't afford to offend, Yan Chenyu said. She pointed her finger at Wang Xianfeng like a sword. An ice arrow was shot out with extreme speed. Even Wang Xianfeng only had time to react. Not good. Wang Xianfeng knew that he might have encountered a true expert today. He didn't have the time to think and dared not to be careless. He exerted all his strength to resist the attack. Hong Long. Wang Xuanfeng's powerful defense was completely vulnerable in front of the ice arrow. It was penetrated in an instant. Wang Xianfeng was sent flying more than 30 meters away, spurting out a mouthful of blood. Impossible. How can she be so strong? Who are those people? She has the qi of a great sovereign on her. I can feel an indescribable pressure. Wang Xianfeng was shocked. He had never expected such a situation. He had already figured out all the details about Jiangchen. Apart from Xiao Wangqing, there was no other expert beside Jiangchen. But now there was suddenly a mysterious girl who was even stronger than Xiao Wangqing. Chapter 1831. Wang Xianfeng was definitely a smart man. Otherwise he wouldn't have reached this level of cultivation. Therefore, when he realized that something was wrong, he immediately chose to run away. In this world, nothing was more important than staying alive at a critical moment. Unfortunately, would Yan Chenyu spare his life? The answer was yes. Xiao Yu, don't let him run away. This man is a big trouble. Seeing that Wang Xianfeng was about to run away, Jiangchen hurriedly said. Without Jiangchen's reminder, Yan Chenyu had already moved. Yan Chenyu's thoughts were very simple. Anyone who wanted to kill Jiangchen deserved to die, and they would die eventually. Yan Chenyu moved. Her body flashed and she was like an arrow leaving the bow. In a blink of an eye, she caught up with Wang Xianfeng, who was trying to run away. The horrifying cold air was like a cold ocean, covering the sky and the earth, directly forming a field of ice, covering Wang Xianfeng. Wang Xianfeng gasped. He felt the fear that came from the bottom of his heart. That was the fear of death. At his level of cultivation he would not be afraid of cold, but facing Yan Chenyu's cold air he felt like his soul was going to be frozen. Puchi, before Wang Xianfeng could resist, countless ice blades had already pierced through his body. Accompanied by a shrill scream, Wang Xianfeng, a peerless venerable, died tragically in this desolate and uninhabited void. Wang Xianfeng died. Facing Yan Chenyu, who was at the same level as him, the gap between them was huge. Even though Yan Chenyu was injured, it was still very easy for her to kill Wang Xianfeng. In front of Yan Chenyu, Wang Xianfeng couldn't even fight back, he could only wait for death. Only God knew how regretful Wang Xianfeng was before he died. He came here with full confidence to kill Jiangchen, but he didn't expect that he would lose his life in the end. This was probably something that he couldn't even dream of. Wang Xianfeng could never imagine that this time, it would be his doomsday. If he knew that there was such a terrifying person following Jiangchen, even if he was given 100 times more courage, he wouldn't dare to come here alone to kill Jiangchen. However, how could he blame others for this? If he didn't have murderous intentions, he wouldn't have ended up dead. This was fate. After killing Wang Xianfeng, Jiang Qin didn't feel excited at all. To him, Wang Xianfeng was nothing. Wang Xuanfeng's death was the beginning of the enmity between him and the Immortal Court. He wouldn't have a good time in the future. Qin Gij, looks like you've offended a lot of people. Yan Qinyu said mischievously. When have I ever had a lack of enemies? Seems like the Immortal Court really wants me dead. Although Senior Shao has some deterrence, if the Immortal Court is determined to kill me, I'm afraid that Shao Wangqing alone won't be enough. Wang Xianfeng is just one of the many people who want to kill me. I'm afraid that Radiant's Immortal Domain and Mi Luo Immortal Domain have also sent their experts to kill me, but they haven't met them yet. Now that Wang Xianfeng is dead, the Immortal Court will certainly not let this matter go. I'm going to have a hard time in the future. Jiang Qin shook his head and sighed. Although he hadn't been to the Immortal Court, he had some understanding of their style of doing things. As the supreme ruler of an immortal domain, nothing was more important to them than their dignity. Furthermore, the Immortal Court considered itself to be high and mighty and inviolable. Anyone who dared to go against the Immortal Court was destined to have a bad end. That's not a big deal. We have encountered many powerful enemies. In the end, we still trampled all of them under our feet. Brother Qin is a man of great fortune. Those who go against you won't have a good ending. The Immortal Court is no exception, said Jiang Qin. Yan Qinyu said. After fusing with the body of a great sovereign, Yan Qinyu became domineering. As Empress Nine, there was nothing in the heavens and earth that could make her feel afraid. If Immortal Execution King and Great Sovereign Zhou Xian were still here, the Immortal Court wouldn't stand a chance against them. Immortal Execution King could crush them with one finger. You're right. The stronger the enemy, the more it will stimulate my fighting spirit. If the enemy is too weak, what's the point of fighting? The three Immortal Courts had better not provoke me. Otherwise, I'll make them pay the price. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated, and his domineering aura soared into the sky. In his mind, there was no such thing as fear. The stronger the enemy was, the more he would want to step on them. Every successful man had climbed to the top by stepping on piles of bones. Killing Wang Xianfeng was just a small interlude. Jiang Qin and Yan Qinyu continued on their way. The ethereal immortal domain was more chaotic than Jiang Qin had imagined. During the period of time when Jiang Qin was away, a lot of major events had happened. Of course, the most important one was the son-in-law selection ceremony of Exquisite Paradise. On that day, Long Shisan had killed more than a dozen peerless geniuses of the Immortal Court in a row, making him famous and the leader of the young generation. However, Long Shisan's behavior had completely offended the Immortal Court. Given the Immortal Court's style of doing things, they would never let Long Shisan go. The Immortal Court was high and mighty. Normally, they wouldn't show up in the Immortal Domain, but recently experts of the Immortal Court could be seen from time to time, causing the atmosphere of the entire Immortal Domain to become incomparably tense. Long Shisan had arrogantly declared that he would kill every genius of the Immortal Court that came. Long Shisan's arrogant declaration had undoubtedly infuriated the Immortal Court. Rumor had it that a supreme heaven genius was about to make a move. His cultivation base had already reached the mighty late immortal venerable realm. Such a genius was unimaginably powerful. Even peerless venerables weren't a match for him. Only a half-step sovereign could suppress him. It was also said that such an expert had already emerged and would challenge Long Shisan at any time. Apart from the matter of Long Shisan, there were other things happening in East Xuanyu. Great Cloud Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty had joined forces. It seemed that they were preparing to wage war against Great Qian Empire. Once the war broke out, the entire East Xuanyu would be alarmed. By then, the entire East Xuanyu would no longer be peaceful. Recently, more than one war had broken out at the border of the three empires. Both sides had suffered heavy casualties. If this continued, the large-scale war between the three empires wouldn't be far away. Exquisite Paradise. The entire Exquisite Paradise was filled with a festive atmosphere. Despite the tense atmosphere in ethereal immortal domain, Exquisite Paradise was still behaving in such a cheerful manner. It was obvious that something joyous was about to happen. That's right. After the selection of son-in-law, Long Shisan would become the son-in-law of Exquisite Paradise, becoming a celebrity. Tomorrow would be the wedding day of Long Shisan and Lan Lingji. No matter what happened outside, exquisite paradise still had to hold a grand and magnificent wedding. Chapter 1832. In the center of exquisite paradise, there was an incomparably exquisite courtyard. At this moment the place was filled with cheers and laughter. At the center of the courtyard was a round table made entirely of green jade. It looked extremely luxurious and beautiful. Xian was clad in a bright red robe, looking incomparably festive. So was Lingji beside him. The couple had already put on the bride's and groom's outfits. None of the people sitting around them were strangers. Han Yen, Tyrant, Yang Bufan, Yang Lang, Emma Wuqing and Grandmaster Hao Ran were all acquaintances of Xian and Jiang Chen. Because of Xian's wedding, all of them had gathered here. The only one missing from this table was Jiang Chen. Han Yen and Tyrant were invited by Xian. They knew that this was the most important day in Xian's life. Therefore they had to come even if they had to travel thousands of miles. Such a day only came once in a lifetime. As brothers they would never miss it. Monkey, you look rather pretentious in this robe. Tyrant teased. Tyrant, why are your words so unpleasant? No wonder you can't find a wife. This robe is supposed to be worn tomorrow, but the few of you insisted on wearing it today as though it's your wedding today. As Xian spoke he kept caressing his robe. Judging from his fondness for it, it didn't seem like he was forced to wear it. Monkey, you must be really lucky to find such a beautiful wife. You have just emerged from the rock not long ago, but your luck is already so infuriating. Han Yen didn't forget to provoke Xian. Of course. Who asked Master Monkey to be so handsome and unrestrained? If the few of you had 1/10 of my charm, you would have had a group of wives and concubines by now. Dragon Xian said with a chuckle. This kind of person simply couldn't be praised. Once he was praised he would immediately become arrogant. When he became narcissistic he was absolutely invincible. Big Yellow wasn't here, so Dragon Xian was the narcissistic one. Ayaya, it hurts, let go. As soon as Xian finished speaking, a jade-like hand landed on his ear. What did you say? Numerous wives and concubines? It seems that this is your true thoughts. The one who made the move was naturally Lingji. I wouldn't dare. I was just bragging. Hurry up and let go. Leave me some face. Xian begged for mercy again and again. It seemed that there was a price to pay for bragging. A burst of laughter was heard. The lawless Xian had finally found his nemesis. As soon as Lingji made her move he had to submit to her. Lingji giggled. Xian wore a helpless face. Seemed like he had to pay a price for boasting. Things were different now. It's a pity that little Qinzi and De Huang aren't here. Otherwise it would be really lively. Yang Bufan said. All along Jiang Chen had been the backbone of these people. Now that Xian was getting married but Jiang Chen wasn't here, they still felt a little regretful despite the cheers and laughter. After all, such a wedding wasn't only a happy occasion for Xian, but also for all of them. If that bastard doesn't come back tomorrow, I'll see how I'm going to settle the score with him the next time I see him. How dare he not show up on such an important day? Xian couldn't help but speak. His eyes couldn't help looking into the distance. He hoped that Jiang Chen would show up more than anyone else. Tomorrow was the most important day of his life. If his most important brother wasn't present on such an important day, it wouldn't be a perfect day. Jiang Chen may have something important to do, said Lingji. She knew how important Jiang Chen was to Xian, but this was all she could do to comfort Xian. I have a premonition that little Qinzi will definitely show up tomorrow. Monkey, don't worry. We've been in contact with little Qinzi for a long time. When has he ever dropped the ball at such an important moment? Tyrant spoke. All of them could understand Xian's feelings. It's all right. Even if he doesn't show up he can always make up for it the next time we meet. Xian smiled. By the way, Monkey, you've been having a lot of trouble with the Immortal Court recently. I heard that a powerful peerless genius of the Immortal Court is going to deal with you. Yang Lang said. That's right. There's a genius called Qi Jin. It's said that his cultivation base has already reached the terrifying late immortal venerable realm. A figure like him is almost invincible below the half-step immortal sovereign realm. Although you're very powerful now, your cultivation base is only at the peak of half-step immortal venerable realm. I'm afraid that you won't have any chance of winning against Qi Jin. Yang Bufan said worriedly. After all, Xian had said that he was going to kill all the geniuses of the Immortal Court. Now that Qi Jin had appeared, there was no reason for Xian not to accept the challenge. Given Xian's current condition, he had almost no chance of winning against Qi Jin. It doesn't matter. Let's not talk about this for now. Tomorrow is my wedding day. We'll talk about it after tomorrow. Xian's face was still as confident as ever, as though no matter how powerful the opponent was, it wouldn't faze him. As far as I know, Qi Jin has been here since yesterday, but he hasn't challenged you. If I'm not mistaken, he's most likely going to make a scene at your wedding tomorrow. Yang Bufan said. Humph. I'll make anyone who dares to ruin my wedding pay a hefty price. Xian harumphed coldly. He didn't care who it was. Tomorrow was the most important day of his wedding. Xian wouldn't let the other party off easily if they dared to ruin his wedding. Just as everyone was drinking and chatting merrily, a man walked into the hall in a panic. He was none other than Shan Chong of Genius Prefecture. Shan Chong was at the same level as Yang Lang. They had entered the Golden Horizon together. He was supposed to stay in seclusion in Genius Prefecture, but now he had come here. Shan Chong, what happened? Yang Bufan asked. From Shan Chong's flustered expression, it wasn't hard to tell that something must have happened in Genius Prefecture, and it wasn't a small matter. Otherwise, Shan Chong wouldn't be so flustered. King Fan, something has happened in Genius Prefecture. Shan Chong said. A peerless monstrous genius has emerged in the forbidden land of Genius Prefecture. The entire prefecture has fallen into a great shock. Now that the Emperor and Old Ancestor have appeared, they can't suppress it. Not good. It's the heaven-devouring devil ape. Chapter 1833. Yang Bufan recalled Jiang Chen's words. The cultivation base of the heaven-devouring devil ape was at least at the level of a peerless venerable. Since the devil ape could break free from Yang Juanlong's imprisonment, it indicated that he was no longer a peerless venerable, but a mighty half-step sovereign. At the thought of this, cold sweat trickled down Yang Bufan's forehead. That was a mighty half-step sovereign. Even if the entire Great Qian Empire was mobilized, they wouldn't be able to resist it, unless Xiao Wangqing appeared. But how could he pin all his hopes on Xiao Wangqing? The emergence of the heaven-devouring devil ape was like the arrival of doomsday to the entire Great Qian Empire. It was an extremely brutal and bloodthirsty creature. Once it broke out of the prison, the entire empire would be flooded with rivers of blood. Plus, the heaven-devouring devil ape hated Yang Junlong very much. Once it broke out of the prison, it would surely turn all its hatred into killing intent. It wouldn't stop until it killed everyone in Great Qian Empire. What's going on? Xian sensed the seriousness of the situation and asked. Great Qian Empire is facing a real danger. In the past, Old Ancestor had imprisoned a heaven-devouring devil ape in the depths of Genius Prefecture. Now it's very likely that the ape has already reached the half-step sovereign realm and is about to break out of the prison. I'm afraid that even if my father, the old emperor, and the supreme elders join hands, they won't be able to suppress it. Yang Bufan said in a solemn tone. At this point there was no need to hide it anymore. Besides, there was nothing to hide about this matter. He just didn't pay attention to it before. Come, let's go and have a look. Xian said. Monkey, don't go there. The heaven-devouring devil ape can't be dealt with. It's useless even if you go there. I'll go back now and tell the truth to my father and the others. Ask them to disperse the people of Genius Prefecture immediately. Yang Bufan said. Now that Great Qian Empire had reached the most critical juncture, nothing was more important than saving their lives. The matter of the heaven-devouring devil ape was almost a secret to Great Qian Empire. Almost no one knew about it. Therefore, what Yang Bufan needed to do now was to tell Yang Yu about it, so that he could prepare a countermeasure before the devil ape came out. No, the foundation of Great Qian Empire can't be destroyed in the hands of a devil ape. Don't forget that I'm the only one who can deal with the heaven-devouring devil ape. There are two noble bloodlines in the ancient ape race. One is the Battle Saint Ape and the other is the heaven-devouring devil ape. The Battle Saint Ape is the greatest nemesis of the heaven-devouring devil ape. The bloodline of the Battle Saint Ape can greatly suppress the heaven-devouring devil ape. I happen to have the complete bloodline of the Battle Saint Ape. It's not easy to encounter a heaven-devouring devil ape. This is a great opportunity that I can't miss. Xian said. His fiery golden eyes kept glinting. His decision to go to Genius Prefecture wasn't because of the Brotherhood, but absolutely not because of recklessness. He felt that this might be a great opportunity for him. Qi Jin might attack him tomorrow, but the heaven-devouring devil ape had appeared today. Wasn't this an opportunity? Monkey is right. The Battle Saint Ape is indeed the greatest nemesis of the heaven-devouring devil ape. Given our current situation, I'm afraid that Monkey is the only one who can deal with the heaven-devouring devil ape. Let's go and have a look. Great Qin Empire is in trouble now. We can't just sit back and do nothing. Tyrant said. That's right. Tyrant has the powerful God Trembling Monument which can play a crucial role. Let's go. Don't waste any more time. Han Yen stood up as well. I can't thank you enough for your kindness. Yang Bufan clasped his fists at them, then took the lead and flew towards the direction of Great Qian Empire. Long Shisan, Han Yen, Tyrant and the others followed suit. This matter was related to the life and death of Great Qian Empire. To them it was an obligation that they couldn't shirk. Genius Prefecture of Great Qian Empire. At this moment, Genius Prefecture had fallen into an unprecedented turmoil. The forbidden land that no one could approach during normal days was now billowing with smoke. From time to time, there would be powerful tremors that shook the entire land of Genius Prefecture. An invisible pressure pervaded above everyone's head, making them feel incomparably uncomfortable. Black mist constantly spewed out from that part of the void, and the spatial crack grew larger and larger as though it could explode at any time, causing the entire void to explode. In the void, the old emperor, the two supreme elders, and the powerful experts that usually didn't show up had appeared. There were a total of 3 late immortal venerables, 6 intermediate immortal venerables, and dozens of early immortal venerables. This was the true strength of Great Qian Empire. When the empire was in trouble, all of them stood up without hesitation. Under the leadership of the old emperor, all the immortal venerables exerted all their strength, striking out countless divine light towards the void, trying to push back the living being inside. What kind of powerful existence is inside? It's just too terrifying. Even the immortal venerables of the empire can't suppress it. I have no idea. This place has been a forbidden area for a long time. All those who have entered this place have died. Only Jiang Qin has walked out alive. Perhaps Jiang Qin knows what's inside this place. We can't find any trace of Jiang Qin now. Even if Jiang Qin has returned, I'm afraid that he won't be of any help. Even the old emperor and the others couldn't suppress it. What's the use of Jiang Qin? I have a strong feeling of uneasiness in my heart. This might be the most dangerous time for Genius Prefecture. Countless disciples were hovering outside. Under the order of the old emperor, no one was allowed to get too close to the place. It was too dangerous. This wasn't a joke. The old emperor should know what kind of powerful existence was inside. That was why his face was filled with worry. Old emperor, what exactly is hidden inside? Why is it so terrifying? An elder asked. There's no harm in telling you all. There's a heaven-devouring devil ape sealed inside. It was imprisoned by our ancestor Yang Junlong. Unexpectedly, not only did this devil ape not die, but its cultivation base has also improved tremendously. Now that it's about to break out of the seal, I'm afraid that its cultivation base has already reached a level that even you and I can't reach. The old emperor didn't continue to conceal it and told them about the situation of the heaven-devouring devil ape. In the entire Great Qian Empire, he was the only one who knew the secret of the devil ape. All along he had never taken it seriously because he believed in Yang Junlong's means. He was certain that the devil ape wouldn't be able to break out of the seal. After so many years he had even forgotten about this hidden calamity of the empire. Never had he thought that the devil ape would suddenly break out of the seal. Chapter 1834. After listening to the old emperor's words, everyone's face changed dramatically. As powerful immortal venerables, which one of them wasn't knowledgeable? The heaven-devouring devil ape was a rare beast that only existed in the legends. Now that it had appeared in Great Qian Empire, they couldn't remain calm anymore. The legendary heaven-devouring devil ape is one of the most bloodthirsty species in the world. It is said that this devil ape has a divine ability that can devour everything. There is an ancient legend that in ancient times, there was a peak heaven-devouring devil ape that could even devour the sky. Although it is a bit exaggerated, it is enough to show the terror of the heaven-devouring devil ape. Even old ancestor Yang Junlong could only imprison it instead of killing it. This is enough to show the terror of the heaven-devouring devil ape. If the heaven-devouring devil ape breaks the seal, none of us will survive. It's said that only the bloodline of a battle saint ape can restrain and suppress the heaven-devouring devil ape. Unfortunately, where are we going to find a battle saint ape? The scene was in complete chaos. The higher-ups of Great Qian Empire began to feel somewhat disheartened, especially when they saw that the seal was about to break. Despite so many of them joining forces, it seemed like they wouldn't be able to cause the slightest bit of influence or hindrance. Brr! An earth-shattering roar resounded from the seal. The roar sounded as though it came from hell. It was full of endless evil, sending chills down everyone's spine. Many of the disciples of Great Qian Empire felt their souls trembling, as though they had fallen into hell on earth. Everyone was shocked. The heaven-devouring devil ape's roar from inside the seal was enough to make their chi and blood surge. It was incomparably uncomfortable, and this was because of the obstruction of the seal. If it wasn't for the seal, the heaven-devouring devil ape's roar would have killed countless people. Hung long. All of a sudden, a destructive force that was 10 times stronger than before spread out from the seal. Under the impact of this force, the seal was instantly broken. The joint attack of dozens of immortal venerables was useless. A huge hole was blasted in the void, black smoke billowing out. Arg! Many of the immortal venerables of Great Qian Empire let out miserable shrieks. They had all suffered a tremendous backlash. One by one they were sent flying hundreds of meters away. Some of them even began to spurt out blood arrows in mid-air. The difference in strength between the two sides was just too great. The heaven-devouring devil ape was very likely to have already advanced to the half-step sovereign realm. Even the old emperor could be killed in a breath, let alone the others. The thick black smoke continued to roll and directly turned into demonic chi that soared into the sky. Under countless horrified gazes, a figure slowly emerged. It was an incomparably majestic demonic ape. Its body was 10 feet tall and its body was covered with black hair. Each black hair was like a sharp steel needle, and it could pierce through the void with a casual movement. The demonic ape was born. Its black eyes were like camel bells, and there was a black demonic aura lingering around it. This was an unparalleled great demon, and its body emitted a bloodthirsty aura of slaughter. There was no need to think about it to know that it was a terrifying killing machine that could destroy the world. By God! Is that the heaven-devouring devil ape? It's too terrifying. The aura of a half-step sovereign isn't something we can resist. Great Qian Empire is really in danger now. A powerful heaven-devouring devil ape. It's a ferocious creature that only exists in the legends. Once it's released, it will absolutely wreak havoc. Great Qian Empire was in complete chaos. Despite the alliance of dozens of immortal venerables, they still couldn't stop the heaven-devouring devil ape from breaking out of the seal. To the entire empire, this was an unimaginable doomsday. Haha. Yang Junlong, I'm finally out of the prison that imprisoned me in the past. Today I'm going to start a massacre. I'm going to kill everyone here to relieve myself of the pain of being imprisoned for so many years. The heaven-devouring devil ape roared with laughter. The disciples of Great Qian Empire couldn't bear the impact of such a powerful sound wave. Many of them began to spurt out blood. Old Emperor, what should we do now? Emperor Yang Yu asked. Run. Everyone run for your lives at once. We can't stay here any longer. The heaven-devouring devil ape has already become a mighty half-step sovereign. He's going to attack all of us. The old emperor's face turned pale. He made the right choice at once, but he knew that it was already too late to escape now. Bush. At this time, silhouettes flew over from afar. They were none other than Zhou Xian and the others who had arrived at the critical moment. They were incomparably shocked when they saw the excited and frenzied heaven-devouring devil ape. This was their first time seeing the heaven-devouring devil ape. Just from its appearance they could tell how ferocious it was. What are you guys doing back? Hurry up and leave. Yang Yu's bloodshot eyes widened when he saw Yang Bufan and the others returning at this time. He roared at them, almost dying from anger. Great Qian Empire was facing its doomsday. At this time, preserving one's life was the most important thing. Yang Bufan was the bloodline of Yang family. It would be best if he could get out of danger. Besides, Yang Bufan had already gone to exquisite paradise, so he should be safe. But unexpectedly these bastards came back at this time. Weren't they courting death? Haha. A few more kids have come to seek death. Seeing the arrival of Yang Bufan and the others, heaven-devouring devil ape stretched out his scarlet tongue and licked his lips. He didn't seem to be in a hurry to attack. In any case, in his opinion, Great Qian Empire was about to be finished and had already become his food. He liked to see the despairing expression of people. The scene of people slowly dying in despair fascinated him. Now there was no need to mention how carefree he was. Father, it seems like you all know that this heaven-devouring devil ape has already reached the half-step sovereign realm. No one in the entire Great Qian Empire is his match. Yang Bufan came to the side of Yang Yu and the old emperor and said, I knew you would come back. Yang Yu scolded Yang Bufan. This was the son he was most proud of. Originally, he could have avoided this calamity, but now, this son had delivered himself to his door. This made him want to slap Yang Bufan back to where he came from. Roar. Chapter 1835. The sudden appearance of the battle Saint Ape immediately attracted everyone's attention, especially the heaven-devouring devil ape. This is Long Xian. Long Xian is a battle Saint Ape. He possesses the complete bloodline of a battle Saint Ape. Only his bloodline can restrain the heaven-devouring devil ape. This is great. Our empire is saved. Don't celebrate too early. Although Xian has the advantage of bloodline, his cultivation base is still too weak, especially when compared to the heaven-devouring devil ape. The gap between him and the devil ape is too big. However, we're truly grateful that he helped us face the terrifying heaven-devouring devil ape. The appearance of Long Xian had calmed the emotions of many people of Great Qian Empire. They more or less saw some hope, but due to the huge gap between Long Xian and the heaven-devouring devil ape's cultivation base, the outcome would be worrying. Yang Yu, the old emperor, and those immortal venerables were staring at the sky. They knew how powerful Long Xian was. He was a miracle that could survive after being killed by Old Ancestor Corpse Yin and Old Ancestor Yellow Spring. Recently he had become a celebrity in ethereal immortal domain. Everyone in Great Qian Empire was grateful that he could appear here today. Regardless of whether Long Xian could fight the heaven-devouring devil ape or not, he was the last and only hope of Great Qian Empire. In the sky, the heaven-devouring devil ape's facial expression finally changed when he saw the Saint Ape standing opposite him. Battle Saint Ape. There's actually a battle Saint Ape in this heavens and earth. The heaven-devouring devil ape's tone was incomparably gloomy. Although he had the body of a half-step sovereign, his soul began to feel uneasy in front of the battle Saint Ape. It was the suppression of the bloodline. The hierarchy of the Saint Ape clan was strict. The battle Saint Ape was the supreme bloodline of the Ape clan. It ruled the entire Ape clan and was the absolute bloodline of the emperor. All the other ape clans had to respect and submit to it, including the heaven-devouring devil ape. For a long time, the bloodline of the battle Saint Ape had restrained the bloodline of the heaven-devouring devil ape. However, since ancient times, the sacred battle ape and the heaven-devouring devil ape had almost disappeared. The heaven-devouring devil ape felt that it was the only one in the world and nothing could suppress it. However, it did not expect another sacred battle ape to appear. Devil ape, you've encountered the supreme bloodline of the ape race. Are you still not going to kneel? Long Xian said. He was incomparably proud. He was the noblest existence in the ape clan. Even in the face of the powerful devil ape, Long Xian still couldn't feel the slightest bit of fear. The heaven-devouring devil ape's face turned incomparably unsightly. It was absolutely impossible for him to kneel. You'd better stay out of my business. I advise you to leave this place immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite even if you're a battle Saint Ape. The devil ape gritted his teeth and spoke. He had been feeling depressed after being sealed by Yang Junlong for so many years. Now that he was finally able to get out, he must go on a killing spree and take revenge. No one would be able to stop him. If the battle Saint Ape in front of him had the same cultivation base as him, he was afraid that he would have already fled. But the opponent's cultivation base was merely at the peak of half-step immortal venerable realm, which was worlds apart from him. At most, the battle Saint Ape could suppress him in terms of bloodline. It was absolutely impossible for a half-step immortal venerable Saint Ape to make him retreat. This scene was witnessed by everyone in Great Qian Empire. Everyone's expression was filled with nervousness. The only thing that comforted them was that the devil ape seemed to have an innate fear of the battle Saint Ape. Otherwise, given the devil ape's character, They were afraid that he would have already killed Long Xian with a single slap. Unfortunately, the devil ape didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Just as everyone had expected, Long Xian only had the advantage of bloodline in the face of the devil ape. The gap in cultivation base wasn't small. I, Long Xian, am determined to interfere in today's matter. Long Xian's chi fluctuated. The battle force in his body began to fuse. The battle saint technique was the most effective way to deal with the devil ape. Haha, kid, you're too arrogant. I might be afraid of you if your cultivation base is the same as mine, but unfortunately the gap between us is too huge. Since you don't know the meaning of death, I'll kill you today. Once I kill the last battle saint ape in the heavens and earth, no one will be able to restrain me in the future. The devil ape laughed wildly. He was a bloodthirsty bastard. There was almost no room for negotiation when it came to the destruction of Great Qian Empire. Bang! Then the devil ape made his move. He raised his huge black palm that was filled with terrifying black demonic chi and slammed it towards Dragon Xian. Battle Saint Technique, Bloodline Suppression. Long Xian roared. Even in the face of a powerful half-step sovereign, he didn't have the slightest bit of fear. He displayed the powerful Battle Saint Technique. Under the burning of the Saint Ape's bloodline, the power of the Devil Ape began to weaken. When the Black Devil Wave came in contact with the Saint Ape's bloodline, it was as if it had encountered its natural enemy and began to shrink. Damn it! The Devil Ape cursed. This situation made him want to vomit blood. There was nothing in this world that could restrain him like the Battle Saint Ape's bloodline. Under the suppression of the Battle Saint Ape's bloodline, he couldn't even exert 1/10 of his strength. This was a real bloodline suppression which was much more terrifying than Jiang Chen's flame suppression. Bang! Even so, the huge palm still pressed down and sent Xian flying dozens of feet away. As a powerful half-step emperor, even if Xian only had 1/10 of his battle strength, it was still not something that Xian could contend against. The bloodline suppression is too great, but the gap between our cultivation is also huge. Han Yen sighed. Boy, I don't want to kill you. Get out of here and don't hinder me, said the devil ape viciously. Although he wanted to kill Xian, the process of fighting with the Battle Saint Ape was incomparably painful for him. Not only could his bloodline not exert any advantage, but it would also shrink back, which made him feel extremely aggrieved and depressed. That's right, Xian. Kissing. Moreover, the devil ape seemed to have some understanding of the Battle Saint technique. He knew that it wouldn't be easy to kill the Battle Saint Ape even with his half-step sovereign body. As long as I'm here today, don't even think about hurting a single person of the Great Qian Empire. Long Xian was incomparably domineering because he knew very well that he couldn't back down at this moment. Chapter 1836. Long Xian couldn't retreat. Although he didn't have the slightest confidence in dealing with the Devil Ape, he was very clear that if he retreated, the entire Great Qian Empire would be finished. Therefore he had to persevere and do his best to stop the Devil Ape. As the saying goes, man proposes, God disposes. Long Xian couldn't predict the outcome of today's battle. He might not be able to resist the Devil Ape and be injured by it in the end, which would lead to the destruction of Great Qian Empire. But no matter what the outcome was, he had to work hard. What Long Xian had to do was to have a clear conscience. Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being impolite. The Devil Ape almost went berserk. He felt that he had given a chance to Long Xian, but Long Xian didn't know how to cherish it. It was one thing that he didn't want to fight with the Battle Saint Ape, but it was another thing whether he could kill the Battle Saint Ape or not. Since Long Xian insisted on blocking his way, there was nothing else to say. It seemed that if he wanted to destroy Great Qian Empire, he had to kill Long Xian first. Rumble. The Devil Ape attacked once again. His violent palm pressed towards Dragon Xian with boundless destructive energy. Dragon Xian's expression changed slightly. His opponent was too powerful. A half-step sovereign wasn't someone he could fight. If it wasn't for the suppression of his bloodline, he would have to run for his life. Otherwise he would be dead. Dragon Xian didn't have the strength to fight against the Devil Ape. If it wasn't for his bloodline suppressing the Devil Ape's power, he would have to run for his life. Fighting symbol art. Long Xian also went crazy. He was a battle maniac. The stronger the opponent, the more it could stimulate his fighting spirit. He exerted the Battle Saint technique to the extreme. The powerful fighting symbol art flickered in the void and collided with the Devil Ape. Rumble. The sky was smashed. In the end, Long Xian wasn't a match for the devil ape and was sent flying away again. Barf. This time Xian suffered a greater impact than before. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and his aura began to become chaotic. If it wasn't for the strength of his body and the advantage of his bloodline, he would have died more than 100 times from that attack. Be careful, brother Xian. Lan Lingji spoke worriedly. Tomorrow was their wedding day. What would Lan Lingji do if something happened to Xian today? Not good. Dragon Xian isn't a match for the devil ape. His bloodline might be able to suppress the devil ape, but the gap between their cultivation bases is too big. That's right. If Xian can't stop the devil ape, then our great Qian empire will be finished. No one can save us. This devil ape hates Patriarch Yang Junlong to the bone. Now that it has broken out of the prison and can't find the Patriarch, it is venting all its resentment on us. The faces of the people of Great Qian Empire turned pale. Long Xian was their only hope. If Long Xian couldn't make it, no one would be able to save their empire. But now it seemed that Long Xian's condition wasn't very good. After all, the devil ape was just too powerful. I told you to leave, but you didn't. I won't give you a second chance. So what if you're a battle saint ape? You'll die in my hands eventually. After I kill you, there will no longer be a battle saint ape in this world. I'll be the supreme ape of the ape race. The devil ape's murderous intent was unparalleled. After repelling Long Xian, it pounced at Long Xian again. It seemed that it didn't intend to give Long Xian any chance. Ba. At this moment, a voice that sounded like a great bell resounded. Tyrant made his move. Like a young Buddha, he flew up to the sky and stood side by side with Long Xian. Given his strength, it was no different from courting death to stand against the devil ape. However, Tyrant also had his trump card, the God-Trembling Monument. Above Tyrant's head was a huge scarlet monument that was 100 feet in size. It was engraved with mysterious runes and emitted an ancient aura. Under Tyrant's control, the God-Trembling Monument rushed forward and blocked in front of the devil ape. The devil ape, who had already rushed forward, revealed a trace of fear when he saw the scarlet monument. The monument seemed to suppress all evil in the world and was the nemesis of all evil. More importantly, there seemed to be an ancient deity in the depths of the monument, which made the soul of the devil ape tremble. The devil ape was evil in nature, so it was natural that he would be restrained and suppressed by the God-Trembling Monument. Humph! Trying to fight me with a broken monument? You're overestimating yourself. The devil ape snorted coldly and punched at the steel. He was in a frenzied state right now. He dared to attack anything that stood in his way. He wanted to destroy all obstacles. Although the steel made him feel uncomfortable and suppressed him, the devil ape's cultivation base was strong and he could still resist it. Clang! The devil ape's fist landed heavily on the steel, producing an earth-shattering sound. The void was directly torn apart. In the eyes of the crowd, the devil ape's fist was enough to shatter everything. A steel was about to be smashed into smithereens on the spot, but the reality wasn't like that. The huge steel was only sent flying a few dozen meters away. There wasn't even a single crack on it. What kind of monument is this? Why is it so hard? The devil ape looked at Tyrant in astonishment. He was feeling incomparably gloomy. Today he had just walked out of the prison and was about to display his prowess. However, he had encountered two weirdos. Although their cultivation wasn't high, they had the means to restrain him. Putting aside Long Xian's battle saint ape bloodline, this Tyrant's monument could also suppress him. Haha. Good. Tyrant, you and I should be able to fight him together. Long Xian laughed heartily. He didn't expect Tyrant's monument to be so powerful. If the monument and his bloodline were to work together, they might be able to tangle with the devil ape. All right. Tyrant nodded. He didn't rush forward but controlled the stone tablet to collide with the devil ape. The stone tablet radiated endless brilliance that filled the entire sky, forming a region. In this region, the devil ape felt that his origin was being suppressed. As a matter of fact, the monument was a true divine item. However, Tyrant's cultivation was still weak. Although he had gained control of the monument, he couldn't activate the powerful foundation contained in it. It was the same as Jiang Chen's Zulong Tower. Although it was a divine item, he couldn't display the true power of the Zulong Tower due to his cultivation. Chapter 1837. Once again the people of Great Qian Empire saw a glimmer of hope. They didn't expect that the little monk would emerge at this critical moment and was also incomparably strong. Or perhaps, it wasn't the little monk who was strong but the mystical steel. Without the steel, the little monk was nothing in front of the devil ape. It was impossible for him to suppress a half-step sovereign great devil with Buddhism. As a matter of fact, Tyrant rarely took out the steel because he couldn't exert the full power of the steel. He was just relying on the pressure inside the steel to suppress the devil ape. From another point of view, it was the same as Long Shursan's Saint Ape bloodline. Long Shursan's Battle Saint Ape bloodline could suppress the devil ape, reducing his combat strength to 10%. The appearance of the steel could further suppress the devil ape's combat strength. Under this double suppression, Tyrant and Long Shursan had the possibility of entangling with the devil ape. Long Shursan exerted the Battle Saint technique to the extreme. Terrifying golden chi waves were everywhere. The space created by the steel had completely enveloped the devil ape. Tyrant stood in the distance and kept chanting. The steel swayed back and forth in the sky, forming a circle. Long Shursan and the devil ape were fighting in the circle. The devil ape went berserk. He kept roaring furiously. Such a battle was too depressing. The steel had suppressed half of his combat strength and the Saint Ape bloodline had suppressed 1/10 of his strength. In other words, he could only exert 1/20th of his strength. This was the first battle after the devil ape broke out of the prison. It was supposed to be a massacre and a scene of dominating the world, but it turned out to be like this. Long Shursan wouldn't be a match for the devil ape even if he could only exert 1/20th of his strength. However, it wouldn't be easy for the devil ape to kill Long Shursan. After all, Long Shursan had mastered the life symbol art. It wouldn't be easy for him to be injured. Although he still had the upper hand, the battle made the devil ape feel extremely uncomfortable. It was like an adult fighting with the strength of a baby. In addition to the suppression of the stone tablet and bloodline on his soul, he couldn't unleash the power of his bloodline at all. If it were anyone else in his place, they would probably die of frustration. Good, very good. We've finally entangled this violent ape. I didn't expect this little monk to be so powerful. He has a special technique to restrain the demonic ape. I wonder what kind of divine item that steel is. Don't celebrate too early. The demonic ape is not that easy to deal with. Right now they can only entangle it. The people of Great Qian Empire seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope, but it was only a glimmer of hope. Their mood hadn't completely relaxed yet, because even if Tyrant and Long Shursan joined forces, they could only entangle the devil ape for the time being. After all, the devil ape was a half-step sovereign with heaven-defying means. Unless the devil ape was truly eliminated, it would be a great disaster for Great Qian Empire. Old Emperor, what do you think we should do now? Asked Yang Yu. Long Shursan and the little monk are buying time for us. We must cherish it. Bring the people of Genius Prefecture and leave immediately, said the old emperor. No, as the emperor of Great Qian Empire, I absolutely can't be powerful at this time. It's better for the old emperor to be powerful. Yang Yu shook his head. Your Majesty, old emperor, we are determined to live and die with the empire. If we leave, the dignity of the empire will no longer exist. That's right. We won't leave. The dignity of Great Qian Empire must not be lost. Your Majesty, this old man has just divined with the heavenly secret. The fate of Great Qian Empire isn't over yet. I'm afraid that there will be more accidents today. None of the elders of Great Qian Empire was willing to leave. An elder in Daoist robes spoke with a solemn face. This elder was a late immortal venerable. His strength was almost the same as the old emperor. He had spent his entire life studying the art of divination. He was much more powerful than Tianjizi. Of course, his divination index was still slightly inferior to Jiang Chen's great divination art, but he was still able to divine something. Just like this moment, he had divined that the fate of Great Qian Empire wasn't over yet. There was a possibility that a miracle would happen. Is that so? A hint of surprise flashed in the old emperor's eyes. He had absolute confidence in the divination of this elder. Moreover, the appearance of Long Shursan and the little monk at this critical moment had already represented a turning point. If it wasn't for their appearance, Genius Prefecture would have already been razed to the ground by the devil ape. Now that the elder had divined that the fate of Great Qian Empire wasn't over yet, this was absolutely great news. In the sky above, The battle between Long Xian and the heaven-devouring devil ape was getting more and more intense. The heaven-devouring devil ape had gradually fallen into a berserk state. Every move he made was a killing move. Even though Long Xian had mastered the life symbol art, he had still suffered serious injuries. This was a worrisome scene. Brr, brr. The heaven-devouring devil ape roared incessantly. The black devil chi that had been suppressed on his body vaguely showed signs of rising. Two brats who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You two have completely infuriated me. You two will pay an extremely heavy price for this. The heaven-devouring devil ape had gone completely berserk. The hair on his body stood up like steel needles. Both of his eyes turned blood red. His body grew taller once more, reaching a height of 60 meters. The tyrannical chi that was unleashed from his body couldn't even be suppressed by the monolith. Not good. This bastard has gone completely berserk. Long Xian yelled. There was still a huge gap between him and a half-step sovereign. Hong Long Xian. Violent energy suddenly surged out of the heaven-devouring devil ape's body like an avalanche. Under the impact of this energy, Long Xian and Tyrant were like a small boat in the sea being blown away. Arg. Arg. Both of them spurted out blood continuously. Both of them had suffered unprecedented injuries. This blow had almost made them lose their combat strength. Because of Tyrant's injury, the monolith had also stopped circulating and returned to Tyrant's body. At this point, the alliance between Long Xian and Tyrant had completely failed. The heaven-devouring devil ape had gone berserk. There was nothing that could stop him. Brr, brr. The heaven-devouring devil ape roared again and again. The devil wave on his body surged again. After being suppressed for a long time, this time he was afraid that the heaven-devouring devil ape would really go berserk. It's over. I can't suppress it anymore. Chapter 1838. The elder had already circulated his divination technique to the extreme, but he still couldn't find the problem. The old emperor and the others beside him were extremely anxious as they looked at the elder with expectant gazes. What's going on? The old emperor couldn't help but ask. No, this isn't right. Great Qian Empire's luck hasn't run out yet. There will definitely be a miracle. I've been studying divination all my life. Although I can't predict the past and the future, I won't make a mistake in such matters. Even at this moment, the elder still spoke with incomparable confidence. Just like what he said, he had been studying divination all his life and his cultivation base had already reached the terrifying late immortal venerable realm. No one would believe that such an expert didn't even have this little bit of divination ability. But where exactly was the miracle of Great Qian Empire? In the beginning they thought that Long Xian was the miracle. Later on they thought that Tyrant was the miracle. But now both Long Xian and Tyrant were seriously injured by the devil ape. If both of them were killed, where was the miracle? Or perhaps, there was a problem with the divination art. Brr, brr. In the sky above, the devil ape had gone completely berserk. Fortunately, the immortal venerables of Great Qian Empire had set up a layer of defense. Otherwise, the roars alone would have killed countless people. Even so, many disciples with low cultivation base had an unpleasant look on their faces. Their souls had been injured to a certain extent. I'm going to eat you all. I'm going to eat you all. The devil ape's eyes turned blood red. His huge mouth suddenly enlarged, devouring the boundless chi waves. This was the innate ability of the devil ape. The mighty devil ape could even devour the heavens and everything in the heavens and earth. Now that he was in a berserk state, he flew towards Long Xian and Tyrant. He opened his huge mouth and a powerful suction force fell on Tyrant. Tyrant's body flew uncontrollably towards the huge mouth of the devil ape. Upon seeing this, Long Xian hastily flew up and stood in front of Tyrant. At the sight of Long Xian, the heaven-devouring devil ape became irritable once again. However, he still had enough reason to stop devouring. He could eat anything in this world except for one kind of creature, and that was the sacred battle ape. The bloodline of the heaven-devouring devil ape could digest everything, except for the sacred battle ape. If he ate Long Xian, the final outcome would not be him eating Long Xian, but the bloodline of the sacred battle ape. By then he would become Long Xian's consumable. Ha, demonic ape, eat me if you can. Long Xian laughed heartily. He knew that the devil ape wouldn't dare to eat him. In fact, he couldn't wait for the devil ape to eat him. In that case, the entire devil ape would be devoured by him and become his tonic. The devil ape wasn't a fool. He wouldn't eat Long Xian, but Long Xian wanted to eat the devil ape. If he could eat the devil ape, his cultivation base would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. It wouldn't be impossible for him to advance to the intermediate immortal venerable realm. Unfortunately, it wasn't easy to devour the heaven-devouring devil ape. After all, the difference in strength between them was too great. Unless the heaven-devouring devil ape lost his mind and devoured him, it would be impossible for him to do that. Therefore, unless there was a miracle, it would be hard for Long Xian to keep his life, let alone eating the devil ape. I won't eat you. I'll kill you. The devil ape roared, his terrifying sharp claws slashing at Long Xian. Bang! Long Xian couldn't resist it at all. Despite his quick reaction, the slap landed on his shoulder. Even his strong body couldn't withstand such an impact. One of Long Xian's arms was shattered, blood gushing out. Tyrant, who was behind Long Xian, was sent flying once more, almost fainting. His body wobbled unsteadily in the sky, almost falling from the sky. Brother Xian! Tyrant! Lan Lingji and the others exclaimed. The atmosphere became incomparably tense all of a sudden. The devil ape was just too powerful. Both Long Xian and Tyrant had suffered serious injuries. Given their current condition, they absolutely wouldn't be able to resist any attack from the devil ape. The next time the devil ape attacked, it would surely take Long Xian's life and eat Tyrant. Miracle, miracle, miracle. The elder kept pinching his fingers. He refused to believe that his divination technique would make such a low-level mistake. This was related to the fate of the entire Great Qian Empire and the safety of Long Xian and Tyrant. If there was any mistake, he wouldn't be able to make up for it even if he took his life. Damn it, Battle Saint Ape. Go to hell now. The devil ape hated Long Xian to the bone. The suppression of his bloodline made him feel like dying. After killing Long Xian, there would no longer be anyone in this world who could suppress him in terms of bloodline. Dong. Heaven-devouring devil ape struck out his huge palm once again. The earth-shattering palm shrouded Xian. Swoosh. At this critical juncture, an ice arrow pierced through the air. Everywhere the ice arrow passed through, the void froze. The ice arrow emitted an ear-piercing hum, and the cold light it emitted made it hard for people to open their eyes. Long. The ice arrow hit accurately on the devil ape's hand and pierced through it. Blood gushed out like crazy. The devil ape let out a roar and retreated more than 100 feet. Who's that? The devil ape roared at the sky. A miracle has happened. The elder, who was still divining, revealed a look of surprise. His eyes were brimming with tears. At this critical moment, a miracle had finally happened. He didn't know which expert had saved them, but he was sure that the expert must be related to Great Qian Empire. Countless people were excited. The feeling of turning from despair to hope was something that no one could understand unless they experienced it themselves. Draconic Xian and Tyrant looked at each other and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. They could feel the cold attribute of the attacker, but among the experts they knew, there wasn't anyone like that. Everyone inclined their heads and stared at the sky, only to see two silhouettes suddenly appearing. It was a man and a woman, both clad in snow-white robes akin to immortals. The man was extraordinarily handsome, exuding a domineering aura, while the woman was cold and aloof, akin to the most beautiful celestial maiden in the world. Any woman in the world would feel inferior in front of this woman. This was a pair of peerless lovers, like a golden couple. Little Qinzi, little you. Chapter 1839. Zhangqin's Zhangqin. Zhangqin is back. So this miracle is Zhangqin. This guy always creates miracles. He's the one who came to save our empire at the critical moment. Great. Zhangqin is back. We're all saved. The moment the people of Great Qian Empire saw Zhangqin, their eyes were brimming with tears. All along, Zhangqin had created countless miracles. Zhangqin was the only one who didn't die after entering the forbidden area of Genius Prefecture. In their hearts, Zhangqin was the embodiment of miracles. As long as Zhangqin appeared, their hearts would be filled with confidence. This guy is always playing with people's hearts. Tyrant shook his head, but his spirit was completely relaxed. This was a kind of trust and confidence in Zhangqin. In his heart, as long as Zhangqin appeared, there was nothing that couldn't be solved. He could finally rest. Who's that girl? Long Xian asked curiously. Although he had lost an arm, such an injury was nothing to him. With the life symbol art, regrowing an arm was as easy as flipping his hand. She's Yen Qinyu, the most important person in little Qinzi's life. Little Qinzi has finally found little you. We should be happy for him, said Tyrant. He knew the relationship between Yen Qinyu and Jiang Qin the best. When Long Shisan and Jiang Qin met, Yen Qinyu had never appeared. So it was normal that he didn't know her. This guy is really lucky with women. Long Shisan nodded and praised. At the same time he returned to his original appearance. Kid, I let you escape last time. I didn't expect you to come back to die today. At the sight of Jiang Qin, the devil ape gritted his teeth. He would never forget what happened in the sealed space that day. At that time he and a Huang dog almost became the food of the devil ape. If it wasn't for Xiao Wangqing, Jiang Qin would have died. Devil heaven-devouring ape, looks like you've finally broken out of the seal. Unfortunately you've encountered me. You're still unlucky. Today you've harmed my brother. You'll have to pay with your life. Jiang Qin said lightly. Ha, arrogant brat, with just you? The heaven-devouring devil ape burst into laughter. Me? I'm not the one fighting you today. Jiang Qin shook his head. With a sway of his body he came to Tyrant and Long Shisan's side. He supported both of them up and channeled a large amount of wood's spiritual energy into their bodies. Little Qinzi, Xiaoyu looks very powerful now, but that devil ape is terrifying. Tyrant said worriedly. Yen Qinyu did look very powerful and he knew that the ice arrow was shot by her. However, the devil ape was a powerful half-step sovereign with a powerful bloodline. Yen Qinyu wasn't a battle saint ape, so she didn't have the ability to restrain the devil ape. That's right. Don't worry. Just wait and see. Jiang Qin smiled. The devil ape was indeed powerful, but he wasn't on the same level as Empress Nine Yin. Even if Yen Qinyu was injured, she could still fight the devil ape. But with the immortal burying coffin in her hand, she could easily kill the devil ape. The devil ape raised his head to look at Yen Qinyu. His pupils constricted. Only now did he realize that the one who injured him wasn't Jiang Qin, but this woman. Who's this woman? Yeah, I've never seen her before. But she looks very powerful. She has a close relationship with Jiang Qin. She must be one of us. She has such terrifying strength at such a young age. I wonder if she's a match for the devil ape. Countless gazes from the great Qian Empire fell upon Yen Qinyu. They knew that the one who fought against the heaven-devouring devil ape today was not Jiang Qin but this girl. Girl, are you the one who wants to fight me? The devil ape looked at Yen Qinyu and said arrogantly. Hong Long. Yen Qinyu didn't bother to reply. She struck out with her palm, the profound Yin palm. This was the strongest move of her 9-yin physique. Back then, when she fought against the monarch heaven art of the northern and southern dynasties, they were evenly matched. Yen Qinyu had sensed the power of the devil ape, so she struck out with the profound Yin palm. The huge ice palm blotted out the sky and locked onto the devil ape's aura. In the blink of an eye, it had reached the devil ape. What? The heaven-devouring devil ape, who had been brimming with confidence a moment ago, had a drastic change in his expression when he sensed how frightening the dark Yin palm was. This palm strike had truly made him feel threatened. Brr! The devil ape roared crazily. He struck out with his sharp claws at the profound Yin palm. Rumble. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The entire void was shattered. The heaven-devouring devil ape let out a miserable howl. His mountain-like body was sent flying hundreds of meters away by Yen Qinyu's palm strike. His entire body was covered in blood and his sturdy body was filled with cracks. So powerful. My God. How can this woman be so terrifying? The devil ape is a powerful half-step sovereign, but he was severely injured in the first exchange. Amazing. Amazing. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. The whole scene was stirred up. The people of Great Qian Empire who had been suppressed all this while burst into cheers. But, so powerful. Little Qinzi, hurry up and tell your wife not to kill the devil ape. I'll eat him later. Long Shisan's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. This was too shocking. Shall you be careful? Don't kill him. Jiang Qin whispered to Yen Qinyu. Looking at the injured devil ape, Yen Qinyu couldn't help but shake her head. Obviously she wasn't satisfied with the result. If she wasn't injured she wouldn't be able to exert her full strength. Otherwise that palm would have taken the devil ape's life. Damn it. How can this woman be so powerful? Plus, I can sense the faint aura of a great sovereign from her. I'm no match for her. The devil ape gritted his teeth. As smart as he was, he could tell that even if he tried his best, he wouldn't be able to defeat this woman. Without saying a word, the devil ape turned around and left. As long as this woman was here, he wouldn't be able to achieve his goal. He might as well leave for now and come back when he had the chance. Wanna leave? Yan Qinyu's ice-cold eyes shot out cold rays. With a sway of her body, she caught up with the devil ape. The immortal burying coffin emerged, crushing the void. However, Yan Qinyu had concealed the immortal burying coffin with countless rays of cold light. Therefore, the attack seemed to have come from Yan Qinyu herself. After all, the appearance of the immortal burying coffin was too shocking. It was better to keep it as a trump card.